Welcome to round 4 of the European Club Cup held here in Durrës, Albania. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm here with Grandmaster David Howell. David, round 4, we're already at the halfway mark.
I can't believe it, Fiona. This tournament has been really flying by. It shows how exciting things have been. Today we see even bigger matches, a lot of the top names, a lot of the top teams now facing off against each other, and the stakes are getting higher.
Absolutely. Today, well, the big names are all playing. Magnus Carlsen, Richard Report, Vishy Anand, Shahut, Magnus Carlsen. We'll show you, I think, now first the results from yesterday to recap what happened there on in the top matches in the open section.
Yeah, and it was yet again a case of the higher seeded teams doing the business, coming out on top, but it was close, especially on board 1, where top seed Super Chess had this narrow victory against the Vugar Gashimov team. It came down to the 6th hour of play, down to a queen endgame, but they did triumph 3.5, 2.5, the narrowest margin. Elsewhere, it was slightly more straightforward, perhaps, with Offerspiel winning, and we saw Novi Bor, the reigning champions, taking a win as well, Anier on board 4, and Viernheim, the German team. Yeah, Fiona, not too many surprises.
No, not too many. Will today be the day? Maybe we can quickly bring up the standings after 3 rounds so far. I believe in the open section there are 9 teams still on a perfect score, having won all their matches. So the top seeds, Super Chess, the defending champions, Novi Bor, the 3rd seeds, and yeah, 4th seeds, Offerspiel, Viernheim. I feel we haven't seen so much of them so far. Today, well, as we bring up the pairings now, I think that's a game that we're going to want to see a lot of, because on top board, the German team Viernheim are taking on Super Chess with a big clash on board 1, Shahut Mamediarov against Richard Report. Offerspiel, meanwhile, will be taking on the Hungarians from Aika, Novi Bor against Turkish Air. I think the top 5 today, the top 5 matches you can see there, will be where our focus lies. So I think without too much further ado, let's try and bring up the cameras from the playing hall. It is 2 minutes past the hour, and who are we waiting for?
Well, we're waiting for the man himself, the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. I've spent too much time waiting for him in my life. He always seems to arrive late for these games, or just in time, should I say. He does often try to avoid the buzz, the kind of the media scramble around the players. And
let me scoop a bit closer to you.
Okay.
There we go.
Cozy. And yeah, Magnus Carlsen, he'll be getting close to Raundi Sedwani there in the blue suit. We see the rest of the Offerspiel team ready to play, and actually at the back of the picture, we see Erik Hansen making his debut finally, belatedly, in this event.
He had 3 days to rest. Of course, he had some of the longest journey coming all the way from Canada. Looks like everyone is waiting for Magnus. I imagine some officials might want to take that first move picture. I was just in the playing hall 5 minutes ago, and it's crazy how with 3 minutes to go, there's always so many people missing. Who else is missing on team Offerspiel? We are waiting for Pranav as well on board 4, and it looks like Frode Orkedal on board 6 also is yet to arrive. But on the right-hand side of your screen, you see Alexei Sarana recently switched federations to Serbia, and there's the handshake. What do you expect from this matchup?
Yeah, this is not going to be easy. A former world champion in Magnus Carlsen, but he plays the reigning European champion, Alexei Sarana, who's just had a phenomenal couple of years. There's a score to settle as well. Sarana did beat Magnus last year at the World Rapid Blitz Championships in one of their individual games. He's dangerous, and I think Magnus starting with white will be a big plus for him. Sarana notably just almost unstoppable when he has white. So of course Magnus will be the favourite, but this is going to be one of the closest games so far, and we see the ceremonial first move there, Fiona.
Absolutely, 1e4 is on the board. I didn't see if Magnus asked for that move to be made or if it was the official himself. Sometimes we see the official make the decision, but in this case Magnus actually looks like he's leaving 1e4 on the board. All that's left to do is for him to press the clock. We will be off, so no offbeat 1a3, none of that today.
None of that today. For those who weren't with us yesterday, Magnus did open his game with black with pawn push 1a6. It did have the desired effect. He did manage to win a very nice long game there. But no, he's playing a kind of elite opponent here, and he wants to play his best openings. And we see the Sicilian defense on this board. And yeah, this one, we mentioned it, Fiona, we'll see kind of top grandmasters now facing off against each other. Pretty much every board is full of 2,600 rated players. It's, yeah, it feels like we're getting towards the business end of the tournament already.
Yeah, with 4 rounds to go, such a short tournament. It's already almost the money time, especially with such a big field. You can't really afford, if you want to win the tournament, maybe you can afford one loss. Even one loss might already cost you. So things are getting very serious. And Magnus there shying away from the open Sicilian. The main line, of course, would continue 3 d4. Instead, we see the bishop come out to c4.
Yeah, no d4, bishop c4. This does tend to signal the desire for a protracted struggle here with lots of maneuvering. Magnus will later maybe try to build a center by pushing some pawns. But yeah, this one, it's been kind of played recently. It's very fashionable. We saw it actually earlier this tournament. I'm trying to remember who, but Levon Aronian has pretty much kind of created a whole opening repertoire as white against the Sicilian using this bishop c4 move. When I was younger, it was kind of regarded as a bit of a sub-optimal opening strategy here for white, not really fighting for the advantage. Often this bishop actually just gets hit very quickly by some pawn pushers, but Magnus Carlsen, as you mentioned, Fiona, he loves kind of offbeat openings. He loves launching the first surprise. For him, that's a key thing in the opening.
Yeah, and Sarana, not too put off, he brings out the knight to f6, a logical developing move, also hitting the pawn on e4. So Magnus bringing out his knight as well to defend. And now, as you said, probably black will continue very shortly with some e6 development. The bishop from f8, the black bishop, will that go to e7 or will it fianchetto on g7?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And Sarana, as far as I'm aware, is a connoisseur of the Sicilian Najdorf. So he would want to usually put a pawn on a6, maybe develop his bishop via e7, maybe putting a pawn on e6 or e5, and then bring his bishop this way. So Magnus is arguing, okay, if you push a pawn to g6 now, maybe then he'll transpose back into an open Sicilian, and black's committed to a variation, a setup that he's not so familiar with or not so comfortable with. And yeah, it's just mind games in these early stages. Magnus Carlsen, I haven't met, well, I don't think players existed throughout the history of chess of someone who's so versatile, so flexible, and so willing to kind of compromise their own opening just to take their opponent out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, and speaking of taking him out of his comfort zone, I imagine Alexei might spend a little bit of time here to make sure he doesn't get tricked back into some open Sicilian that he does not want to play. So we'll move on from here for now. And go to board 2, where Arian Tari is playing, where Raunak Sadwani is on the black side against Jakush Pechat.
Yeah, and this one's still very early stages. We see white employing the Reti kind of English hybrid here, and depending on what black does, then we'll be able to define this opening. Often we'll see a transposition to the Catalan if white ever pushes a pawn forward in the center, and actually black is the one to take the space here. Sadwani, really, really ambitious. Just he's going to push some pawns. He's going to say, I take the space advantage, do your best to try and break me down later. Both players actually known for their creative play.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, Jakush, a very exciting young player. I've been enjoying following some of his games. He made his debut in Vaikanze this year. That tournament did not go so well for him, but yeah, we'll see what happens here. The moves are coming in fast. Black is solidifying the center for now with c5. If you're white, how are you gonna try and are you gonna try to break down the center? Or are you going to play around it?
Yeah, most likely white will challenge the center either now. There's also options actually of playing something we call the Benko Gambit, just with colors reversed, pushing a pawn to b4. It looks a bit odd, but you sacrifice a pawn to open up lines on the queen side, and this is essentially a 1d4 opening just with colors reversed. So white employing a black opening just with an extra tempo essentially, and that could be vital a bit later on. It tends to switch the evaluations, but yes, both players obviously well prepared here, and Peszak is the first one to think. Maybe he's just recovering from this small surprise in the opening.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the players from ICA, the Hungarian team, they will really try hard to push with the white pieces. We'll see how it goes on the other boards. For now, let's move on to board 3, where Arian Tari is playing against Tamas Banush.
Wow, and I will hear a groan from the fans because it's the Petrov defense. A really solid opening here, and really symmetrical position has been the outcome. Let's just do a quick rewind from the beginning. We've had 10 moves already here. It was the Petrov or the Russian defense, sometimes called, where black brings the knight out to f6. White takes a pawn, the knight gets kicked back, black regains the pawn, and we do see pretty much total symmetry. And this last move, knight to f1, is still well-known theory. It looks like Tamas Banush here is just thinking often black will trade off bishops at the right moment. You don't want to rush because you only improve the white queen. White is slightly ahead in development, having control already over the open file. White's knight will come over to the king side, sometimes an attack against the black king if you can generate it, but roughly level. Fiona, so much theory here.
Yeah, as we can see, the players have been playing incredibly fast. I think we'll come back to this one where there is more to report. For now, I think both players still following their opening preparation. So we'll move down to board 4, where Balogh Shaba is playing against Pranav.
Okay, and another very standard opening. This one has resulted from a Spanish, a Roy Lopez, where white brings a bishop out, puts some pressure on the black knight. And we see a slightly unorthodox or slightly kind of older move, forgotten move in knight to c3. The white bishop is kicked back, and now just bishop to e7. Again, not too much to write home about, it feels like, in this match, because now it is pretty much grandmaster against grandmaster. It's all so close, the margin for error is so small. I think everyone just wants to be solid. We saw it in the Arian Tari game we just looked at, a really solid start to that one, playing for minute advantages. And feels like the same again here. Balogh not being too ambitious yet with white.
Yeah, so we'll see how this one develops. I see actually that the ICA team have an interesting team strategy. They actually put their second highest rated player on the bottom board. We'll get there in a second, but first let's go to another fan favorite. He's making his debut in the tournament today. Mr. Chesra, Erik Hansen, he is white against Velimir Ivic.
Wow, and for most teams this would be a board 1 clash,
Yes.
but all the way down on board 5, this is really showing the strength and depth of both teams' squads. Velimir Ivic, just a really talented young player representing Serbia. And yeah, right now another Petrov defense. We've actually seen this position in the Arian Tari game where Tari pushed his pawn forward to d4, well-known position. I'm really surprised Erik, maybe just a bit rusty having not played the first 3 days of this event. He's just deciding what to do now. White has various moves. You can play queen e2, a favorite of his teammate Magnus Carlsen, offering maybe a trade of queens in some variations. You can push a pawn to d3, d4, bring a knight to c3. But you would have thought this would have been part of his preparation.
I am not 100% confident, but I think that the Petrov might have been a surprise by Ivic. I think it's clearly the match strategy that we've seen ICA employ here, being very solid with the black pieces. If I'm not mistaken, Velimir usually plays Sicilian, so I think he's more of an aggressive player. So I don't think that the Petrov is part of his main opening repertoire, at least.
Could it be a case here, Fiona, of teammates preparing with each other? Maybe
Could very well be.
Tamas Banush playing the Petrov, his teammate Ivic playing the Petrov. Tari and Hansen, they're really good friends, really close friends, both chess bras. And yeah, how will they copy each other's openings?
To be perfectly honest with you, I was shocked to see Shaba Balogh in the lineup, because he's staying at our hotel, but he's the only player of their team to be staying at our hotel.
Oh, really?
The others, I guess, are staying here at the venue hotel. And I was sure that he was the team captain for the women's team of ICA, who are staying at our hotel. So I don't know what's going on there. Wow. Probably not very relevant, but some weird team dynamics going on here. In either case, we've moved on to the bottom board, where Imre Balogh, who I mentioned, he's rated 26-22, so he's higher rated than everyone on his team apart from Sarana, and he's playing against Frode Orkedal here.
Yeah, and this game, again, still early days, but much more lively. Let's trace our steps back to move 1, where we saw e4, e5, and actually a spin on the center game, where white happily breaks open the center, brings the queen out very early, not normally recommended. The queen gets kicked about, and after the queen steps back, okay, d5, and I am aware that this is opening theory. I think both players will have briefly looked at this, but it's so rare, this whole opening variation.
I was just going to ask you, I mean, I've been a 1e5 player all my life. Usually knight c3 indicates that white wants to play the Vienna. I don't think I've seen this line before too many times, and I wonder if we're just going to transpose to some mainline theory from that center game.
Yeah, I think the main move, at least in the center game, would have been to bring the queen back to e3, where at least it doesn't get in the way of white's light squared bishop. It gets in the way of the other bishop, however, and the main line there goes bishop to b4, both sides castle on opposite flanks, and things get really sharp with some tactics already in the center of the board. So a slightly rare choice, queen back to d3, and this is a pawn sacrifice by black already. Ökkedal is known to be extremely well prepared in all sorts of openings. He's got a really tricky repertoire and renowned for that in Norwegian chess circles. But pawn takes pawn will just be met by knight to b4. When the queen is hit, at the very minimum, you might just regain your pawn. And there's also going to be some pressure against the c2 square.
So I guess if queen b5 check, you just play bishop d7, blocking, and white is not in time to go pawn grabbing because the pawn on c2 would be hanging with that fork. Yeah. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen in this game. It feels to me like a very risky opening choice by Balog Imre.
I think it just it reflects the match strategy, perhaps. Putting one of your highest rated players on the bottom board, giving them white. Often it means your lower rated players have to struggle somewhere in the middle against higher opposition, but it's clear that they're kind of gambling on him, they're banking on him to win, and he's chosen this risky strategy, as you say, Fiona, but risk can backfire, so we'll see.
We said lower rated players, but actually this ICA team is very evenly matched. Zarana, the standout player, rated almost 2,700, but apart from him, the players are all within 100 points of one another. So this match shaping up interestingly, some very solid openings and then this little bit of craziness. Maybe before we move on, we can very quickly check back in with Magnus there on board one. As we see, Zarana has gotten up, so what's been happening there?
Yeah, and blink and you miss it, but there's another queen on d3, so let's go over to Magnus, and yet again a queen sits on this square. Again, the queen has done a kind of two-step dance here. Let's go back to the moment we left it. We left it at this point where black now played the move we predicted, pawn to e6. Being a Sicilian Najdorf player, he doesn't want to fianchetto his bishop. Alexei Zarana, he wants to put it on the e7 square, and Magnus is the first to break in the center, but not recapture the traditional way. With a knight, he takes with the queen, and it's one of those don't try it at home openings from Magnus Carlsen, because the queen has to step back, and I must admit, I'm shocked to see him thinking right now. If he chooses this rare, risky variation, then he should be the one kind of knowing everything with tricks up his sleeve. I'm expecting white. Okay, that wasn't me making the move.
That was unbelievable timing.
I was drawing the arrow and Magnus made the move at the same time. Bishop to f4 played, and white's king is going long. It's going queenside, and at least some pressure. You're going to tickle the d6 pawn, but a strange setup.
Yeah. Also, as opposed to board 6, at least Magnus played queen d3 with the light squared bishop already being out, so the queen does not need to worry about blocking the bishop out. Very interesting stuff from Magnus. We'll come back to here, of course, a bunch today. For now, let's check in with the top board clash between Fienheim and Super Chess.
Yeah, and this one has some huge names, household names as well, playing in the tournament. Mamedyarov, he's only played one round so far. He starts with the white pieces white pieces even, for Fienheim, the German team. And there we see a shot. We see Anand on the left, Bogdan, Daniel Deak as well, the star of Super Chess from yesterday. And of course, Mamedyarov are known for his attacking style. He's coming up against the equally creative Richard Rapport. So this is going to be fascinating no matter what. And we've already seen some big decisions made. This game started in a really kind of classical way. And suddenly, after bishop g5, knight to e4, attacking this bishop, we see almost a brand new position with black's knight coming out to c6. It's really rare to bring a knight out. Normally, you want to kind of push your c-pawn first. It blocks the pawn. But this has listed a long think, or relatively long think, early in the opening from Mamedyarov.
Yeah, both players here spending a lot of time. I wonder I guess it's not a completely new position, but maybe at that level, this might not have been seen before. Now, looking at White's position, how do you continue your development? Do you just quietly play e3, solidifying the center and getting ready to get the light squared bishop out? Or can you play this in more creative or more direct fashion?
It is Mamedyarov,
yes.
So I think the latter answer was always going to happen. And you're right, Fiona, he does choose to push his pawn. I think playing with e3 is fine, of course, as well, but it does give black the time to just develop normally, maybe bring a bishop out to f5, to g4. Just no issues here for black at all in the center, but c4 is ambitious and asks big questions. Again, it's risky, hoping, I guess, here for a capture in Queen's Gambit style. Mamedyarov, both players away from the board right now, but d takes c4 would, again, beg the question, what happens if white steps forward, d5, and it's just chaotic already. Black's got to be really careful. You can't play a move like knight b4, for example, due to a double attack, a check, and the knight drops. So already traps in the air.
Yeah, the knight doesn't actually have too many squares.
Oof, you don't really want to go home.
No, so...
Could go to the edge of the board, but that looks risky too. Both of the black knights are going to be a bit loose.
But the computer likes it for black, so what are we missing here?
This one, I didn't expect to have to calculate so early into the round. Normally the first 20 minutes, half an hour is just opening theory. We just regurgitate the same variations all over again, but wow, this one could potentially just blow open, and I'm wondering what happens if black puts a knight on a5.
It seems to be the move.
Yeah, it seems to be the move. Now at least a check. At least you can make the move c6, where you defend your knight, where the knight defends the pawn as well. You're still a pawn up with black, but this is really risky, especially if neither side is too familiar with the ins and outs of this. There's no chance Rapport would have predicted this, this line.
Very interesting stuff, this one. It is the top board clash. It is board one of the top board clash, so we'll be following this a bunch. I think for now, as we especially wait for Rapport to come back to the board, maybe we can check in with the board right next to it on your camera. I'm sure you will have all recognized him with the white pieces, Vishy Anand, and he's playing against Africa's top player, Bassam Amin from Egypt.
Yeah, the good doctor, Dr. Bassam Amin. And okay, this one we have to go back to the start because there have been a lot of developments in this game. Vishy Anand made his first appearance in the European Club Cup yesterday, but he was held to a relatively uneventful draw. He played a very solid line as black yesterday against Azerbaijan's youngster Suleimanli, and I don't know, I don't think he would have been too happy, Vishy, because he didn't play too many of his own moves. It was a lot of computer preparation, so I'm not sure how warmed up he's feeling. We saw the Berlin defense and the anti-Berlin, white not allowing a capture on e4 a few moves ago. And I must admit, I'm not familiar with this maneuver, knight d2 to b3 in this exact position. Anand is one of the leading experts, of course. He's played this type of position in World Championship matches multiple times. He attacks black's bishop, which drops back. And after a trade here, first he tries to trap the black bishop. Already really direct play. Once black blocks any attempts to push the white a pawn forward, now he says, okay, yes please, I'm going to grab a pawn. And this looks like a typical sacrifice. White gives the pawn back just to get castled, and now he tries to block out black's bishop from the game. This is crazy. I've got to say, Fiona, it's, to my eyes, it looks really risky for white because you're giving black the bishop pair. Black's bishops will come to life, and similar positions are well known and supposed to be quite good for black. But here, maybe it's just about this black bishop. Vishy's going long term with his strategy here, hoping it cannot get into the game.
Yeah, the black pawn structure is also completely damaged. I'm surprised to see that by the looks of it, the VAR seems to have a small preference for black, which is unusual, for black to get a small edge out of the opening, especially when it's Anand playing with the white pieces. So do you think here we continue with bishop a6 immediately?
Yeah, this is one move. I guess white wants to move the rook anyway, so I'm not sure it helps immediately. Actually, the fact that the evaluation bar dropped slightly means that maybe white can play a move such as c4, just to potentially even kick this bishop into an even worse spot a bit later on. Imagine if, okay, let's just put a couple of moves on the board. These aren't going to be the best ones, but imagine if white gets time to lock in this bishop on a7. Just visually, it looks terrible, and it's actually a dead piece never going to get in the game. So maybe this is the plan long term. This would immediately be winning. Of course, white would win a pawn, but this is the idea that might recur. This is what Vishy's banking his hopes on. Maybe he's looked with stronger engines than we have access to.
Very possible.
Yeah.
I mean, if not bishop a6, then I guess the pawn on c6 is under attack right now. Can we bring the queen out, or is that a bit premature?
Yeah.
I'm not sure where to. I wanted to maybe go all the way to d5, but then again I get hit by c4, which is a problem, so probably queen d6.
Maybe queen d6, and yeah, looks like a very solid move. One question would be what happens if white's bishop comes out. There might be some discovered attacks now, white's knight jumping out the way. But this is the type of thing that Basim Amin will have to calculate. Already it's sharp, already much more ambitious from Anand. It looks like he's just kind of following the team strategy, strike with white, solid with black.
Absolutely, we'll see what happens here. Very exciting position for now. Speaking of exciting, Fiona have a very exciting player on board 3. Anton Korobov is playing against Super Chess's hero from yesterday, Bogdan Deák.
Yeah, I think we could say fan favorite for pretty much both teams in this one. Really popular player, Anton Korobov from the Ukraine. He's got this incredibly smooth style, impressive when he's in good form. And this game came from the Italian, as can probably be spotted by the deployment of these two bishops. Centre's closed right now, and white's last move, b3, kind of hints that if there's a trade of bishops, white will recapture with a pawn and will happily kind of try to break forward in the center later. He's kind of clamped down on any of black's potential pawn breaks, a light square bind. Just really tense. I've actually had this position myself as black, and there I was just kind of waiting, just slowly developing and not doing too much. Just Daniel Deák, the star yesterday, but we know he's a time trouble fiend, a time trouble addict, and maybe this slow opening, kind of uncharacteristic of Korobov, is maybe geared towards that.
I was gonna say that very unusual. He normally plays in quite flamboyant style, but it could also be, you know, team strategies and team events. We sometimes see players stray away from what they would usually do. I think yesterday Vishy Anand and Jordan went for race were prime examples. There is no way that if this was an individual tournament, we would have seen the games we saw there. So yeah, this one will come to life a bit later on. For now, speaking of Jordan, he's on board 4 with the white pieces against Krivoruchko.
Okay, and first thing I saw in this position is that there's a white pawn on h4. The first question is why? Second question is how? And let's retrace our steps. Let's rewind back to the start. We see, okay, the Catalan. One of the main lines of the Catalan, white's bishop being fianchetted on the long diagonal. And here, after pawn takes pawn, I mean, if you gave me 20 guesses what white's next move would be, I would not guess h4. I don't see how that's relevant to the position.
You know, the only way I might guess h4 is because it's something you talked about a few days ago that Magnus, I think, had told you about these h4 ideas, I think in the Catalan, right? And Jordan has worked with Magnus before, so that might be the only way. I might eventually guess h4, but very unusual to see it in this exact position.
Exactly. I mean, Daniel Dubov, another kind of close confidant of Jordan and Magnus, who've kind of formed this team. They've worked together on multiple occasions. He often plays h4, seemingly mysterious move in the Catalan. It always seems to have a point, always seems to work a bit later. The variation we were discussing the other day was actually with the center closed, for example. It's not quite here, normally with a white bishop on d2, but if black just closes things down, kind of sets up this rock-solid formation, first white will develop, and maybe then later an h4 pawn push. But here it's very much guided towards a knight landing on g5, and potentially even an attack on the h7 square. But yeah, in this position with the center blowing open, they normally say meet central play with, meet wing play with a central strike. Here it's kind of meeting a central strike with wing play. It's like it's like total opposite of what you should be doing.
Yeah, and Jordan, well, he has certainly been unleashed after we saw a very tame Caro-Kann by him yesterday. It looks like today he's been given the green light to go all out. I think this suits his style. David, I'm really excited about how this round is shaping up so far. We're already seeing a lot of interesting battles, but now with the queens off. I'm losing a bit of my... I thought we were going to go on a checkmate attack. You had me all excited with knight g5 and all that. But, okay, the queens have come off. What is going to happen with those weird pawns, the white pawn in the enemy camp on c5 and the black pawn on c4?
Yeah, these inverted pawns are most likely both going to fall off the board in the next few moves. Black already has the option to eliminate one, but maybe he's hesitating because white's knight could jump forward, not just taking this pawn next move, but also making it far more difficult for black to develop along this diagonal. Okay, he does take this pawn, so this is the game position, and I think before black gets a chance to bring a knight out to c6, before black gets a chance to deploy his bishop, this bad bishop on c8, it will be time for white to take the plunge, jump in with his knight. And okay, he'll take the pawn back. Small long-term advantage due to the superior light squared bishop here for white, but is it enough? It rarely is if black finds accurate defense here. And Krivoruchko, we should mention, rock solid player. He's had the same exact repertoire for, I think, the last 20 years. He's mixed things up slightly from his usual, but yeah, this one is shaping up nicely.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here, still early stages. On board 5, we see Dennis Wagner. He is one of the members of what the German called the Prinzen, the princes. German had this golden generation with Dennis Wagner, Rasmus Van, and now they have Vincent Keimer. I think Vincent Keimer was actually too young back then to be part of the princes, but Dennis Wagner here playing against Vladimir Fedoseev.
Yeah, and we'll hear more about the princes a bit later because there's actually a clash between two of them in another match. But this position, first of all, between Dennis Wagner and Vladimir Fedoseev, it is quite slow. It's quite symmetrical so far, especially the pawn structure. It came from an exchange Slavs, no surprise there, with d4, d5, and a pawn trade in the center, known to be the safe option for white, but some hopes of harboring a small advantage a bit later on. So if we catch up with the current position, a pin here, I'm not sure which is more annoying for the opponent. One thing that white could try to do is capture on c6 and damage the black pawn structure later, give black a backward pawn.
Yeah, another thing I was considering is, can I defend the knight on f3 with knight d2 and then remove the queen from the pin, maybe even bring the queen to a4 if given some time.
Yeah, for example, if black develops slowly, maybe this would be a move anyway immediately, Fiona. I'm not sure whether we take first on c6, for example, we do, and queen to a4 anyway, hits the pawn, threatens to take with check, so black doesn't have time to take this knight. Next move, the knight might even jump into e5. So maybe there's a small threat in the position.
Interesting stuff. We'll leave them to it for now and move on to the bottom board of this match, Kirill Shevchenko against Sergei Fedorchuk.
Okay, and this one is...
Sorry, I only just now with this shot realized how nice and matching all the players are in this this match. Yeah, it's very rare in chess, I think, especially a lot of team uniforms. I'm happy to see in this tournament a lot of team uniforms happen to be white shirts, which I think actually looks quite nice. It's unusual to see so many smart looking. Is that too harsh?
No, you're right. You're not wrong that chess players sometimes neglect fashion. We're too focused on the games, we don't think about it when preparing, but team uniforms, they do tend to work. I think we've seen this. Teams who have uniforms seem to have a better spirit and therefore play better. I wouldn't like it though. I'm superstitious. If I had the black pieces, I would want to wear a black shirt. So having just white shirts in the team uniform.
I wasn't going to out you, but it's not just... Didn't you tell me also that you wear white socks and black socks, depending on what color you play?
Not just the socks, but yeah, it's every player has their habits, their superstitions. Chess players, I think, they have more than most. Yeah. So yeah, I wonder. Are
you saying if you were a team captain, you'd get one set of white shirts and one set of black shirts? Exactly.
Or I would just refuse to play or be part of a team if they only had white or black shirts. You've got to have both. What happens if it goes wrong, you know?
Absolutely. Let's jump into this game. Maybe quickly go back to the beginning since very early doors. And wow, Fedorchuk has been spending a lot of time in the opening.
A lot of time. So this came from a Nimzo Indian, signified by black's bishop coming out to b4 very early, pinning the white knight. And we see the same-ish variation with pawn to f3. And okay, we actually see the center completely blocked. White wins the game of Connect 4 already. This early stage, nice pawn chain here, and it's just about whether White is able to complete development. White is significantly behind here, especially because this bishop is now locked in. It takes a few moves to get the White king to safety, and Black, despite being cramped, does have a few moves to strike, and he plays the move a6, hinting that he might even sacrifice a pawn just to blow open the queenside, break the White pawn chain. If you can break down any of these pawns or the c4 pawn, often you have great attacking chances as Black. And now knight to g3.
Knight to g3 is sad. I was hoping we might see the giant pyramid if White ever goes b3. We saw the smaller pyramid the other days, but here we have the big one. That's not going to happen now that the knight on c3 has lost its only other protector.
Yeah, that's beautiful, Fiona. I thought you were going to say you wanted to see a pawn storm, g4, and actually this
that I am more excited about. I am also worried about my king safety, but the knight for me2 here probably would do a great job to defend.
Yeah, this is actually a well-known plan for White if you do have time. I'm not sure you do here, but pawn to g4 followed by knight to g3 and kind of a pawn storm on the king side. Often the White king actually hides out, it doesn't even castle. Kind of camps out on f2, and because the center is closed-ish, for now at least, White's king feels safe in the middle, but knight g3, as far as I'm aware, this is still opening theory. So as you mentioned, the fact that Fedorchuk here as Black is thinking means he's been surprised and maybe less familiar than his younger opponent of the nuances.
Yeah, I think in this match, as far as I can tell, this is the board with the biggest rating, gap. Boards 5 and 6, I think, is where Super Chess might be looking to strike today. But we'll see what happens. I think let's take a quick look at the title defenders. Novi Bor, you introduced it nicely with two of Germany's top two players, maybe the number 1 and 2, in fact. Vincent Keimer is White against Alexander Donchenko.
Yeah, a battle of the German prodigies here. I say prodigies, I mean Donchenko is a few years older now, but Vincent Keimer is certainly the big hope of German chess. And this one, we have to go back to the start because we see a wild position on the board or something that is promising a real fight. We see the English opening, White gets ready to fianchetto, so it's actually a reverse Sicilian, but Black goes for a reversed version of the Alapin, trying to build a nice pawn center with d5, and a few moves down the line, we see Black's queen come out really early. This is trying to profit from the fact the knight is hanging and also having half an eye on this rook in the corner potentially. Some tactics there, maybe long term. The knight drops back, still well-known stuff. And okay, pawn to a3. Sorry,
David, can we rewind a few moves? Since you mentioned the rook in the corner, I was wondering when the knight dropped back, what would have happened here if Black played e3?
Yeah, e3, it's not a bad move. You are hitting the rook on the corner, but I guess after White just blocks this attack, Black is now pretty much obliged to capture on d2, and I'm not sure the best way for White to take back. I'm inclined to take with the bishop. White will just have a small lead in development. Knight to c3 will hit the queen, and I don't think she's kind of made this journey into the center just to get kicked around. So yeah, I think Black just wants to keep this pawn in the center to stymie the White pieces. But e3, certainly.
Yeah, I was wondering because f3, of course, is a weakening move, but I think what we saw, the resulting position, White just gets such good development, and the pawn from f3 probably in the future either will move forward or the e-pawn or both. So yeah, that's why it makes sense that Alexander didn't go for this. So instead in the game, after knight c3, the queen moved to another central square, and the knight getting developed to a6, probably looking to come to c5.
Yeah, I think sometimes there are issues with this pawn on e4. Sometimes it can be a bit weak, so protecting it makes a lot of sense. But Black now has become really fashionable, throwing a pawn forward to h5. I think out of the two players, Donchenko, his instincts are maybe a bit more aggressive. You're a teammate of his,
yes,
Fiona.
For many years now, we've played together in the French league. And I'm surprised because to see Alexander having spent a bunch of time here, because he's usually so well prepared. He knows his stuff so well. So I think Vincent sprung a surprise on him somewhere. I'm not sure where it was, but yeah, very unusual to see him spend so much time in the opening.
Yeah, I think maybe it was this a3 move, which as far as I know is a bit rare. It looks a bit slow, not getting not contributing to development, and now pawn to h4. He has just played knight c5, Donchenko, and I mean, you know him so well. Is there a rivalry between the top German players?
Well, I know that I think Alexander had I don't think there's a rivalry. I think all of them are on great terms. But I think Donchenko had at some point very quickly managed to become the #1 player. He had a fantastic year so far. He won the Tata Steel Challengers tournament, so he'll be playing in the Masters this coming January. He also won the very strong Dortmund Open. I don't know where he's lost a bunch of rating ever since, but for sure I think there is a healthy rivalry for that German #1 spot. But Vincent, at the moment, 40 points clear after a very good World Cup from him, and just all-round great play.
Yeah, Vincent definitely destined for the top. And okay, his last move attacks this knight, and now the dilemma is where to put it. Either the knight can jump into b3, maybe with a little fork on the rook and bishop, it will trade itself off for white's bishop, or the knight can simply retreat. One tactic you unfortunately can't get away with is a knight check. It looks like you're about to win the piece back due to the hit on the king, but the white knight can block and save itself. So this game is promising to be a real battle, but it does look like Vincent Keimer has won the battle of opening preparation.
Yeah, so let's move on for now to board 2, where Vallejo Pons is white against Niels Grandelius.
Okay, and we saw Niels Grandelius yesterday fight back, bounce back from a tough defeat in round 2. And okay, let's trace our way back to move 1. We're doing this in quite a few of the boards, especially the more unorthodox positions that we're getting. This one started as a reti, really flexible stuff. K transposes now to a semi-Slav defense. Black has this little mini pyramid this time, and after a few moves, Niels is actually famous for this this setup, this opening. I will say he was a second of Magnus Carlsen, and it's no coincidence Magnus was playing this Slav setup in one of his.
He also did release a course on it. So. I think called the Magnus Carlsen Queen's Gambit or something.
I think that's
along the lines of that.
Oh, you can tell I haven't studied it. Sorry, Nils. Sorry, Nils.
You'll get to it as soon as we're done with the commentary.
As soon as we're done for this evening, I'll chill out on the beach watching your course, Nils, I promise. But yeah, he has been playing this for several years, second of Magnus Carlsen, and Magnus did play this setup in one of his World Championship matches. Right now, Black has one fewer central pawn, but it looks like a bunch of trades are imminent. Maybe you'll take on d2, maybe you'll trade off a set of knights. It feels like Black is doing okay here, and he is the better prepared player, just evidenced by the clock times.
Yeah, so I think Niels very likely still familiar with these positions. He is thinking now about how to capture. So for now, let's move on to the next game. On board 3, David Navarro against Matthias Blühbaum, another of the princes.
Another of the princes, and Matthias Blühbaum here, the German prince, does start with the black pieces. Wow, another Petrov, and I'll quickly go back to the beginning to show how the queens came off the board, because they are the only pieces that have left. White dropping back the knight to d3 this time, as opposed to it coming back to f3, which we saw in the Offerspiel match in a couple of games. And here, queen to e2, this line popularized by Magnus Carlsen. It doesn't look too ambitious. The idea is to get the queens off, but you're just taking all of the risk out of the position. Blühbaum doesn't really play the Petrov that much, normally a Sicilian, not Sicilian or a Caro-Kann player. But yeah, it feels like David Navarro, maybe he's been instructed to play solidly
French,
here.
Or am I
and the French,
yeah.
Pretty much anything other than e5.
Yeah.
And now going for this opening. This maneuver with knight d8 into e6, it's been it's been supported by Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's maybe the foremost expert on the Petrov defense these days. And a few moves later, if we catch up with the current position, I would say that white, wow, flashy move here, not defending this knight that was attacked. Rook to e1, if the bishop captures on c2, then white can give a check and regain the material. But yeah, I was going to say white should have a very pleasant position here. Just this pawn on f3 does a good job of controlling the black knight, controlling its jumping squares. Maybe you can advance in the center later, but yeah, it's minimal.
Yeah, with the symmetrical pawn structure, no pawn weaknesses. I think Matthias will be overall quite happy with what he's gotten out of the opening. we'll see if it heats up later or if it stays in the balance. For now, we'll move on to board 4, Chaperinov against Nguyen.
Okay, and this one, Fiona, we're at move 21. It's only been, well, it's been less than 45 minutes of action, and
look at the black clock time.
Wow.
Van clearly knows what he's doing here.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing, and a quick action replay of this game, all 21 moves. Let's recap those in 21 seconds. We see the Queen's Gambit declined, a transposition at least, one of the main lines here. Black is rock solid, and how did this game explode? This is known to be a slow maneuvering battle, usually White allowing this capture on f4. White has a bind on the dart squares with the pawns, and okay, this game came to life at some point, still looks really blocked. Clearly both players well prepared, and after a trade here, okay, this is where Chaperinov went for glory. He played the move b5, so not just sitting on the pawn chain, you could have played a solid move like rook to b1 if you wanted to play safe, but Chaperinov known to be very ambitious and also very well prepared. He breaks the center, he breaks the chain, and okay, an attack on d7. Pawn takes pawn here, I guess, is met by the rook, not the rook sliding across. What would the idea be here? Maybe White just defends this pawn with a knight. Okay, so clearly both players well prepared, otherwise this capture would not be feasible. Maybe we just recapture as Black. This is a nice tactic, Fiona. Knight takes pawn.
And the queen gets trapped. Very nice.
And the queen gets trapped. Wow, beautiful trick there. Opening preparation clearly. And after, okay, instead, knight to e5, we saw a capture, not a recapture. This is one of the most spectacular openings we've seen so far this tournament, hitting the rook. And this is just ignored by Black. Wow, giving up the exchange, so the material count is knight, just the exchange. I was going to say and the pawn, but
pawns are equal.
Pawns are equal, and f5 met by a capture. White's queen coming in, ignoring the knight, going for the black bishop, and while the moves continue to pour in, knight d2 takes. I mean, how do we unpack all of this?
Are we going to see a full liquidation here?
I think we might well
I was just going to make what I thought was an important point about how Ivan Chaperinov is actually in this match the only player from the Turkish team, Align Sports Club, the only player higher rated, and he is white. So I was going to make the point for sure he's going to go for the full point. But how do you, okay, if you're Black, how can you force the liquidation? Can you force the liquidation?
I assume you can, purely because he's barely paused for thoughts in this game. So clearly he's studied this with an engine, with a computer. And it's nice to know that when you prepare openings, even if you can't quite remember the details, knowing the evaluation is a real helping hand, like we do here with the evaluation bar. The first move that comes to mind is either queen takes knight or pawn takes pawn. Maybe this would be the simplest way, Fiona, just to take, now we threaten a nasty check on f2. So White would most likely take a pawn with check. We slide into the corner. White will probably take the black knight. Queen takes knight, and I'm just doing my best to get everything off the board. Queen takes pawn.
You're doing a good job.
And we finally breathe a sigh of relief. And this one should end in a draw. Maybe Black slightly for choice due to the a pawn, but it shouldn't be enough here with White's queen so active.
You know what? I'm gonna predict that this will be the first game to end of the top 3 matches, but we'll see what happens. For now, let's move on to board 5, David Anton against Jamie Santos Latassa.
Okay, and this one we won't trace back to the start. This was another Queen's Gambit declined. The Carlsbad structure, White's pawn chain, Black's pawn chain. I quite like what David Anton has been doing. Just he's set up this knight on e5, really strong square. He might be throwing pawns forward, actually towards the Black King quite soon, but a local Spanish derby, these two know each other extremely well.
Very well. They are teammates on the national team. If you're Black and you're worried that f4 is coming, I mean, there is no way to prevent it, but how do you set yourself up in the best way against it?
I don't think Black has time to be too slow. You don't have the luxury of just kind of slowly developing your pieces because you will get hit by an onrush of pawns. Black is slightly cramped here as well, so it would make sense to just drop back a knight, for example, to d7, just to trade off this knight, trade off this bishop, and maybe you're slightly worse at the end there, but it doesn't look too dramatic. I do wonder whether there are any sacrifices incoming for White, but I don't see them working right yet. So this is the move I'm expecting he goes for something similar. He plays knight to g4, slightly more active way of doing things. There we see him actually making the move on the camera. Jaime Santos Latasa.
Yeah, so this one, very interesting stuff. We'll see if Steil-Antoni decides to push that f-pawn, but for now, let's see the last game in this match before we're moving over to the women's section. Let's look at a player, I have to admit, oh no, I was going to say I'm not familiar with him.
He's very young and he's very strong.
Is he the player who beat... Ivic in some game that I saw get a lot of attention.
Beautiful game recently. Ediz Gürel. I think he's 14, 15 years old. From Turkey, the big hope of the country. And yeah, he's got the face of an angel, but on the board he's a beast. He's a little terror. He's been crushing grandmasters already for a while now. And yeah, this opening, it's still early days, only move 8. It came from something you know a lot about, Fiona, the Scotch.
The Scotch, don't put me on the spot here. So what did Queen f6 actually, a move that when I started playing the Scotch as a child, a long time ago, I never really faced it, but I think these days, surprisingly, you know, you learn don't bring the queen out too early, but it's supposed to be one of the best moves for black.
It is, and some move order tricks here. For example, if white takes a knight on c6, black doesn't need to recapture yet. You can transpose into a different variation by bringing out your bishop to c5, and you gain a little bit of time. You force white to kind of twist and turn, contort to defend against this checkmate threat instead. Okay, knight e2.
I think in my course, if I'm not mistaken, I recommend knight b5, so thankfully I'm out of book here. I think this is another possible approach, just immediately targeting that c7 pawn, which has been left undefended by the queen coming out. Knight e2 is, I don't think, a move that I've seen so much before. We see the computer approves. It looks very unnatural, right? To undevelop one of your pieces and in the process block that bishop from f1. So let's see how this one continued.
Yeah, I've got to admit, Fiona, I was okay. Don't tell my future opponents, but I was planning to play Queen f6 the next time I face the Scotch. Whoops. And I've got knight b5 in my files here. I've got knight takes knight. I've got knight back to b3. I've got knight back to f3. I've got bishop to e3. I've got c3.
But not knight e2.
Oh, I'm learning things from this new generation. Knight back to e2. And this has the idea of bringing the knight forward yet again, a fourth move. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 moves from this knight already, and it's just move 6. Incredible stuff. So blocking a checkmate threat after knight to e5. White now trying to leap into the center with his knight. This has been shut down. And d6. Matus Bartel, much more experienced, of course. He's the type of player who sometimes, I think by his own admission, blows hot and cold. When he's on form, he can beat anyone. But he, yeah, I think will have been surprised by this opening.
Yeah, and we see him there deep in thought on the right-hand side. That is them, yeah, that is them.
That is them. And yeah, we don't see him on the camera, but white Ediz Gürel. Remember the name, everyone. He's going to be at the top of world chess very shortly. And yeah, I'm expecting him to just move this bishop out the way somewhere, bishop d2 or bishop e3, maybe just mulling over those two options. Oh, wow, we have the perfect camera. Remember the face as well.
Yes.
And
as you said, the face was of an angel, born only in 2008, 15 years old, and we'll be seeing plenty more of him. A very interesting approach today. I'm curious if this knight e2 must be something he's prepared. I don't think that's a move that you make when you've been caught off guard. So exciting stuff. Exciting stuff.
And okay, what do you want?
I think we should go maybe to the women's section. We can start by quickly bringing up yesterday's results, because unlike the open section, there has already been a bunch of surprises in the women's section. So we'll see that in just a second. On board 1, we saw the local Albanian team Teuta falling to Gahuraika, a very close match. Board 2, that's where the main surprise of the day was. The second seeds from Super Chess falling to Typhoon. Monte Carlo, the top seeds, they won their match, as did Gaz, Ukraine. But with those results, if we bring up the standings, it actually means that there's only 2 teams left in the lead on a perfect score. Garuda Aika and Typhoon, these 2 are facing off today, so I think that will be our main focus of the day. Let's quickly see the pairing. So remember, Teuta, they'll be playing on board 1 throughout the tournament, and on board 2, they're the big clash between the 2 leaders, Garuda and Typhoon, and I think that's where we'll jump in.
This is where we will jump in, and we will start on board 1 in a clash between Bella Kotenashvili and Yuxin Song, maybe the star yesterday for Typhoon, holding. There we see her on the right on our camera, holding a really difficult position, actually at some point even a lost position, to save her team, to actually ensure the victory for her team. And this one has come from another Catalan. It's actually a very recognizable position, one of the main lines of the Catalan. We won't trace this one back to the start. I'll just show the last few moves. We saw this position, actually its main line opening theory, queens coming off the board very early. Typical Catalan pressure with White's bishop along this diagonal. White, however, does have some weaknesses. White has fractured queenside pawns, and Black rock solid at the moment, no weaknesses. I've had this position myself countless times, and here the main move, I believe, is to simply trade off this strong knight. Bishop takes knight and dropping back Black's bishop. This is known to have a solid reputation, but Black clearly well prepared here. Song chooses instead to just move her rook, and White, after a long think, just shuffles her rook forward too, getting ready to double up on the d-file. Who would you prefer here, Fiona?
Probably White. I like the look of the bishops on g2 and b2, controlling those 2 long diagonals. White will also take control of the d-file, but I'm surprised actually that the computer seems to think Black is doing perfectly fine. I guess Black right now confined to the first 3 rows, but how do you untangle as Black?
Yeah, it looks like a traffic jam of your pieces. They're kind of all in each other's way. They coordinate quite well, but they are targets. White's knight will come back at some point to hit this Black rook. I mean, you don't really want to move your bishop back right now while the White knight can take it. Yeah, a bit odd to me. Rook
if
C7.
I didn't see the bar, I would expect White to be quite a bit better in this position, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this last move that Black played, it was 16 moves of opening theory, and then Rook C7, despite the fact I've played this for 10 years, I'm not aware of this one. So clearly Song launching the first surprise, but now herself getting surprised after White's last move. I was wondering initially whether the Black knight goes back, but then the bar jumps a lot, and I think you're right, Fiona. That might happen if Black is inaccurate.
We'll see how Song deals with this one. For now, let's check in with board 2, Natalia Buxa against Tan Trang Huang.
Oh, and we nearly, for a second, I thought we had the monster pyramid with White's pawns.
Close enough.
Close enough. I mean, this bishop is basically a big pawn, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe this bishop will move out the way later to allow White to connect 4 twice with a pawn on c3. That's the ideal setup for White. White has a bit more space, but there have been a couple of minor piece trades which mean that Black isn't too cramped. And I like Black's last move, h5, not just because it might be trying to undermine White's structure over here on the king side, but also because a Black knight now will happily sit on a really safe, really healthy square on f5. Also, Black's been able to trade off the light squared bishops. Black's bishop on c8 earlier came out to a6 to trade off. And once you get rid of that problem piece in the French defense, you tend to be pretty happy.
Yeah, interesting stuff here. I think this game will jump to life. What color would you prefer to be here?
Oof, I'm more used to having the extra space. I've always been a French defense skeptic, but to me it looks like one of the better French defenses that I've ever seen. How about you, Fiona?
Yeah, it's I'm still wrapping my head around it. I think this bishop on c3 as White, not the biggest fan. You called it a big pawn earlier, more in terms of the pyramid, but still that bishop right now doesn't really have a clear job. I'm with you. I feel that for now things in the balance, but maybe I would take Black as well.
Yeah, I mean, I just see a simple plan. For example, the knight dropping back, maybe coming into f5, and Black will play this thematic c5 break, putting pressure on White's center, and I don't really see how White whips up any activity. Normally you need to attack some point with White against the French defense. So this one still in the balance, of course, still early days, but we'll come back to it later.
Absolutely. For now, we'll move to board 3, Nuriel Salimova against Laura Unuk.
Yeah, so nice shot there of all the players lined up. This one is a clash between Salimova, World Cup hero recently, and Laura Unuk, who's been, I think, Slovenia's top player for a while now. And okay, early days, only moved 7. Both players spending a lot of time. This one we will go from the start just to show what happened. It was a branch of the Queen's Gambit declined. This A6 move really favoured by Magnus Carlsen. Michael Adams has been playing it, lots of top players. And okay, blowing open the centre early, black here. And after a few trades in the centre, has now sunk into thought.
I guess she is thinking about how to recapture on d5. What would be your preferred way to take?
Yeah, I mean, I would personally be pretty happy to take with the pawn, I think, but it's not to everyone's taste. It's very much a judgment call. If you take with the pawn, you're kind of saddled with a long-term weakness. White is already blockading the isolated pawn. And I noticed the younger generation, I mean, Laura's very experienced, of course, here, but they are slightly biased against the isolated pawn here. So knight takes pawn. You can't take with the queen, unfortunately. I think this would be the ideal way, but the bishop on c8 would drop. So yeah, Fiona, I don't know about you, maybe knight takes is the most likely option.
I would agree with that assessment. We see Laura there still in the tank. She's on the right-hand side, slightly hidden, but I do have a feeling we might see knight takes.
Yeah, I'm just tempted with knight takes because it sets a trap, hoping for white to play e4. I realise my trap doesn't really work here, but I was going to say the knight attacks the queen now, and once the queen moves, I wanted to take this knight.
And it still doesn't work because of the bishop.
Whoops. Okay, the evaluation bar says it's playable. The idea is that white would lose a piece if you were to take the bait, take the queen, but unfortunately this bishop hangs, and maybe black just drops back now with a kind of queen trade imminent and a very balanced position. But yeah, right now.
The knight is still well placed on b4 there.
Yeah.
So I think this is what we'll see. We'll come back in a while to check in on this. For now, we'll go to board 4, Zala Ur against Theodora Eniak.
Okay, the dreaded London system, but black has been able to trade off white's bishop, which previously stood on f4. Let's show that just a few moves back. Black played a move knight to h5, trying to trap this London bishop, trade it off at any cost, and the bishops came off the board. So if we fast forward now to the game position, that bishop's gone. Here, I guess there's some pressure on the queen side. White's about to play pawn to a5. Next move, black's knight still needs a turn to come back, re-centralize. I think I would take white, but black, of course, no weaknesses, rock solid.
Very solid. So I think early doors here, black has spent a bunch of time, but yeah, only 11 moves in. David, what I suggest is that we very quickly look at the top match, give the locals something to cheer for, just look at the live position in each game between Center Aseko and Teuta. After that, we'll go on our first break, and then we'll come back with Magnus Carlsen, Vishy Anand, Rapport, MVL, Mamedyarov. So let's do that.
Yeah, let's jump in, and here we see Center Aseko starting with the white pieces on board 1, Stavrula Solakidou against Antoaneta Stefanova, and black is temporarily a pawn up. The Catalan, I've repeated that word, that opening, so many times already today. The Catalan and the Petrov seem to be the two main themes, and black has won a pawn, black has grabbed a pawn on c4 and kept it for now. Stefanova's last move, bringing the knight to g4, very ambitiously trying to nab the bishop pair as well. And white has a beautiful center, but I'm not sure what to do with it here, Fiona.
Yeah, I mean, do you have to, I guess you have to react to knight g4, or are you happy to give up the bishop?
I think reluctant, at least.
Yeah.
You only give up this bishop, allow this trade if you can guarantee something in return. I mean, for example, you could play a move like pawn to e5 and allow this bishop to disappear. You have dark square control of the pawns, light square control of the bishop, but I don't know, long term, later on this might be a weakness and you're still a pawn down.
So the question is, where do you move the bishop to?
Yeah, two main choices, either back home to c1, where it just came from actually last move, or you move it forward to f4, which I think would be my choice, unless I were scared of some pawn pushes. I don't think I am, because the bishop could simply retreat.
Now go back or take. Yeah.
Or some tactics, actually, to do with the black knight. Here you would have to calculate, I'm not so sure. But at the very minimum, black has weakened herself, weakened her king. So I think the current position after bishop f4, just good compensation for white, maybe threatening to push forward with d5. Whether it's enough for the pawn is yet to be seen. I think it will revolve around whether white can whip up an initiative before black is able to consolidate her extra pawn on c4.
Okay, we'll come back to check-break-in with this in a while. For now, on board two, Monika Sochko on the left-hand side there with the white pieces playing against my Naiva.
Yeah, and white's last move, a bit of a strange Sicilian here. We've seen lots of early queen sorties, Fiona.
We really have. We'll come back after the break to Magnus Carlsen. In that match, we saw the queen come out early twice. Here it is, the black queen, which is under attack now. Yeah. Where do you go to?
Yeah, where do you go now? No.
I didn't even recognize that song.
Me neither. I don't know why, it just felt like in the mood to sing. Okay, so queen to h5, I think, queen d6 are the main two moves. Let's move on quickly, save me. I think perfect time to go to a break soon, but queen back to d6 would be my choice. Just at least it can't get attacked here, harassed here. It's actually a mirror image of what Magnus was doing, dropping back his queen one square. And black has central control. White has this nice bishop, but it's still hard to break out with any pawn pushes in the center. Yeah,
one of the things I'm concerned about is black's time management. Down to under 50 minutes now.
Yeah, I was going to make a pun there with Nava and nerves, but I won't do that right now. She's
nervous kicking in.
Yeah, nervousness kicking in. But it feels like she's got a healthy position. She just needs to make a decision. Just move the queen back and two moves. If she gets castled, she has a very... okay, she did move her queen back. I think we saw on the camera there. Yeah, she has a very nice position if she gets time to castle. White yet to find a breakthrough.
Okay, let's move on to board 3. Victoria Radeva against Karina Zivka.
Okay, and all pieces, all pawns left on this board. It did come from the Italian game, White's bishop coming out very early. And black's gone for one of these setups, these really trendy setups with pushing pawns early on the king side. It looks like an attack brewing, I'm not sure for who, but black's pieces, pawns poised, maybe at some point a break with g4. I think this one actually might revolve around the center in the near future. Who will break first with their d-pawn? Fiona, who would you pick here?
I would take black, I think. I see the bar likes white, but I like to attack. I would hope that maybe at some point I could get the knight from f6 out of the way, tuck the king away, maybe push the f-pawn as well. The other knight from g6 has a nice outpost potentially on f4. I like black's chances, but we'll see. I guess you'd pick white.
I don't know. I'm not so sure. Usually I would, because I'm a bit more classically kind of inclined, and I kind of see easy plans just to try and break forward in the center. But I do really like black's setup. It feels like if you ever push a pawn to g5, having a knight on g6 is kind of ideal, and it looks like for Zivka, who's taking big risks in this opening, trying to maybe keep it as alive as possible. I think she's got everything she wants, so this one very much in the balance as well.
Yeah, very interesting game. We'll come back later. And on board 4 we have Claire. I don't know if it's pronounced Chaku or Kaku. I'll have to get some input. I don't know if we have anyone local in the audience. No. Our local friends have deserted us today, but when we see them again, we'll ask them how to pronounce her name. She's white against Marina Gaichin.
Yeah, let's stick with Claire for now.
Claire,
and it is Claire that she's got a good position. Right now, it's a well-known opening. It did stem, let's just retrace back to the opening. It did stem from a bishop b5 Sicilian. Now, slightly kind of wrecking the black pawn structure, but at the cost of the bishop pair. And if we fast forward to the current position, we see black still has these double pawns, but a big bind stopping white from controlling the center. And black's last move, if she gets time now, Marina Gaichin, to play knight to e6, I think she's doing great. It has to be time for Claire to break with pawn to f4, the only kind of active move in her position. She needs to bring her bishop, queen, rooks to life.
Surely that is her idea. If we want just one move, the knight on that's now on h2 was on f3, so knight h2 clearly indicating that she was getting ready to play f4. I guess she wants to make sure that that bishop from g7 cannot do any damage once the diagonal opens, but I'm with you. I think it's time to push that f-pawn.
It's time to push this f-pawn. Most likely black will recapture. You cannot allow the pawn to continue marching. You cannot, I mean, I keep saying connect 4, but that is the name of the game here. Pawn to f5 would be too strong, so a capture, and white can take back in either way, maybe with the rook, maybe with the bishop, and we'll see. Yeah, rook slide across. It's really tough for black to castle. I think this is the main theme of the position. Black can't castle in the near future because this h6 pawn would be hanging. So I quite like white's chances. And okay, we see her in the forefront of our picture. She's yet to move, but f4 from Claire, and good attacking chances.
Absolutely. So we have now seen the top 2 women matches, the top 3 open matches. We are going to go on a quick break. When we return from the break, we'll also be joined by our good friend Jonathan O'Connor from Ireland. We'll go to all the games, all the top games from the Open again, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side of this. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of round 4 here at the European Club Cup. And as announced before the break, it's not just us. We are joined now by Jonathan O'Connell, delegate from Ireland. Jonathan, welcome.
Thank you very much, Fiona.
So,
David.
Tell us, first of all, what brings you here to Durrës, Albania?
Well, apart from the good weather and the beautiful sea and the fantastic players, I'm actually here in my role as a new delegate. And we had a delegate, Kevin O'Connell, who was delegate for Ireland for I think about 45 years. And he did everything in FIDE. He was head of the rating commission, he was qualifications commission, he was schools and chess person. And this is the job I've wanted for years and years, and I waited and waited, and eventually Kevin said, it's time to hang up the old guns and retire, and so I took over. But I don't really know how to be a delegate, and I know you only meet other people, other delegates, the FIDE presidents and vice presidents and so on in Olympiad years. Olympiad year, okay, I will go to Auckland for the World Senior Teams, which I did last week, and I met some people there, and I'm here this week because my friend JJ, who organised Jørgen Olen Jansen, he was the organiser of the Tromsø Olympiad many years ago, and he's now a vice president of FIDE, and he said, Jonathan, you have to come and meet people. So I am thrilled to be here, and I'm really enjoying it, and I'm meeting so many lovely people and interesting people, and also delegates, and so it's great.
Well, it's very nice to have you. Yesterday we heard a bit there.
Yes, we have. We've been developing our junior chess quite. We've been intensively investing in that for the last 10 years, and it's paying off. And for instance, in this year's Irish Chess Championship, which I played in, and for many rounds I thought I wasn't playing in the Irish Championship, but the Junior Championship, because there were just so many. I think it's incredible. And now we have the two Kanya Morales, Tarun and Tricia, and they've joined my club this year. So finally, I'm no longer board one. I have to struggle to do my preparation on board 3, which is much harder, because you don't know who you're going to play on board 3 really. Yeah, so we've got all these. We do have. Yes, our president Desmond Beattie, he is very active in junior chess and schools chess, and this was his pet project. And he was Ireland was chosen to host the European Schools Chess Championship in 2024. It's going to be on in Limerick University, which is the most beautiful campus in Ireland, and it has vast acres of green fields and trees. There'll be plenty of places for the children to play football, to just run around, like get some. It's really beautiful there, and I can thoroughly recommend everybody to come. Please send your best or your worst. We are happy to take you.
The Club Cup here, I believe there is as many as 4?
No, we have 5 teams. We have 5 teams. We have 5 teams in the Open, and I'm very happy to say that we also have a women's team.
Mm-hmm. How are they getting on?
Well, our Galway, they are the best person in the world.
I happen to be on the same taxi as him from the airport.
Yeah.
Certainly a very nice guy, and also still 4 rounds to go. Yeah. So plenty of time for them to make up ground. Yeah. On the screen behind you, we see Magnus Carlsen, who's deep in thought in your own right. Right? Do you expect to see some upsets today in the top matches?
Oh, I hadn't thought about that. I mean, there has to be. Like, you know, you just, with sheer numbers, there are going to be upsets. And there's going to be...
I meant in terms of match rate.
And whatever. And of course, none of us are perfect, even Magnus. And actually, that's something I have to tell you. The Magnus, I think the first time he played in the European Club Cup, he was 10. And in the last round, I think it was Asker, a chess club from Oslo. They were playing very much anymore, but and Magnus did beat Shannon. And the way he was playing at the time was that every time he would look at the board, and then he would look away. He would think for like 2 minutes, looking up in the sky, and then he would come back. He would verify year-old. So and actually this round, I noticed Galway are playing a team from, I think, from Munich, and I did a little bit of coaching the Galway team when they were in my hotel, but they've moved to the nice hotel. Sorry, not the nice hotel, but the official hotel, the venue hotel, the closer hotel. Yes, Marco Limar. I bumped into him here about 2 rounds ago, and he was a very, very, very polite child, very excited about playing good chess, and you know, just a charmer, another angel. And I noticed he's there playing.
For a nice game, I don't want to take sides, but Jonathan, thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure to hear more about chess in Ireland, about the Irish teams, and we hope, of course, that many players will go to Limerick next year for the European Schools Championship. I wish you to have a lot of fun, to enjoy the rest of your stay here in Albania, and thank you. The action of the open section starting, I think we just talked about him, Magnus Carlsen playing on the white side today against Alexei Sarana.
Yeah, and fascinating to hear from Jonathan that Magnus was the inspiration behind Beth Harmon staring up into the ceiling in the Queen's Gambit. Yeah, Magnus now, he's playing some really creative moves. I wonder whether he verified this before launching the H-pawn up the board. This is all the way back to move 8. We're now at move 12. Saw Magnus bring his bishop out. We thought, okay, great centralization. He's doing everything right. Knights should be on these squares. Bishops should be. That's kind of how we're taught when we're very young. Magnus going back to basics here. But okay, Sarana, the European champion, really dangerous player. He tried an attack here as black, actually, eyeing up the f2 square, meaning that white cannot castle queenside yet. Magnus centralized his rook, attacking a pawn. Black threatened to take not just on f2, but potentially also on b2. And I've got to admit, I'm really surprised by this last move, queen to d2. So defending this f2 square, saying that, okay, maybe you can take b2, but you're behind in development. Maybe that pawn was poisoned. I'm not sure whether we can delve into this.
Let's do it very quickly. I'm curious. I'm
curious as well. I was hoping to dodge it because I don't know the answer. Fiona, queen takes b2. Why was this not played? Is it the simple pawn to h3, meaning that the black knight can no longer go? No, go to
the
e5.
bar had a delayed reaction there.
I was so proud of myself.
Yes.
The bar was like, yep, that's a good move.
Wow, impressive.
Actually, I say it cannot go to the center. The problem is here, of course, the black knight will not take this bishop due to a nasty back rank checkmate. But in this position, of Of course, black doesn't have to react. There's no threat. Maybe this bishop will come out in the near future to b4. So yeah, it's slightly mysterious captured. There are also ideas such as knight to a4 in the air potentially. Either way, it felt like Serrano trusting Magnus here. I did just do a quick check. Okay, the move, I thought maybe knight to a4, not the best. Still good for white, but bishop back to b3, just trying to trap this black queen. Compensation direct. Okay, poison runner, Magnus opportunity from back, and we have after not reacting. Pawn to h4. Is this rook coming around?
Yeah, I guess Magnus is maybe not planning to castle today after that pawn was pushed. Yeah. If you're black, are you scared to castle here?
I mean, I'm scared against Magnus in general every time I play him this game. But yeah, I would be slightly hesitant at least to castle kingside, knowing that white is going to throw pawns forward. I'm just wondering whether his idea is to shift the rook as well in the near future. I think maybe the principled move would be to castle, just because at some point you have to do it, so why not bite the bullet before the attack looks too scary? The other kind of big question is, what is Magnus's plan after knight takes knight, ruining the white pawn structure? And for example, if black backs up the threat, kind of attacks f3 once more, I don't think you want to part with the bishop pair.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. So let's take a quick look. If bishop takes,
black will recapture.
Black has nice central control suddenly.
Yeah, nice central control. This bishop has a lot of potential, not just against this pawn, but on all sorts of diagonals. And I think white will maybe regret not castling more than black will.
So you don't want to take on e5, but then you need to do something against the threat of knight takes f3.
Yeah, knowing Magnus, it's something weird like rook h3, but probably not king e2. Maybe the safe move here would be queen to e2, just defending this pawn.
Rook h2 is tempting, but I'm a bit worried about putting the rook on the diagonal of the bishop. Construction feels very loose, but according to the bar, it's fine.
Yeah, this is crazy. I guess Magnus is just saying black doesn't have any active pawn breaks. Black's pieces still take 3 or 4 moves to get to their ideal post, and then in the meantime he's going to put a pawn on h5, maybe shift his rook to g3. If he goes the other way, just to show one of the plans, for example, if black castles, Magnus could simply just drop his bishop back and start kicking this knight out of the center. All sorts of ideas. I'm not sure what the right order of these is, but really creative stuff. I've got to say, I've never seen set up like this. This is silly.
So very interesting. Management is in this match, both players down to around the 50-minute mark, and I'm curious. I think Serrano is going to spend quite a bit of time here, as you mentioned. If he's going to castle, he might just bite the bullet and do it immediately. I think the question is more like, do you want to castle? And it's a question that's going to take him some time to answer. So I think for now we should move on to board 2, Petchets against Advani.
Yeah, and this game is equally crazy. And I mean, a few moves ago, just during the break we had, I was looking at this one and I was thinking, how on earth did the white rook get to h5? It's kind of trapped itself and doomed itself on this square. I think we have to trace its path to
Let's do it.
h5. We left it around, okay, we left it very early actually, but I'm just going to go back to a normal position, or I say normal position, where black played, instead of the kind of standard looking queen takes bishop here, black played the very committal pawn recapture, which I've never seen before, a very well-known position. Normally, I think 99% of people take on f6 with the queen. The idea is to maybe support the center with a pawn on f5 in the near future. But further down the line, okay, wow, creative stuff from Sadhwani. I wonder how much is preparation, how much is inspiration. And this is where the rook started its long journey. The rook was kicked to h4, staring down at
I didn't even realize it was that rook, because in the live position there is a rook on f1, so I was wondering, how did the rook from a1 get to h4?
Yeah,
to h5 rather.
Staring at this isolated pawn, and the rook, okay, steps forward yet again. The knight comes across just to stop the queen from ever hitting this rook. And okay, as if it wasn't trapped enough, he makes sure the rook is never coming back by playing f4. So it's never going to be able to retrace its steps and come back. He's committed. He's gone all in here, Jurgis Petrak, and he's known for this, right, Fiona? You mentioned Vaikanze. He's had some fantastic tournaments, but some less good tournaments. He's really kind of all in his chess style.
I mean, blundered the piece straight out of the opening, somehow still managed the game, but to play the King's Gambit in a tournament like the Tata Steel Challengers takes some courage.
Yeah,
and he's a very brave and very, very interesting player. For my liking, the rook on h5 is too. If I'm black here, I would be terrified that I didn't find or f6 with this rook.
Yeah, later this rook might well get trapped. I believe he won a piece in actually 6 moves in the King's Gambit there. Incredible stuff. Really creative player, but this opening seems to have backfired. Maybe he wishes he had played a King's Gambit. I just fear as well that this pawn long term is going to drop and black's a pawn a potential queen. Let's catch up with the current position. This is how the rook got there. Just rook to f1 and king to h1. I think white really lacking a plan. I don't think you're ever going to play h3, g4 because your king is on this flank. And if you have no pawn breaks, I mean, this knight gets in the way of the other knight on h4. The knight on f3 also gets in the way of the white rook on f1. Neither side has breakthroughs, but it feels easier to improve black's position than white's.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see how Jurgis decides to unravel here, because right now those pieces not working. I think we both like Raunik's position. Let's check in with board 3 against Tamas Ban.
Yeah, and this game, Petrov defense, still relatively level. I think black's done a really good job of just covering all the entry squares, covering the e-file, which we said was white's main ace, white's main trump earlier. I just think that black is going to play a move like king to g7, maybe at some point move the knight out the way. But how to break through? White's last move does hint at c4, but that would be extremely loosening at the moment. And Arian, who's had a tough few months, it's got to be said, I think he's just playing safety first chess. He's going to watch the rest of his team, kind of see how they get on first, and only later decide as white whether to gamble, whether to break out. On the bright side for white, it feels like he's the one with the potential play. Maybe the knight can move out the way, knight to e5 a bit later on, but just very, very equal at the moment.
Yes, I don't think we'll see too many fireworks here. I might be wrong, but for now I think let's move on to somewhere where a little more action. On board 4, Shaba Balok against Pranav.
Yeah, and this one came from the Spanish opening, the Royal Lopez. We saw this a bit earlier just to show what happened. We left it just before white broke out with a4. Now the white knight dives into the center, and after a few exchanges, how did that center explode? Pawn to d4 now, and Pranav happily trading off. Kind of slightly counterintuitive for black here, because now you do have kind of big weaknesses that white can probe at, and it's another case. I think this is the 3rd or 4th time today we've seen a queen come to d4 and then step back immediately to d3. Fiona, who do you prefer here?
I prefer white. That queen on d3, you know, it's looking down maybe in some cases to h7. I don't think that will matter here, but white will take control of the d file. I just think that bishop on a2, yes, it's dropped back all the way, but it is looking down at the enemy king. The bishop from c1, I think, will go to a natural developing square like f4, then the rook will come to probably 1 to d1, 1 to e1. And I think what's there not to like about white's position?
Yeah, the only thing I'm confused at is, again, this kind of dastardly evaluation bar. I mean, I just wonder whether black has something immediate that you can try, like b3, just to blunt this white bishop, because otherwise black's position just kind of really, really smells. And the idea here would be either you lock in white's bishop for the near future, maybe the black bishop will come out now and target this pawn, or you gain the bishop pair, and again, in the near future, this pawn will be a target maybe for black's queen. And I think this might be a key moment if black doesn't play this move. It feels like momentum is all on white's side.
Yeah, and we see Pranav there in the back, leaning forward. I think he senses that this is an important moment. And then in the very back there, we can just see his little face popping out. That's Erik Hansen on board 5. Let's go to his game against William.
Yeah, and Erik Hansen, I must admit, he called himself a rusty old man. When I was talking about the tournament, playing his first game, he was like playing chess there. And I think he'll be happy. I think Erik here will be glad with the way the game's turned out, not because he's necessarily got an advantage with white, but just because he's got a very safe position. White has these hanging pawns, as we call them, but at the moment they can't really ever be targeted by black's pieces. White will maybe push a pawn forward to a4, maybe even go for a minority attack later on. Nice centralization, a safe square for the white king. Black as well, very, very solid, very flexible. I wouldn't be surprised if black tries like knight f6 and tries to take all the rooks off the board in the near future. Should be level with best play here, Fiona.
Yeah, I would be, to be honest, shocked if this ended in anything but a draw. So for now, this match very much in the balance. Let's see, I think board 6 in the early stages was where we thought some action might happen, but it's fizzled out.
We were wrong.
Yeah, we were very wrong in this case.
Yeah, and unfortunately that's sometimes how chess works. A flashy, kind of rare idea that not too many people have investigated before, but if your opponent reacts well, reacts confidently, then things do fizzle out. You're forced to kind of take the first kind of exit. And here, d5, we did see white immediately spending a lot of time on the clock. We left it at this position, deciding after knight to b4, attacking the white queen, to trade everything off. We saw a queen exchange very early, actually blocking for now, but after the pawn disappeared, yeah, the queens came off. And actually playing Hall, and I was wandering around, I saw black just deep in thought, maybe tempted to capture a pawn. This would have been the only way to imbalance things. Really greedy taking this pawn, and the evaluation bar says it was possible. King to b1, and there's running back with the black knight, just racing back to c6. I'm curious as to what stopped him here. White might have some compensation with quick development, but I mean, it feels like black's king should be in time to get to safety. Maybe you push a pawn, kind of bring the bishop out, get castled. In the end, I think he just felt it was too weak, catch up with the current position. His knight was driven back instead, and very, very level.
I mean, in general, this match seems very level on most boards. Might we see a decision come from board 1? Time will tell. We see Magnus there looking. It is not his move, but an interesting pose. I don't think I've seen him in that thinking pose too often.
Yeah, it's like he's ready for a photo shoot here, Magnus Carlsen. Oh, okay, it's checking out his opponent there. His last move, bishop g5, I must admit, was a bit of a surprise to me. He's trying to trade off black's dark square bishop, but yeah, either way, Magnus, he's been burning more time in the opening here than we're used to seeing from him. He's, yeah, maybe just trying to confuse his opponent here, but Serrano's reacted so well so far.
And still very early doors, it's only move 13. I think it's very likely we'll see some time trouble coming up in this game in a while. That's still 2 hours away for now, but how do you think Serrano should react to bishop g5?
Yeah, it's interesting. In Sicilian, sometimes you can get away with, I'm not necessarily recommending it, but you can get away with kind of putting your king in the center because the center is so blocked, and it's just about controlling this weakness. Black only has one weak spot in the position. This is his Achilles heel on d6, and if you keep it covered, white doesn't really have too many plans. This white bishop is a bit blunted. This knight has nowhere to jump into. Actually, the more I talk about it, the more I'm convincing myself that he maybe should kind of pluck up the courage to leave the king in the center. White's idea, of course, is to persuade black to take, and I think this would greatly backfire because now big weakness on d6, and you've opened up the white rook for free.
We'll see if Serrano can find it in him to play h6 and play with the king on e7. I'm with you. It looks
pretty safe-ish for now, protecting everything. Yeah, I think he shouldn't react to this tension. Wait for white to take on black's terms.
Okay, we'll come back to this match in a short while. For now, let's go to the top board clash between Fiona and Super Chess, and we'll start on board 1, Mamedyarov against Report.
Yeah, and this game got crazy for a while. Again, one that caught my eye when I was wandering through the tournament hall. We left this really early on, just to quickly update how this game went. c4, we saw a capture, and instead of the kind of typical Mamedyarov move, just kicking away this knight, he chose a softer, kind of quieter option here, pawn to e3, and Rapport, of course, freestyling, queen to d5.
Saying, I'm going to hold on to my pawn,
Give
for
me
now
pawns.
at least.
Forcing white to take a timeout, dropping back the knight to go for this pawn. And okay, this is where the two players really start to shine. Not an automatic recapture like mere mortals would do. Just counter-attacking. She doesn't have any squares to attack this loose white bishop, so she step. And Rapport now striking out in the center. This would be terrifying. I would just be scared of blundering some kind of queen d8 checkmate later on. But okay, white instead castled. Queenside, traded pawns in the center, bishop d6. Watch out for this threat of a skewer on the white queen. But bishop g3 castles. And okay, let's catch up with the current position. And Fiona, who instinctively do you prefer here?
Instinctively, I might take black just because I'm worried that the white king on c1 might be in some danger. I would love to take that king away. I don't know where, because on a1 I also wouldn't feel so comfortable staring at the enemy king, but I feel with the black bishop here is very strong. The bishop on f5 is doing such a great job cutting off the white king. The bishop on d6, meanwhile, is looking at a3. There are no sacrifices for now, but if it wasn't for the white queen on d2 defending the b2 square, bishop takes would be a big threat. So I actually like black here, but white also has attacking chances, of course.
Yeah, white has some attacking chances, but his last move, the reason rook takes e8 hasn't been played yet by black is because Rapport is away from the board, I think. But yeah, this last move signals that Mamedyarov is maybe just trying to get out of this game alive. Maybe after rook takes rook, his plan is to trade everything off, maybe take the bishops off the board and then offer another rook trade as well.
Do you think this one is going to peter out?
I do worry. Sometimes when you get, I mean, it's like I don't know how to explain this in maths terms, but when you get two pluses, they kind of cancel each other out, they neutralize each other. And here it's kind of fire meeting fire and actually both of them burning out very early on. Yeah, for example, we could see a rook trade and black now would cover the back rank either with king f8 or dropping the queen back. And this one looks very, very level indeed. And this one might end in a draw. I think Mamedyarov, if it's, as you mentioned, he would be more keen to take risks and go all in. But in a team event, you can never, ever lose with cardinal sin. So I think he will play a move like rook e1 in the near future, and equality beckons.
We'll see if we are correct with our prediction. For now, let's move to board 2, Vishy Anand against Bassem Amin. Okay,
the legend Vishy Anand did his opening gamble pay off. This is the position we're left with. Earlier we were discussing how black ever gets this bishop on b6 into the game. The answer was he didn't. He kind of traded off white's pieces first. I'm slightly surprised we didn't see Anand try to lock this bishop in as early as possible. Instead he gave black the time to put pressure on white's center, and this moment, knight to c5, does signal that Anand may be happy to play a risk-free position. There we see Rapport as well, back to the board on the right-hand side. He looks pretty relaxed. But after a trade of knights, not a queen exchange, because actually opposite color bishops wouldn't save black here. There are targets long-term on dark squares. I think actually black wants to keep at least one set of major pieces, queens or rooks, on the board. And f5 signaling some aggressive intentions. And now rook to d5, attacking this pawn. Fiona, it feels like Bassem Amin here has solved all his opening problems.
Yeah, I think this one very interesting opening, but can white try to hold on? Not, well, yeah, maybe for a bit.
You could maybe hold on for a bit, but it's hard to protect this pawn for too much longer. The other question is, do you kind of trade? Do you kind of take this c7 pawn for your c5 pawn? And opposite color bishop, this tendency makes me think that eventually this will fizzle out to equality. Of course, still lots of action left, but for now it feels like no issues at all objectively for black.
I would agree with you. I think the top two games in this match very much in the balance. For now, let's see if we have some action on board 3, Korobov against Deak.
Okay, I think we're guaranteed action, especially closer to the time control, because it's only move 15, and true to form, true to self here, Bogdan Daniel Deak has 27 minutes left. So he's going to make 25 moves. He's actually got to make this 15th move. He's going to make 26 moves even in 27 minutes. Not going to be easy. And against someone like Korobov, who can unleash tactics at the kind of click of his fingers, this is going to be an uphill struggle. I like what White's actually been doing. He's set up in a kind of Philidor position or Philidor formation, just with colors reversed. So this kind of pawn structure really flexible for White. You can see any of these pawn pushes happening. So it's not even the type of position where you can cruise. You can just play kind of healthy, improving moves. You have to calculate on every turn. What happens if White lashes out? I think Korobov might be a big favorite. We also see slightly on White's side here, the evaluation bar. We don't kind of read too much into that in middle games, but right now it does hint that White's doing quite well, and I don't really see how Black improves his pieces. The queen wants to come out at some point. Maybe queen to f6 would be one idea. You need to get the rook to the center, but the center is about to explode.
Yeah, I have to say, Korobov doing very well. He is not at the board right now. I love his position, and as you mentioned, only move 15 there. We saw him yesterday handle the time control well, I think. I had a brief exchange with Mr. Ivan Sokolov, the Super Chess captain, last night. I told him we were a little bit concerned about his well-being there. And even before I could get to the punchline, he said to me, yes, I lost a lot of life expectancy today. And yeah, I'm not sure if Ivan will be happy with what he's seeing here on board 3, but let's check in with the bottom 3 boards. So far this match looking good for Fienheim.
Yeah, but a bit of concern for Fienheim in this game because the current position, White is a pawn up and there's a hit on the black rook, simultaneous hit on the black bishop. So you have to contort yourself just to save material.
Let's go back and see how Jordan did this, because we thought the position was very solid for Black when we last checked in.
Yeah, we last checked in 8-9 moves ago after knight to e5. We thought White was about to win the pawn back, maybe with a bit of interest due to the strong bishop on g2. Black threw the knight forward to c6, saying, please take this one. But okay, Jordan controlled himself, took on c4 instead. And after a trade of knights, White does again have this fractured pawn structure that we've seen in a previous game in the Catalan. But I think just the pressure of this bishop forcing Black into action. I think maybe a bit of impatience here, e5, allowing rook to d5. I'm not sure whether this was missed here by Krivoruchko. Knight takes e5, now guaranteed next to double attack. And the pawn dropped at the very end.
And it's a big pawn.
It's a big pawn, especially if the white rook is getting to the 7th rank, as it did. b6, a counterattack, allowing this rook to fall. But okay, he's chasing the white rook around now, and after rook e7, he's going to play one of these two moves. For example, bishop back to d6, hitting this rook. The key question can kind of profit from this exchange. He's one pawn up. I don't know if he can grab another pawn somehow. I'm looking at moves like rook takes f7.
Very tempting.
Yeah, throwing the rook away because it's going to drop anyway. And if black recaptures, I'm not sure which way. Now you take the rook extra.
Almost on the verge of being just completely winning for Jordan.
Yeah, it looks devastating for black. I think he might have come to the realization, Krivoruchko. Firstly, he will know that things have gone wrong. We see him on the right of your picture there, head down, the third player from the right, from our camera. And yeah, he knows he's about to go a second pawn down, and disaster times.
Absolutely. Not looking good for Krivoruchko. Let's go to board 4. Dennis Wagner against Fedoseev.
Yeah, so this clash between the German prince and now Vladimir Fedoseev, I'll call him the Slovenian prince, now that he has changed federations. This one I'm less excited about. I think Dennis Wagner here is playing with the safety latch on. He's happily going to trade off all the rooks, and this symmetrical pawn structure should ensure that this game is balanced.
And maybe the last board, not gonna dwell here too long. Last game might be very important so far. Small advantage on board 3, big advantage on board 4. How are things looking?
Yeah, so if results go, our expectation might be level until we get to this board, and it's still this beautiful pawn chain for white. It's actually level material, but these two central pawns are counterbalanced by black pawns, and it's clear which ones are superior. It's just about development here, and white's king is able to castle in the next few moves. I'm wondering what white does now. It's also slightly tempting to utilize the fact your knight sits on f5 by going for a direct attack.
Do you feel it's a safe edge for white, or do you think black has some active counterplay here?
I think the next few moves will be critical because if white gets castled, if white gets kind of pieces to nice squares, I don't see any counterplay at all. Actually, the more I look at it, unless black has some spectacular sacrifice, like pushing a pawn to b4 and then just blowing open the center with some knight takes e4 kind of trick, then I think this is just going to be one-way traffic. It looks like a beautiful position for Shevchenko. I'm just looking at queen d2 now, actually, and getting excited about white's attacking potential. Knight's on f5, and this black king might not survive.
Yeah, and let's go back maybe to Jordan, just as we see a couple more moves coming in here. Is the game going down the path we expected?
Okay, the answer is no. He didn't attack this white rook after it landed on e7. Instead, he took on c3. I'll pretend I saw that one. And a counterattack against the white rook, of course. And after a trade of rooks in the corner, this is the current position. Let's try and figure out why the evaluation bar is so high in white's favor. Maybe we just take a pawn. Jordan as well, very tempting to put his bishop on d5 first, just to tie down black's rook.
But if we can take the pawn, why not just take it?
Yeah, see a pawn, take a pawn, makes sense.
Yeah.
I think I was slightly reluctant to allow black's bishop to get to e6, kind of staring at this pawn. At least now it's less clear where the white bishop goes, but actually your bishop first to attack black's pawns. This just looks like a matter of technique already.
Yeah, Jordan firmly in control. I think this match looking good for Super Chess. A big edge for Jordan Van Foreest and Kirill Shevchenko. So we'll see how it goes. For now, let's move down to board 3, Novi Bor against the Turkish Airlines Sports Club.
Yeah, and there has been one result here. We'll just quickly recap this one. There was a draw between Nils Grandelius and Vallejo Pons here. After queen to b1. Is this a draw?
I'm not
It
sure.
said draw a minute ago. Okay, no, this one isn't a draw. It's actually board 4.
Okay.
My eyes deceive me. It was not the game between those two. It was the game between Shaporinov and Howell. And your prediction, Fiona, came to light.
That this was going to be the first result of the day. Shall we very quickly just click through the moves and then we'll move to the remaining games of this match?
Yeah, our prediction was pretty much spot on here. We saw all of those tricks, all of those simplification tactics earlier. Black did indeed play f takes e6 as we expected, attacking this square twice. White gave a check. The black king slid to the corner and actually queen back to e1, so keeping some pieces on the board, but black's knight is not trapped. Luckily, one escape square, and it is sufficient. Now, in attacking against white's knight, we saw a queen trade. Black defends the pawn, and yeah, when I was walking in the tournament hall, I saw the clock times, I saw the body language. It was clear black was still in preparation. It's moved 28.
Unbelievable.
Incredible stuff. In the World Cup, actually, when as white prepared one game, I believe, to move 30, 35, just clearly works hard on his openings, and we saw things fizzle out. Black sets up a blockade, and the players here on move 31, after the deadline, you're only allowed to offer a draw after move 30. The players did agree to peace here.
Okay, so let's move back to board 1 in this match. The German clash between Vincent Keimer and Alexander Donchenko.
Ooh, shaping up nicely still. We saw black queen on e5 earlier. Black has gained the bishop pair.
Also, I mean, in terms of the first thing I'm seeing is the time, because Donchenko was actually the one who had burnt a lot of time in the opening. And suddenly Vincent is down to half an hour. I don't know if I can see where the time was burned, but the time situation at least has shifted dramatically.
Yeah, and I think Donchenko has several reasons to be happy. Black has controlled the center. This bishop on d5 might look a bit odd, but you cannot retreat it. I just want to point out one tactic here. Knight takes e4 would win a pawn due to the fact that the black queen will be eliminated, for example, after a knight trade. Here we would see white at the very end pocket the piece, regain the piece, and go up on material. But the bishop on d5 actually maybe just wants to stay there forever. I'm not sure how black improves the position. This is the one downside. Or maybe you can bring one of the rooks to the center, spoil for choice here. The question of which rook is often a real dilemma. But let's say black just moves a rook. What does white even do next?
Far from obvious.
It wouldn't be too ambitious to take this bishop because black could just replace it with a pawn. At the very maximum, white gets a maybe slightly worse endgame where black's pawns look pretty strong.
let's go back to the live position again. So not so tempting to take that bishop. Can we ever get the pawns moving and start this minority attack?
Yeah, maybe this is the idea. I'm not sure which pawn moves forward first. Pawn to b5 looks very tempting. Maybe this is what Vincent's banking his chances on. Also, instead of pawn to b5, maybe pawn to a4, just kind of push them both forward and just sit and wait. It's just really, really tense. It's as if both sides are just waiting for the capture on d5 to happen. Black saying, please take me, go into this endgame. And White saying, I will not take you yet, but I will at some point maybe. And
yeah, I think Alexander will be very happy with the development in this game. Let's move on to board 2, the one we mistakenly thought was a draw. It's still going on, but will it be going on for much longer?
Yeah, I think I jumped the gun here. I got a bit overexcited, but I think a draw is imminent. Queens have just come off. White in this position, sensing that actually things are turning. Black, with clear plans to put pressure on the center, decided, okay, time to force the queen trade. And here, no matter which way White takes, I think Black's plan, the intention is to push with b5. The one thing you don't want to do is play too slowly. If you just go passive and defend this pawn, then it might be fixed as a weakness. A backward pawn, White will soon double up rooks. So yeah, b5, and everything is just disappearing.
Not too much to report on here.
Yeah, we'll see at some point all of the queenside pawns get traded off. These three will disappear. These three will also disappear, and a draw any moment now.
Yeah, I think our prediction is this is the last we'll see of these two players on the camera there in the background. Let's move on to board 3, Navarra against Bluebaum.
Okay, and very simplified position. This was the other Petrov that we talked about with queens coming off on move 7. And yeah, again, in the playing hall earlier, Bluebaum was just sitting back, kind of looked really bored. I was like, okay, well done, you've secured the draw. But actually, the more I look at it now, the more I think Black might be under some pressure.
Yeah, h4 is a nice shot by David Navarra. The pawn is undefended, but of course, if Black were to take, White has a number of ways. If Navarra wants, he can regain it immediately with rook h4. And I think Black doesn't really want to find himself with those two isolated pawns. So if we go back to the live position, I guess he should, can Black just play h6?
Yeah, I think he would like to play h6. And now the most ambitious move, I'm not sure whether it's wrong, would be knight back to g3. Because the f5 square looks really nice and juicy. And again, if Black is too slow, if Black just kind of wastes time, then White would love to fix this structure and put a knight on f5. And I think this is why he's refraining at the moment from h6. He might play it anyway because there's nothing else. But this pawn on h6 is a long-term target, tying down the Black rook forever. This looks really ugly, Fiona.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with your assessment. In the early stages, it looked very solid for Black. And it might still be fine, but some work to be done here for Bluebaum. And Navarra, we saw him yesterday, press this game for so long. It ended up being a draw in the end, but I feel today he has better chances in the position we see on the board. We'll be seeing plenty more of this game, I'm sure, but for now we're going to move on to board 5, Steil-Antoni against Jaime. How do you pronounce it? Jaime?
Jaime, I think.
Jaime Santos La Taza.
Yeah, don't trust me. I mean, I did like 3
very
weeks of...
first and very last time I'll ever ask an Englishman for pronunciation help.
Yeah, we do struggle with the foreign languages, us English. I did take 3 weeks of Spanish classes.
Wow.
But I was about 14 years old, so it was a while ago. Anyway, Santos La Taza, as Black here, has traded off all the pieces, and I think he's got enough to draw here. I just think that White here would be taking a lot of risks if you continue, if you dodge this rook exchange, if you part with the open e-file, maybe Black's rook will start to come in later. I mean, one thing that I would try here with White potentially is to take the rooks off, actually trade this knight while you have an opportunity, just to give your opponent an isolated pawn as well. And it's probably just a draw because of reduced material, but at least you can hope with some dark squared kind of entry points for the White knight that you might later get a good knight versus bad bishop scenario. Yeah, it doesn't look like much, but at least this would be risk-free. And David Anton, he is 50 minutes behind on the clock, so I think it might be time to go for something safe, go for this endgame.
Yeah, draw the most likely result here. And finally, let's see what's happening on the bottom board. This interesting Scotch we saw earlier between Edis Gurel and Mateusz Bartel.
Yeah, and this game has changed somewhat. We do see black has a slightly damaged pawn structure, doubled c-pawns. White has the pawn majority, but white's king on c1 could be a target if black starts throwing all the pawns down the board on that flank. b5, b4. I don't know here, Fiona, who do you prefer?
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure yet who I prefer, but what I think is that this match is going to be incredibly, that this game is going to be incredibly important for this match. I think a lot of the games are incredibly equal. I think this one and Navarra probably likely to be decisive one way or another. Now, as for the position, if I'm white, I am a little bit worried about this pawn storm on the queen side, which is coming fast. As you mentioned, there is also a threat of the skewer with bishop c4. Is the rook, can the rook swing over now? Maybe rook g3?
That would make sense of his last move, the youngster. I do have a lot of experience actually playing against him online. I've played many blitz games against him, and he's very aggressive. I think he's won some spectacular games through that aggression. He wants to switch his rook, maybe why the black king is delaying committing to the king side, and rook to g3. The only question is whether you're kind of walking down a blind alley here. Maybe the rook doesn't necessarily want to be on the square. Even if black just moves a pawn, knight h5 might really start embarrassing your rook a bit later on. So, yeah, it feels very committal. The other way would be to step back, but then that begs the question, why did you take with the rook on d3 last move? And it does give black an extra tempo to initiate that avalanche of pawns.
Yeah, I think this next move is actually very important for Gurel. What would you do?
Okay, he's played rook d2, so
saving you.
Saving me from that decision. I think he made a good pragmatic choice there, just retreating the rook. It feels like the rook will contribute more on the d file later than it might have done on the king side, where we said it might actually end up being a bit silly. Next, white would love to just play queen e3, bishop e2, bring the other rook to d1 and centralize, and long term I think is where white's chances lie with the superior pawn structure.
David, there is one match we haven't looked at yet. I feel a bit bad because we have been neglecting the third seeds of the tournament. So I think let's check in with the French team of Agnières. They are taking on Typhoon Ljubljana. And on top board, we have the newly 2700 rated player Nihal Sarin battling against the mighty MVL Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, and this is the position we see in front of us. Similar theme to a lot that we've seen so far today, with queens coming off early, almost symmetrical pawn structure. You can tell that players are getting nervous, unwilling to take too many risks, just trying to grind out these small advantages. And here, Nihal Sarin, I like what he's been doing. He's got the bishop pair. This is the main trump for white. Rook on the 7th rank as well. Doesn't hurt too much. The rook can go behind, go pawn hunting. It feels like it should be defensible for Vachier-Lagrave. I'm expecting him at some point to just park a bishop on b4, maybe even now, and just to ensure that this pawn is protected forever. I think the one downside for black is you're going to be passive for a long, long time. I don't see how you really evict this rook from the 7th rank. I don't see how you really get active with black. Your rook. Maybe it's just a fortress type of position though. Yeah,
not the kind of position that MVL likes playing, but I think he is solid. I think, again, a draw, the most likely result here. So let's go to board 2, Martirosyan against Volokitin.
Okay, and another endgame, this time not symmetrical. Black has this weakness on c5, and I think Haik Martirosyan, another player who you mentioned is around 2700, has broken through that barrier this tournament, Fiona. I think he's going to be enjoying life. He's also playing against Volokitin, who's got a very predictable opening repertoire and who is a very attacking player, who loves the initiative, who likes calculation. Here, there's not much calculation to be done. He's very passive for black.
You're talking about Haik Martirosyan. He's actually on 3 out of 3 in this tournament, beating Harry Grieve in the first round, then Alvaro Alonso Rosell, and yesterday Mustafa Ilmaz. So he's been gaining almost 10 points here. He's now up to 2,705 on the live rating list.
Yeah, and he's super strong. I think he got a medal at the World Blitz Championship, if I'm not mistaken. He might have got the bronze medal there.
Yes.
So very fast, very instinctive, very dangerous player. And here I think he's just got a dream. Volokitin, as I mentioned, just prefers positions where it's so direct, so concrete. And here, white's going to put a knight on the c4 square at the very minimum. You could even go kind of really ambitious right now for black's a-pawn. And I think the reason white's endgame chances are so high is because even if all the rooks come off, white's king is clearly ahead in the race to the center. This pawn looks ripe for the picking.
Another reason to like white, of course, is the nice time edge. Volokitin down to only 18 minutes. And although we are in the endgame, it's only move 20. So I think Martirosyan has got to be a favorite here. But can he grind out the win? We'll have to wait and see. On board 3, another very exciting player on the NER team, Jules Moussa, playing on the black side against Viktor Erdos.
Exciting player, and I think he'll be excited by his position here. It looks like great chances for black. This game was a bit of a offbeat Sicilian defense. And I'm just looking at white's knight. It looks trapped. It can never come forward. It's controlled, dominated by this pawn. Right now, the other knight might just get caught on the edge of the board as well. There's a hit on the white rook, and if you just save yourself, if you step forward, I wouldn't be surprised if black just plays a move like d5. Maybe there are other more ambitious moves just to take away this square from the white knight. And how are you getting this knight back into the game? How are you getting this knight back into the game? You're going to have to contort yourself back. And
this looks really horrible.
It looks just disgusting. I'll go that far and say it right now. White's knights are just horrible pieces. It's level material, but I think it's level material. It's a bit of a weird pawn structure, but white's B and C pawns are just not moving anytime soon. It's more about the central control for black's pawns. Watch out as well for an attack later against the white king.
So Anya pressing on boards 2 and 3. On board 4, let's check in with Grigory Oparin against Ivan Šarić.
Okay, and quick count shows level material in this one.
But a lot of pawns hang out. Well, there's a pawn on d5 that's attacked twice, only defended once, but if you take it twice, then a3 would be hanging. So I was going to say, I don't think you want to go for that, but maybe there's just a draw. Maybe,
but you have to be really careful. I think this is a big judgment call because black's king will be relatively safe from checks on g7.
That's why I thought the bar would drop. I thought black with that a-pawn just 3 squares away. If I were white, I wouldn't take twice on d5.
Yeah, I think I would be too tempted to look for options as well. That black pawn's so close to touchdown, and okay, you are correct. I think instinctively, no human will go for that because you can't calculate deeply like an engine can, seeing that that would actually be holdable. Instead, going for this pawn, which is far more natural. And at least it forces black to go on the back foot for a moment.
Yeah, can I not do something? Can I not play queen h6? I was trying to be defending my pawn, but also attacking.
Nice. Yeah, that's really opportunistic as well. It looked like the queen wanted to go the other way, but suddenly you're probably picking up a pawn. I wonder what happens if queen to c7 attacking your rook, just defending f4 at the same time. Will we see a dance between the queens? Queen back to f8 to defend her rook, attacking this pawn, white retreats.
I think there's a good chance, actually, this game might end in a draw quite soon.
Yeah, it definitely feels like both kings are just too open to ever be able to win this. Somehow a perpetual check seems like the most likely outcome.
Okay, let's move on to board 5, Ante Brkic against Sergei Movsesyan.
Okay, and this position, again, just quick count, level pawns. White has the space advantage. It was a Caro-Kann defense, although it looks like a French defense pawn structure.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like too many Caro-Kanns I've seen.
Yeah, and this pawn structure just looks favorable for white. It looks so easy to mobilize your assets on the king side. For black as well, I guess counterplay will lie in c5. This was just the last move from Movsesyan, b6, getting ready to challenge white's center, but maybe you don't need to react.
I think Typhoon really need Ante Brkic to do something here to try and press this position with the white pieces, because what we've seen so far, 2 positions quite even, but advantage for Anya on boards 2 and 3. Can you start pushing the pawns immediately?
Yeah, I think 2 main plans. One, you play with pieces. You kind of go with a bishop to g4, attack this pawn, maybe a knight to f4, really try to break through on the e6 pawn, or as you mentioned, Fiona, just go with pawns. I think it's a stylistic thing here. I think both look very tempting. Pawn to c5 will be black's idea, and now the only question is whether you continue just insisting, with your pawns g4, f5.
And the bucket, she'll have to speed up a little bit, under 20 minutes now. So we'll come back here, but I expect this game to be quite important for this match. And finally on the bottom board, with the white pieces, former French champion Mathieu Cornet against Robert Marcos.
Yeah, and this game has just ended recently. This game was a draw, and it was a draw by repetition. This is only move 19.
What a weird position to repeat moves in.
What a weird position in general, Fiona. This position, we saw the last original move was, okay, all the way back here, rook e1, attacked the black queen. The black queen slid over, attacking h3 this time. White defended that. Black pinned the white knight. The white queen jumped out the pin. Black said, I'll keep attacking you. And the dance continued, and a draw.
Okay, so I think all in all, the third season, yeah, a favorite at this moment in the match, but of course it's still early. In an hour and 20, we'll know more. That's when the time control is reached. Let's quickly check in with the women's, well, not quickly, let's check in with the women's section, where I remember there's only two teams on a perfect score. They are facing off against one another. We'll jump in there now. Garuda against Typhoon. So from one Typhoon team to the other.
Yeah, and they'll be hoping to whip up a Typhoon on the board and to blow their opponents away right now. Okay, we have a very level looking endgame, roughly balanced at least on the top board. Let's just trace our steps back. Our good friend Jonathan, our guest earlier, did mention that he'd actually had experience in this opening. In this position, we left it here with white playing the move rook to d2. I didn't mention earlier, I neglected to mention, this is a silent draw off a rook to c7 from black, hoping that white steps back, attacking the rook, and we could actually have seen a repetition as the rook gets chased. Instead, however, having the burden of the white pieces, or having the blessing of the white pieces maybe, Katanishvili decided to try and win, rook to d2, keeping the game alive. Black dropped back with her bishop, and okay, after a few exchanges on the d6 square, black forces the rooks off the board, a really clever tactic. You cannot take this knight due to a back rank check, forcing the white bishop to block, and now the rook is undefended. This would have won the exchange for black. So rook's off the board as well, and bishop to a3. Fiona, it's a matter of taste here. Do you take the white bishops, but slightly worse pawn structure, or do you take black, solid, but targets? Take the knights?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take the bishops.
I know you would.
Is that why you said it?
No shock there. But I think they do balance each other out somewhat. I'd be surprised if this game doesn't end in a draw. Probably black a bit of work to do, but a draw, a big favorite in terms of results.
It feels that way.
Let's move on to board 2. Monika Sochko, no, sorry, wrong match. Natalia Buxa against Tan Chang Huang.
Yeah, and whoa, where's the bar? It's disappeared in this game, and that is because it looks like white has a mating attack. She sacrificed a whole piece, Natalia Buxa, and I think she's going to get the point. This is an incredible position where queen takes c7 is just unstoppable.
Yeah, and we see there, we see Huang on the left-hand side of the camera. She is thinking, but how do you, I mean, you can't defend the pawn. Mm-hmm.
She looks so calm on the camera here, Huang, but yeah,
okay, so how do you
defend.
mate me if I go c6?
Okay, c6. I was hoping you would make me prove it. Okay, I'll give you a check.
Mm-hmm, okay.
Drive your king.
Yeah.
You cannot go to a8 because of a checkmate, so king to a6 instead. Now I'll just take this pawn maybe. The problem is black's queen cannot deliver checks. d4 is protected by white's knight. Next.
And now you're threatening both.
Yeah, one of these checks with the knight. This one looks over. Black's king just caught out on the corner.
Let's see, actually. Maybe let's rewind a few moves because this looks like a really nice finish. How did she set up the attack?
Yeah, so it looked like a normal type of position here. Black's king was checked, moved to b7. How did she break through? g5. Okay, I wonder whether maybe f5 might have been a more tenacious defense, but after a trade on g5, black's queen tried to get active. So active defense normally recommended here, so I totally understand what she was going for, Huang, but maybe just missing that white's king has a nice safe haven on b2. No way to get it once it lands there. She gave a check, she tried to hit the white bishop, and this is where, wow, beautiful tactic, just ignoring the threat. Instead she defends against the attack on the d4 pawn by taking it with her knight, and now guaranteeing queen takes c7 next move.
Yeah, and I'm with you. This looks like game over. I think the underdogs in this match, Tayfun about to take the lead here. Let's check in with board 3, Salimova against Unuk.
Yeah, and the players, of course, the teammates will be aware of what's happening. They'll
And
realize...
where is the bar here? Oh, no, it's not all the way. It looked like all the way at first.
I had to scroll down, sorry.
From where I'm sitting. But still, a big advantage for black. Quick material count.
It's level material, but black's ahead in development. If white gets one more move to castle, I think this will just be equal, so the moment to strike is now. Okay, how to get there, how to get at the white king.
I'm very tempted to just play queen g5,
yeah.
but then maybe, okay, let's see.
There's so many queen jumps. You can go to a5, g5, h4. Let's start with your move, Fiona, attacking this pawn. Looks very natural, hoping for castling kingside, of course, and then, I mean, you can land a blow.
I would take on e3.
Yeah, you can land a blow in any way with your knight there, crashing through on the g2 square. I guess I have to defend with my bishop. This is really scary. I guess I have to defend this pawn.
But maybe it's scary, but maybe okay.
Maybe it's okay. I wonder where the move is. I'm just trying to use the whole board here. I'm wondering whether, at first I was thinking queen a5 pinning and hoping that you castle, because then I might have a hit, a kind of skewer here, but
queen a3.
Yeah, I don't see the knockout blow after queen to a3, pinning suddenly this black bishop. The bar still says quite good for black, not winning.
Let's go back again.
Let's go back again. Queen h4 has a similar idea, trying to threaten bishop to a4, protecting it from afar, but this time white's just going to play knight to f3, attacking the black queen.
Let's just ask.
Let's ask
the engine real quick. I'm very curious.
All-seeing oracle. Okay, wow. It is the idea of bishop to a4, but I think out of all of the... Wow, she plays it. We saw her reach out before I could get there, not bringing out the queen to active squares. Instead, queen d7, threatening bishop a4. Big move, potentially a dagger in white's position. That's incredible. She gets up as well. That's a real boss move. You play a silent threat, a quiet move like bishop, like queen to d7, threatening bishop a4, and that was clearly unexpected.
Yeah, Salimova will have to move either the queen or the rook now.
Yeah, you've got to budge one of them out the way. Her last move was just rook to d1, so not good news if she wants to move her rook away. If she moves her queen, let's try and figure out what to do next. Is it just a tickle on the white rook, or is it, I was going to say the other option, maybe bishop to b5, just preventing castling? And
if the king gets stuck in the center, white is in very big trouble here.
Yeah.
What a move by Laura Onuk to play queen d7 and understand out of all the tempting queen moves, the slowest of them all is actually the strongest. So Tayfun in great shape on board 3 as well, and finally on board 4, Zala Ur against Theodora Injak.
Okay, and this position looks like it's shaping up to be a bit wild as well. Roughly balanced pawn structure, level material, but black is really trying to get at this white king. This is definitely a case of kind of having the space, having the center, actually being being negative for white. It means you have a lot of pawns, a lot of squares to hold, and I'm just looking at this diagonal, Fiona. It looks really scary long term.
Absolutely. I think this match, Tayfun, a big favorite thanks to their crushing position on board 2, but we'll come back to this one in a short while. For now, let's quickly check in with the local team, Teuta, who are facing Center Aseko. And after that, we'll go on a break before what is my favorite part of the broadcast, the hour before the time control.
Yeah, that's where things really come to life. We start seeing some big results, big shocks, and our beloved time trouble, at least my favorite adrenaline-filled part of the day. And wow, is that Stuart Conquest we see in the background?
It is Stuart Conquest. I did see actually this morning Agnieszka posted she was on the way.
Oh, wow.
And I'm not sure what Stuart is doing there, but he seems in great spirits.
Great spirits. And there we see a handshake on the left there, Stuart Conquest greeting one of the... Was that Boris Gelfand?
I think so.
Wow, one of the most popular grandmasters on the scene, Stuart Conquest. And actually he will be the captain of England at the upcoming European Team Championship. He'll be captain of the women's team. So definitely taking some interest here, maybe scouting out some talent.
I think he's actually, I was in the playing hall, I think he might be looking at Jovanka's game. This is more or less where she is sitting, even if we can't see her right now. So great to see Stu. We're going on a break soon, so we'll have to go and find him in the playing hall. For now, let's check in with Stavroula Solakidou against Antonetta Stefanova.
Wow, and big moment we've just jumped in on. I was going to say, if we backtrack one move here, White has fantastic compensation for the pawn she sacrificed earlier. We said it was a battle of White's kind of center, White's pieces and activity versus Black's extra material. This pawn looks like it's about to drop. It cannot be defended by pawn to b5 because the knight on c6 would then be loose. So I thought Black in big trouble. Especially noting that Black's king is so open, but Antonetta Stefanova never one to play passively and accept her fate. She plays knight takes d4, a sacrifice, giving up the knight. If this knight is captured, she intends to play queen takes pawn. This is a double attack, hoping maybe for a queen trade. The question is what happens now? Does Black simply trade the queens off the board and then play a move like pawn to b5? It's a battle of knight versus 3 pawns right now. Evaluation bar says winning for White, but far less clear for a human. Or does she maybe move the queen back, try to save the queen? I'm not sure how you do this and try to kind of skewer the White king. Maybe the fact that the Black king is actually so open will backfire.
The knight will maybe land on e4, from where it will both keep an eye on c5, but also inch a bit closer to the enemy king. I think Stavroula in great shape. She's already taken down one former women's world champion in this tournament, and she is certainly doing very well against another. Yeah,
she's beaten Maria Muzichuk. Maybe the next victim will be Stefanova. Pawn takes knight.
10 minutes for Stefanova, by the way.
Oof, it's not looking good for Black right now. Pawn takes knight looks like it's simple and strong. So
absolutely. Let's see if her teammates are doing better. We liked Monika Sochko's position earlier on against Narva Mai. And what's going on now?
Yeah, we liked the position. It was kind of in the balance, but suddenly opposite side castling. Neither side has been able to whip up an attack. Black has slightly damaged pawns, but at the moment they control the center really nicely. Evaluation bar says roughly level, Fiona. How about you intuitively? What do you think?
It's a very double-edged position, right? Because maybe I feel maybe White's king might be in a little bit more danger because of that semi-open g-file.
Yeah, semi-open g-file. Also some back rank tricks if a Black rook ever lands. White's king feels vulnerable. Maybe easy as well later to mobilize the Black pawns, at least compared relatively to White's pawns ever stepping forward. I think I would take Black. It just looks easier to play, if anything. But of course, nothing too drastic to write home about here.
Yeah, very double-edged. We'll come back here later on. For now, let's check in with Victoria Radeva and Karina Zivka on board 3.
Okay, and this was the position, just to remind ourselves earlier, with this kind of setup with the 2 Black knights with pawns pushing forward, and lo and behold, that did happen. Black actually pushed all of the pawns forward, first breaking in the center, and then also the king side. It's hard to imagine any more ambitious play than this one. Black's bishop now came out to pin the White knight. Knight f5. The king moved, allowing the dark square bishop to disappear, and center has exploded. Wow, rook to h8. I've never seen a more mysterious move than that one.
My apologies.
Bless you,
Thank
Fiona.
you.
Rook h8, wow, incredible move. And I think this has gone wrong for Black. It feels like a pawn down, weird kind of pawn structure over here, vulnerable potentially. White's rook doing a good job. It's just this pin, one big issue for Radeva. And if Black gets time to kind of activate this rook, maybe even play a move like knight to h4 later, utilizing this pin, then chances of a comeback.
Yeah, another very double-edged game in this match. It looks like right now, I would say, the Macedonian team, Sandra Aseko, with the advantage. Let's see how Claire Chaku on board 4 is getting on against Marina Gaishin.
Wow, and for local fans, for the Albanian team here, they must be thrilled with the outcome of the opening here. Claire has a big positional, big strategic advantage.
Let's remind everyone, she's a 528-point rating underdog in this matchup.
Wow, over 500 points lower than her opponent.
Unbelievable.
But, yeah, she's been doing everything right so far, and we see her looking very confident on the camera. Body language-wise, she looks by far the happier player on the left there. And let's just quickly backtrack, because we've only actually had 3 or 4 moves since we left this. Actually, we saw white eventually belatedly push f4, and I think big mistake not to trade off this pawn, allowing it to step forward. Said it forever, and here black's pawn structure is simply wrecked. It's ruined. Isolated pawn on h6, backward pawn on f6, big targets, and white's knight is coming to a nice outpost. White's rooks will double up. I think maybe it would be pragmatic to drop the rook back and try to land a knight on f5, maybe the other knight on g4. Still a long way to go, of course, but at the moment, advantage for Claire.
Absolutely, and I think that is going to conclude our look at the women's section for now. We're going to go on a short break. In an hour and a bit, the time trouble looms. You don't want to miss it, so stay with us and we'll see you very soon.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of round 4 of this European Club Cup. And David, we're only 50 minutes away now from the time control. That means the times are ticking down, dramatic decisions are being taken, and we're going to jump back with Magnus Carlsen. There's been quite a few developments in this game.
There have been a few developments, and very unlike Magnus, he's missed a huge opportunity already in this game. He's currently a pawn up. We see White's position here. White has 3 versus 2 on the queen side, so small material plus, but Black has fantastic compensation. Black's pushing pawns on this flank now, a minority attack. Black's knight in the center is the best piece by a mile. And I just want to take everyone back a few moves, Fiona, because we left it here with White offering a trade of bishops. Actually, as predicted, Black left this tension. We were thinking maybe pawn to h6 just to force the issue, but after pawn to b5 instead, Magnus won a pawn. He traded, he gave a check, and after bringing his rook up the board, being forced back now, I think this pawn is guaranteed to be lost, and it was in this position, very naturally, he took a pawn. I think anyone would be tempted to take free material here, but he actually had objectively a winning move. He could have played pawn to f4, kicking the black knight away, kicking the black knight out, and no matter where it lands, for example, if it goes back, he could not go for the endgame. He could swing his rook across, pick up this pawn with his rook instead, and infiltrate with a decisive advantage.
As you mentioned, very uncharacteristic for Magnus to miss such an opportunity. He went for what, as you said, the most natural move, just picking the pawn up immediately, but it looks like Black here found a way to
keep this knight on a nice square, first of all, and later to start creating counterplay. Feels like it's turning now with b4 on the horizon. Magnus's pieces are not great right now, especially this white knight. And if the knight moves, then this pawn might well just drop.
Speaking of uncharacteristic, it's also quite rare to see Magnus having roughly the same time as his opponent, both of them under 20 minutes, and we're only on move 23. Do you think Magnus might even be in some danger here?
I think if he if he's a bit careless in these next few moves, if he plays too passively, or if he gets a bit nervous and reacts too violently to what Black is trying to do, then we could see Serrana start to take control. We see Serrana very relaxed on the camera. Maybe he realizes he's dodged a bit of a bullet here. And okay, Magnus has just traded a set of pawns off.
And we just saw a handshake, or am I dreaming?
Don't think so. I think we just saw a capture of a couple of pawns, unless my eyes deceive me.
No, okay, I was just hallucinating, don't mind me.
We did see a handshake, however, you're right, Fiona, in this match, but just during the break a few minutes ago, we see Arian Tari in the background, Norway's number 2. He did draw his game with White, so not a great result in the grand scheme of things for Offerspiel, putting more pressure on Magnus Carlsen to win his game.
Yeah, so let's catch up with the moves here. We see one pair of rooks come off the board, and Magnus now thinking how to continue. Magnus still up a pawn, but Black is incredibly active.
Yeah, Black suddenly has some counterplay on the king side as well. And I was going to say, Magnus has to be really careful. b4 was a huge threat himself for Black there, for Serrana. And b4, he was able to play it. Magnus is the first to get there, locking down even the queen side.
Yeah, so b4, how should Black react? Is that a pawn you want to take? Do you want to keep things locked? So do you play a4 or take?
Usually I would want to play a4 here as Black, but I'm not sure whether you have the time. The thing is, this pawn is a target on a3, you've locked it down, but the white bishop will always cover the square. That being said, White's bishop is a pretty poor piece. Yeah. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I think you might be right, Fiona. This bishop on a2, just so poorly placed that this might be worth it. How's it ever getting back into the game? You can't teleport it, unfortunately, around to e2. This looks like a really nice position for Black. Yes, you're pawn down, but this white c-pawn is irrelevant.
Maybe both options are fine. Let's see what happens if Black instead captures on b4.
Yeah, I think taking on b4 is maybe slightly more double-edged because you need something now, and maybe there is something. I'm wondering, for example, what happens if Black just attacks this pawn, and White defends it, Black does a check, Black goes back to attack it again. White doesn't really want to repeat moves. White doesn't want to push the pawn forward because Black's knight could come with some counterplay. At the very least, Black could completely immobilize these pawns forever. Feels like Magnus, yeah, not necessarily in trouble, but not a pleasant position for white.
No, I mean, Magnus is of course known for working his magic in the driest of positions. The problem is this position isn't that dry. Black has a lot of active play, and I think we might even see maybe a repetition like the one we just showed with the rook going back and forth between h1 and h2, and we didn't find anything better for black than just to also swing back and forth with the king. Okay, we'll keep a close eye, of course, on this one. Let's check in with board 2, Jakusz Pesec against Raundi Sadwani.
Wow, Fiona, this one has completely changed. This has come to life.
The rook on h5.
I mean, the rook on h5, which we said was a dead piece of wood, it's suddenly playing a major role, and not just that, but its fellow rook on b7.
Okay, we have to rewind here. What magic did Jakusz work here?
Yeah, I think he got a helping hand, Pesec. He worked his magic, but it was actually Sadwani who took action. Black here, we thought, didn't need to necessarily rush. You can maybe just step back with the black queen, push the f-pawn forward. Mouse slip. There are ways to target this rook with the black bishop, but instead he did open the queenside, accelerating the speed of play, and it was around here he made a mistake. I'm wondering whether he needed to trade off this knight, which he did, because black's knight was so strong, so mighty, and now the white rook gets active, white's knight comes in as well, and as we see in the game, g4, beautiful blow here from Jakusz Pesec, utilizing the fact that white bishop will now come in decisively. Black king just instantly against this. And definitely here after g4, black's was also block, white's again pin. And now it's hitting this pawn. Now actually c6. Just to mention things fixed if possible, but then white rook had major knight finally ended his journey. just to show the finale.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, this would have been a win for white, but okay, easy to miss this one. Instead, rook to a7, threatening rook a8, and it still feels like a difficult position for black to handle.
For sure. I mean, I would still take white any day here. I mean, well, how do you stop rook e8 or rook a8? Don't tell me you can just allow it.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I guess in some circumstances you can block the back rank, but I don't know. Let's just see how powerful the threat of rook a8 really is. Let's say we see a trade of rooks, and then rook to a8. Let's say black moves the queen. Is there a way to crash through on the back rank? Maybe just bishop c6?
Yeah, so it looks like black might have to block with bishop b8 after rook a8.
Bishop back to b8, and it's lucky now that this a-pawn survives. We talked about this pawn earlier. It does control the b2 square, so white not yet able to put pressure on this bishop yet. And black does have some counterplay. Queen to h4 in the air in some positions. Yeah, this is crazy. Again, computer prefers white, but anything can happen.
Can I play bishop c6?
Okay. Hoping that I take you.
Yeah, and also maybe to free up the g2 square for the queen in some situations.
Looks very natural.
Computer doesn't like it.
Computer doesn't like anything. Let's ignore that. Right now, I guess there's no immediate threat, so black does have a move to react. I wonder how? I don't see it.
I was relying on the fact that you couldn't really do much.
It does look tough for black to move. The black king, I want to vacate the back rank just because there's so many targets here. But the king, as you mentioned, Fiona, would just be walking into more checks and forced back. This would just lose time for black.
Is f6 a move?
Oh, sorry. Misclick. Let's go all the way back to your bishop c6 move. f6.
No.
Yeah, I'm wondering maybe there's some tactics for Fiona, just a check. And if you go to the wrong square, just to freestyle, I'm going to play rook takes bishop.
Very nice.
And a nasty check. Of course, there are options in this variation, but every line we're looking at kind of spells the danger for black.
Yeah, I think white's still a huge favorite, but only 8 minutes on the clock for Jakusz Pajczak. Only 5 moves to go, but in that position, every move can be critical one way or another. We'll come back to this one. Let's go to board, not board 3, where we saw a draw between Aryan Tari and Tamas Banush, but to board 4, Shaba Balok against Pranav.
Yeah, and this one, white has sacrificed a pawn. We saw the opening earlier. We thought, okay, black could solve the opening problems. But here, very ambitious play by white. Beautiful bishop in the center on d5. Nice pressure on d6 as well. It looks easy to play in terms of white's plans, maybe e5 at the right moment. But then again, a pawn is a pawn. So instinctively, what moves come to mind, Fiona?
I was just looking at Pranav's time situation and at the move number. I mean, we're only on move 24, still has 17 moves to make. It's not easy. There is no intuitive move in this position. I would like to get the bishop from c8 activated.
Yeah, I guess the only issue is that this white queen stares down at a6. I'm not sure whether you can just give away the pawn. For example, bishop e6, white might just take this pawn and say, okay, it's level material now, but black's knight a really bad piece.
Can we go back to the live position as c4 ever a move just to break that connection?
Definitely. I think this might be maybe the most logical move. Queen to c3, at least you can always hit this queen a bit later. Let's say I step back, to the square like this one.
And now the bishop can maybe come out.
Bishop e6. I think this is the most human way of approaching this position. Otherwise, white's pressure might build. It is Pranav as black, but only 3 minutes on the clock. We talked about time trouble rearing its ugly head, and that is imminent now. For example, there are blunders you could make if black moves his bishop, bishop f6. Already tactics galore. Bishop takes d6 would be a nice trick. And luring the black queen forward to a vulnerable square, you can jump out the way, bishop takes f7 check, and the queen falls. So, yeah, I think Pranav should go for something like this. As long as he gets his bishop out, he should be relatively safe.
And he should do it fast. We'll move on from this one now, but I think anything can still happen. In this game, let's go to board 5, Erik Hansen against Velimir Ivic. We thought it should be in the balance. It still is, but Erik also down to just 3 minutes.
Yeah, and he was visibly nervous during the break when we took a wander around the tournament hall. Eric was already kind of rocking back and forth in his chair. I think just the pressure of playing your first game when you're not quite match fit, getting to him, and with the white pieces as well, playing alongside the world number one, a lot of pressure.
His last move, d5, maybe indicating that he is happy to just liquidate everything?
It does feel that way. Maybe still hoping to keep some pressure in an endgame as well. For example, if there is a capture of pawns, say the queens come off too, then white will be attacking the black knight. If the knight moves, some tickle on the a7 pawn. It shouldn't be enough. Black can maybe just defend this, but you do kind of have some hopes maybe of an advantage, at least a risk-free position for Eric, which is what he's hoping for right now.
Yeah, exactly what he wants to get. We saw one move, actually Ivic deciding to keep those pawns alive and moving past with c5. Creating some imbalance as well. Suddenly the d-pawn only 3 moves away. That's very well blocked by the knight, of course, but do you think this is an ambitious approach by Ivic? Yeah. Maybe trying to also utilize the fact that Eric is low on the clock?
Yeah, I think you're 100% right there. Maybe as well the match situation, he knows it's really hanging in the balance, and if, for example, he'd played the safest move, objectively, maybe the best move, pawn takes pawn, then there's no chance of ever winning this game for Ivic. c5, some risk entailed, just because white has this pass pawn long term, but at least you make your opponent nervous, you give your teammates a bit of hope, and 3 results still possible in this one at least. Black has ideas of trading the queen later anyway if he wants to bail out to some safety.
Yeah, crazy match from what we've seen so far. All the games in the balance, but 3 result games and not completely even. Let's check in with board 6, Imre Balogh against Jorge, and then we'll come back quickly to Magnus as well.
Yeah, things are happening in Magnus's games, in Magnus's game even. Big changes there, but this one's still looking in the balance. I think Urkadal as black is trying to keep some winning chances alive. Black's last move was knight to g4, and he's trying to snatch the bishop pair. So he's looking at this white bishop. He's also looking at a pawn in the corner here. If white wants to solve both of those issues in one swoop, you can take this knight. But now, at least long-term, black has a little edge. The bishop's not too impressive right now, but they are usually superior to bishop and knight when there's pawns on both flanks. Still feels like it should be a draw, though, with best play.
I think this one of the less interesting games of this match. Let's come back to Magnus's game, where we've seen a few moves.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of moves, and my first thought is, why is the black knight not on that beautiful, that glorious e5 square anymore? Magnus has been able to kick this knight to a slightly worse post, but let's do a quick rewind. We left the position here. Black just did trade off actually on b4, and now attacked this e4 pawn. The pawn is threatened twice. Magnus defends it very naturally. Black now upping the ante, upping the pressure. Feels like Serrana trying to force the issue. Remember, being a pawn down, he doesn't want to let Magnus stabilize. White bypasses the pawn, forcing the black knight back. He controls this pawn while attacking black's rook. A check. And now a bit of a think for Serrana, who has 9 minutes to make the time control. Still 10 moves to go for him. I'm
slightly surprised Serrana didn't go for that line we looked at earlier. It wasn't clear to us how Magnus could defend the pawn on g2 there, but here we are. If you're black, I guess you don't want to trade rooks here.
Yeah, I think the last thing you want to do, actually we see a result there in the background. Jordan Van Forest has won his game. We'll come to that match shortly. But the last thing you want to do here is trade rooks, because suddenly white's king will just step back and you have no counterplay as black. Remember, 2 versus 1 on the queen side for white, and not too relevant right now, but it will decide any race, any pawn endgame later. White's king will simply step forward into the center and come over to pick off black's lone straggler on b5.
So in the live position, the rook is not going to exchange itself. The question is, where does it want to go? Does it go give a check on h2? I'm also tempted by the other move you're pointing out, rook h3, hitting the pawn on g3.
Yeah, I think his original plan here, I'm not really sure why he's paused, not too much choice. I think the original plan was to give a check first, force the king to commit. And this white king really doesn't want to commit yet. It wants to keep its kind of control over both sides of the board. But if it steps back, for example, suddenly, Fiona, I think there might be tactics due to the fact that white knight is undefended. If white defends now this pawn, then suddenly trick, knight takes pawn. And if the pawn steps forward, it's actually black who wins material, undermining the e4 pawn too. Lots of tricks, lots of tactics.
Can white defend from the third rank instead of playing rook g1?
Ooh, good point actually. I'll pretend I saw that. Rook d3. Maybe this is what has made Serrana pause, because rook d3 wasn't possible with the white king on d2. He did give a check, so this is the current position, and now hesitating. Okay, actually we did predict.
Yeah, the king has gone back to c1 and the rook is on h3. I think we'll see rook d3, which seems the most logical way to defend. Unless knight e2 is also an option, but why drop the knight back?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately here he can't even drop the knight back because it would come at the cost of the e4 pawn, and suddenly things would really turn. White would be on the defense here. And okay, Magnus does go for your move, rook d3. How to get the black knight in? This is the issue. He gives a check. He's been yo-yoing back and forth with this black red.
But one thing that hasn't been yo-yoing is the evaluation bar, which so far is approving of the way Serrana is handling this. The king, I guess, will hide on b2, or do you want to go back to the center?
Oh, do you hide in plain sight? Do you kind of tuck your king up in bed here on b2 where it can never be active?
I guess one of the problems if the king goes to d2 instead, can we not just keep checking?
Let's check that variation. This is a check. White's king has to keep protecting its c2 pawn. So yeah, I think you're right, Fiona. The king would step back.
Yeah.
Oh.
So let's hide the king on b2.
We checked that variation, and indeed the king has to hide on b2 if Magnus wants to win. This is a really critical moment as the clocks are ticking down. They're getting closer to move 40. I think what Magnus might do is just kind of repeat the position, bring his king forward, just kind of repeat not three times, that would be a draw, twice, and then he would go and look at his teammates, see how they're doing, because he can force a draw, Magnus Carlsen, right now. But playing for a win is risky.
But we haven't figured out yet how black proceeds here. Is it just rook e1 hitting the e4 pawn?
Yeah, I think maybe hitting this e4 pawn twice. If it steps forward, then at the right moment now, black's bishop, I'm not sure about rook g1 immediately actually, but black's bishop can come to f3, break the connection on the third rank, and it would become a race. White
also
losing the king side.
The black knight would find a very nice outpost on f5 if e5 is ever played. With the king just having to step out of the way, and the knight could route via e7 to f5. I think we can see from Magnus's body language that he's not thrilled with his position.
Yeah, he will rue that missed opportunity. Actually, before the queens came off, remember, Magnus had a winning move. He could have gotten a decisive advantage. He could have actually won a pawn, kept the queens on, but this endgame far from clear.
David, let's go back to Pranav's game, where I see the evaluation bar has taken a bit of a dip, and it's not good news for Offerspiel.
Wow, and Pranav not following your advice. I think he had that opportunity to activate his pieces that you pointed out earlier, Fiona. And let's just backtrack. It was actually here. Black could have played a simple c4 and then just traded off a couple of pieces. And yes, White has great compensation for the pawn, but it shouldn't be much more than that. Instead, rook to d8, allowing White to break through now. And this is just extremely scary. This black king about to come under fire on this diagonal. Watch out for knight jumps as well. We saw, okay, not that move. We saw, wow, okay, let's go back to the live game and retrace our steps. A bit of a malfunction here. We saw knight to g5, sorry, in this position. And after a capture, rook to e8. It just looks horrible now. Queen to d6.
This is a tactic we saw earlier.
Yeah, something that has been a recurring theme throughout this game. The bishop jumps out the way with a check, and black's queen undefended. So queen d7, not even material down now for White, still with two mighty bishops, passed pawn.
And the knight on a5 is just awful. But what do we do as White? The position is beautiful. Can I just put a bishop on e7 and just try and tie you down?
Yeah, looks very natural. And okay, I have to try and get my pieces back into the game. Two ways I see to try and do this, either bring the knight back or maybe offering a trade of bishops. Well, there's going to be tactics.
Can I take everything?
Take everything.
Take once with the bishop and then rook takes?
I think you can. Take, and it's really important that you cover this square with the white queen, so no back rank checks. And yeah, nice tactic there, nice trick. Maybe.
Yeah, black having back rank issues on top of everything else. This is looking really bad for Pranav. and with also Raundi in trouble, I think, Offerspiel, where are they going to get points from?
Yeah, they need Magnus to play on. I don't think he could take that draw. And just to confirm, this one, Pranav in big trouble against Balog. And Magnus has avoided that repetition of moves. He has kept the game alive for now. And it might be time, Fiona, at some point to try and get this knight back into the game. As you mentioned, if it ever gets around to f5, black has great play. But for now, white's still a pawn up.
Incredibly close match here. We'll come back to this, but for now, let's go to the top board clash between Fiona and Super Chess and check in with Mamedyarov report.
Yeah, there have been 2 decisive games in this match so far. We mentioned Jordan Van Forest. We saw that game a bit earlier. He was a pawn up with a big advantage. He did convert successfully against Krivoruchko. Bogdan Daniel Deac, though, the star of yesterday's action for Super Chess, lost. He was in time trouble and his position collapsed against Anton Korobov. So now things really heating up, only 4 games left.
Shahut Mamedyarov, we saw in the opening, he kept things safe. He might regret it later on because we saw earlier that Fiona in big trouble on board 6 in the game Shevchenko-Fedorchuk. We'll get to that in a second. Now Shah might want to play for the win suddenly given the match situation, but material is so reduced. Is there anything he can do here? He has, of course, the extra pawn, but is that enough?
Yeah, it's reminiscent of the Magnus game. It's like white has an extra pawn. You would expect the evaluation bar to be on his side, but computer says no. And sorry, misclick. Here, wow, flashy tactic. I was going to say pushing this pawn forward for white, yes, creates a pass pawn, but black's king is so close that it's unlikely to go very far. And black will go hunting for white's kingside pawns, those loose pawns, in the very near future. Knight to b5 from Mamedyarov, solving any problems tactically. The idea is that knight takes knight will be met by a check.
I'm surprised that even here the bar isn't jumping. I thought you can get away with this endgame. The bishops are of the same color. I thought surely the extra pawn counts for something here.
But apparently not, and apparently this one's still holdable. Okay, not king to d8. The bar not approving of my move. I just wonder whether it's the fact that black will go for a race. No, apparently.
Yeah, I think this one is probably tricky. I think the evaluation bar is misleading us tremendously here.
Yes.
It might be even with best play, but remember the players are human. Of course, Richard Rapport, one of the best players in the world, but still 10 minutes. Even though we are so deep into the endgame, there are still 9 moves to make for Richard, and they're not easy.
We should mention it's a 2-result position. Yeah. Mamedyarov in no real danger of losing this one. And yeah, Rapport, still a lot of pressure on him. Especially, it's hard psychologically when you know your team are doing well. You have to do a specific job. It kind of adds tension to you. And okay, should we check out the other games?
Let's go to board 2. Vishy Anand against Bassam Amin.
Yeah, and this position hasn't changed too much. There have been a couple of pawns disappearing. It's still that opposite colour bishop dynamic. It's still a couple of heavy pieces on the board. Fiona, do you think there's enough life left here for either side to play for a win?
No.
I agree.
No, I think this one, of course, I think the players are playing on. They are 7 moves away still from the time control, but I think very often in team matches you want to at least get to move 40, see how your teammates are doing before deciding, okay, are you happy to just make a draw? Is your team doing well, or do you feel compelled to play on? So I think we should check in actually with the other games, and f4 actually is a big question as well. Yeah,
I'll just mention one big threat. Black's last move, rook to f6, does indicate that f4 is on the radar. If white now, for example, prevents f4 by pushing a pawn forward, then black might suddenly try to keep the queens on. White's king suddenly weak on the light squares. Black would be justified, I believe, and maybe keeping queens on the board and starting a counterattack. So big decision for Vishy Anand right now. Maybe he can block the advance of the pawns with his bishop. Maybe this would be the most logical way to go. Taking the queens off should still lead to a draw, but it feels like white is the one who has to be careful there, just because black's already creating threats. And I think we'll leave to check in with how Korobov beat Deac for after the time control. For now, let's go to board 5, where Dennis Wagner, when we were in the playing hall, already had no time. He now has a minute on the clock, but they have just made the time control. Yeah, he looked incredibly nervous, I've got to say, Dennis Wagner. I think he came to this game with instructions from his team to just play solid. That was highlighted by his opening choice. things are still relatively symmetrical, but black is allowing a queen trade, and black has also got a pawn on h4, which looks like an isolated pawn, a weak pawn, but knights do struggle against these flank pawns, so watch out for this to still turn. I do think there might be threats as well. A bit uncomfortable for white.
And we see some action on board 6. We see some hand movement, some discussions.
Okay.
Can we zoom out a bit and see what is happening? Fedorchuk clearly not happy.
Some drama here. The arbiters being spoken to, being called. They are on move 26 only, so still 14, 15 moves to make.
And we see a result actually on our screen, but that does... No, the kings are...
Okay.
The game is over.
The game is over. Black has actually resigned this one. Maybe talking to his team captain instead, just saying there's nothing I can do.
He's I think clearly talking to his opponent, but...
Okay, very animated there from Fedorchuk. We talked about this game earlier. He was just outplayed, unfortunately, from start to finish. This is the final position, it looks like, where white has just temporarily sacrificed a piece, just to recap the last couple of moves.
Yeah, and we see the handshake there again, even after the kings were already placed on the light squares in the center and the score sheets being signed. So we'll have to find out later what happened there, but the game is over and Shevchenko decided it in his favor.
Yeah, just a temporary piece sacrifice, attacking the black queen here, and next move regaining the material with interest. He would have probably played on. I mean, at least I would have done it. It feels a bit premature. The black queen could have dropped back, for example, and it feels like the game continues. But
he seems a bit reluctant to sign score sheets.
Do you think he lost on time? It says here that he's got over 1 minute left on his clock. Really
We'll have to find out. If we have another break today, we will find out and let you know what happened. Maybe a job for our producer, who I see him typing away. I'm sure he's already on the case to find out what happened here. I mean, if we didn't see the board, we'd think the game is still going. If we're just looking at Fedorchuk's body language.
It looks like he's calculating something, but calculating after the score sheets have been signed. That's unfortunately not going to change anything.
David, let's very quickly check in with the title defenders, Novi Bor on board 3 against the Turkish Airlines Sports Club.
Yeah, and we can recap some results here already. It's deadlocked, it's tied at 1.5 points each. This was the final position, surprisingly, between Vincent Keimer and his countryman Alexander Donchenko. White is a pawn up here, but okay, there was actually a repetition of moves. So in this position, black earlier had played the move rook to e4, the white knight dropped back. If it had come to e3, there might have been some tactics, some tricks with bishop takes pawn. So it dropped back to b2, and we saw a dance between the rook and knight. So actually a well-played draw from both players, but a great result for Turkish Airlines here.
Yeah, so far they're holding their own. Let's see the 3 games that are still underway, starting with board 3, Navarra against Bluebaum.
Yeah, Fiona, you said it earlier, you came up with these great plans on the king side, and I think this has just been a instructive example of how to play these symmetrical positions with white. He's got a nice pawn as well, a thorn in black side on a6, that's a potential queen, and on the king side 2 big targets, a beautiful knight on f5. I mean, just aesthetically it looks beautiful. I'm not sure where the breakthrough is, if there is one yet. His last move, g5 here, David Navarra. He's just going to slow play it, maybe start improving his king. At the right moment, he can even exchange rooks potentially, because there are so many targets for this white knight. And black's piece is just passive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'll have time to come back to this one later. The player is only 2 moves away from the time control. So let's move down to board 5, David Anton against Santos Latessa.
Wow, and this one we almost wrote off as a game that was going to fizzle out towards a draw. And Santos Latessa has almost an hour more than his opponent. In the playing hall again, when we were wandering around, Latessa was just leaning back. David Anton was like shaking his head. I thought, okay, this one's going to see a handshake any moment. But right now, it's the definition of good knight versus bad bishop.
Yeah, I was just wondering, which journey is the knight gonna go on to? I guess to b3 and c5.
Yeah, it takes a while. You can come into c5. There's also a question whether you go in immediately with the white king. I'm not sure whether you want to start any race, because this would lose control over the e5 square. But yeah, it feels like this knight can go on a journey, and black's bishop just passive forever.
I think Steil-Antoni 12 minutes. That's not until the time control, because we are on move 43. That's 12 minutes until the end of the game. And we just saw another result there on board 6. I'm very curious what happened here. Wow, David.
Wow, we said it, face of an angel, but on the board he's a beast. Edis Gurel, the teenager, incredibly dangerous.
Scotch.
Yeah, the Scotch. You're opening there, Fiona. Clearly been studying your courses, your chessable courses, and yeah, racking up the victory. We left this a long, long time ago.
It was
in the
very
middle game.
unclear. I think I suggest that we check it out after we go back maybe to office bill. I think that match was very tight, a lot of time trouble. So I think we should stick there for the next 10 minutes until move 40 is reached.
Yeah, we'll explain why Bartel resigned a bit later and how we got to that position. Let's go to office bill, where Magnus Carlsen is fighting for a win, potentially to save his team. He has, we left it here actually. We talked about e5, how the black knight wants to come around, so king e8, a very logical move, rerouting this knight. White trying to block that path. If the white knight sits on e3, it will cover that beautiful f5 square. And now black is harassing the white rook. It's crazy, this whole endgame, ever since the queens came off, the evaluation bar has been locked in the middle. Just high accuracy from both players, despite the material imbalance.
Yeah, and still 4 moves to make here. Do you have to be careful as white where you move the rook to?
I'm not sure if you need to be careful, unless you're thinking of sacrifices, Fiona. For example, knight takes pawn and trying to push the g-pawn down
If
the board.
I was white, I would be terrified of that.
Wow, okay, the bar doesn't approve, but it does look scary.
Oh,
And it says, okay,
bar
of
had a
course.
change of heart. Okay, you can.
Maybe due to the fact there's a pin here, maybe the white knight comes back.
Oh, wow.
Oof, and 2 pieces are skewered, so actually the trickster gets tricked here. Otherwise the g-pawn is running, you're right. But okay, maybe Magnus just calculating this right now. Rook d4, I was gonna say maybe the most logical move would be to bring the bishop back. And now knight is coming around to f5 again. Now knight e3 is not possible at least. And Magnus's bishop is so far offside that maybe you have nothing better than just dropping your rook back and repeating.
Yeah, and Magnus must understand, of course, his teammates. They were in trouble when we last checked in there. Let's go back, starting with board 2. Wow, Sadhwani is turning this around.
Turning this around. Remember, we saw an incredible tactic, maybe one of the most spectacular tricks you'll ever see earlier in this game, where white could have played the move c5 and unleashed a series of sacrifices, winning on the spot. But of course, he played the more natural human move, rook a7. And after a capture, first hitting the queen, this being blocked, and wow, Fiona, we predicted it. You predicted it. Bishop c6 was indeed played. And
I predicted the terrible move that was played by white.
it was approved by a 2600 Grandmaster. You get the stamp of approval. But okay, it wasn't that terrible. It's still a playable position here. I think this is the blunder. We didn't predict that one, so we're off the hook. Bishop takes
It was
e8.
a very tempting move. I think Jerkush, we can see, is 35 seconds on the clock. I think, yeah, just the decisions explained by the lack of time.
Yeah, and let's try and work out why this was a blunder. The last move, bishop takes e8, white is a piece up. Why is this a mistake? Is it to do... Oof. This is complicated.
The queen come to b2. I mean, queen b1, queen b2.
Yeah, I thought this at first too, but suddenly queen b2 I can just take, and my rook is in time to stop the black pawn. Okay, this position, is it just the cold-blooded bishop takes knight, bishop takes e5? There's no good discovered checks for the white bishop.
And the rook's going to come to g6.
And the rook is coming to g6 next move with a devastating check. White's king actually in some huge trouble. This is nerves of steel required from Raundi Sadhwani, but how much time does he have? This is move 39 and he has 10 minutes. It should be findable.
Yeah.
He's played queen b6 for a reason, and that's such bad luck. You win a piece and then you block your pride and joy, the pin on the back rank.
And what a much, if he finds it, this will be a much needed win, I feel, for Team Offerspiel, although Pranav is also fighting back.
Wow, I think this is the biggest shock of the day that he's still alive in this game. We left it around here where white has just played the move queen f3. I preferred your bishop to e7, Fiona, with some tricks in mind. But c4, now bishop e7, and the queen trade. Maybe he missed that this forces queens off the board due to a double attack now. And okay.
Could you try queen d1?
Actually, yeah, you could protect everything right now. Maybe a bit afraid.
The pawn is a bit scary.
A bit scary, but you can block it. You can just block it and maybe win it. Actually, I think this was a better practical try. You're right, Queen D1. Maybe it just takes a bit of, it takes a calm mind to play a move like Queen back to D1, but it would have maintained some advantage, instead trading the queens off.
Difficult to keep a quiet mind when you're playing on increment. And I think we heard earlier that Shahut Balog, I said I thought he was the captain of the women's team. In fact, he is the captain of the women's team. So I think he was probably not supposed to play and had to step in maybe because they needed a player.
Yeah, he was still at lunch at 2:30 chatting to some of his teammates, I think one of the members of the women's team, so really calm, really chilled about it, Shahut Balog, but missed opportunity for him. And I know him a bit, I used to be teammates with him in the German league, and he will be annoyed at himself that he's blown most of the advantage now. I do think that black should be safe-ish. There might be ideas like pawn to f5 and then bringing the knight back to dislodge this bishop in the near future. But yeah, the lack of queens really reduces white's winning chances, although still some slight hope for white.
By the way, we got news from our producer that in the Fedorchuk game where we were wondering what happened, Fedorchuk played his move and pressed the clock right when the flag fell. So he did lose on time, but it was a millisecond thing. I think that's why the annoyance.
This was the final position, just to remind everyone, he lost on time here with his queen attacked.
The position was very bad anyway, but of course in a team match to lose on time is extra painful. Let's check back in with board 5, Erik Hansen against Ivic.
And wow, we just had a draw agreement in this game, actually a repetition of moves. We said that Erik Hansen looked pretty content to shut this one down. And Velimir Ivic was taking some risks in this position. The repetition started, black offered the queen trade, white said no. The queen went back, and I think just because this diagonal is so loose, if white ever pushes forward, there's no way to make progress, so queen c4, and a bit of a dance. In the end, a fair result, and both players pretty happy, but attention turns elsewhere.
Yeah, let's quickly go to board 6, and then we'll see the last moves of the time control in Magnus's game.
Yeah, sorry, let's just whiz ahead to the current position, and this has changed.
They have made the time control, so maybe let's go back to Magnus to see if they have made move 40, and then we'll come back to check in here.
Yeah, this one, Ökadal, we mentioned, was trying his best to play for a win, and let's catch up with the live board here. Magnus actually has just played the move rook to d2, so did he repeat once at all? No, he didn't go forward with his rook to d4 as we were expecting, putting pressure on the black bishop. He's just dropped his rook back.
Rook d2, move 37 for our viewers at home who might not be sure. So 4 moves to go for black, 3 moves to go for white.
Wow, Fiona, you mentioned an idea earlier. Knight takes f4. Is this playable now? He has 2.5 minutes, Alexei Sarana. Knight takes f4, and the evaluation bar doesn't move, which means it's playable, and if it's playable, it looks really scary for Magnus. The reason this wasn't possible after rook to d4 is because white could skewer the 2 black minor pieces, but now that the white rook's on d2, this is no longer possible. If you take the knight now, pawn to g3, and maybe black's going to win some material along the way.
I think he's going to go for it. The way a second ago Sarana was nodding away to himself usually indicates that you're looking at a very concrete line and you're just double checking, triple checking. I think we'll see knight f4 on the board, and is Magnus playing with fire here?
It feels that way. It feels like either a gamble or a total oversight, and there is this ongoing kind of joke that Magnus, he very rarely blunders, but when he does, it's always a knight move. And knight takes f4, it's a concrete variation. He spent a bit of time before retreating his rook to d2. I don't really see what he's got in mind. He cannot take this knight, it's poisoned. Is he just going to move his own knight, maybe force an exchange of minor pieces? I mean, it's
really dangerous now.
It's so strange to part with.
He didn't play it.
He didn't play it. Okay, Alexei Sarana choosing a very sensible move as well. You've got to say, attacking the g-pawn. Maybe if this move wasn't so tempting, then he would have gone for knight takes f4. What does Magnus intend to do? Is it knight to c3? Maybe hitting the bishop, hitting this pawn?
Yeah.
And now black has to choose between being passive and defending this pawn or going for a race, just kind of putting the bishop on f3 and saying, you take me, I'll take you, and let's just gamble. Whose pawn is faster, b pawn or g pawn? Who knows?
The b pawn looks dangerous. I mean, the knight can step away with a check potentially. Yeah, I don't think they'll go for this gamble. Surely not just before move 40, but let's see, knight c3 is on the board. But you also don't want to go passive. I think very difficult decision now for Sarana.
Yeah, Sarana, he could go back to c6. He does have the idea, if white just defends, then to drop his knight back. This is something he planned earlier. But now white would have this trick. Now he's lured the black rook to g1 of dropping his knight back and coming forward, and some pressure. So Magnus trying to outwit his opponent here. Big moment. Sarana, they call him the piranha for a reason. Will he smell blood in the water?
Do they call him that, or do you call him that?
I don't know, his friends call him that. And he does play bishop f3. He's going for this total gamble, this race. He's trying to secure the g pawn at the cost of the b5 pawn.
Very dangerous decision.
Yeah, this is
Move
wild
38,
stuff.
2 moves to go. Does Magnus have a choice but to take on b5?
I think he's gone too far down this path. I think he might have to take this pawn and hope that white's b pawn is sufficient. Long term, black's doing extremely well here. The g pawn will fall, then a pawn on f4 will fall. It collapses like dominoes. Fiona, I don't even know how to start evaluating this position without delving deep.
I think we'll leave the calculation until after the time control break, because this one there's going to be a lot to figure out. But we'll stick around for the next 2 moves, as Magnus' time also ticking down, a minute and a half.
Yeah, 2 big moves ahead.
I wonder what he's considering.
I wonder what he's considering as well. I mean,
and there he goes.
Yeah, we see it on the camera. Knight takes b5. Yeah, he's pretty much said A, B, and C. He has to continue just taking pawns now, and Sarana's move automatic. This is a nice situation to be in when you have pretty much a forced move or an only move just before move 40.
It's a nice situation, but he is taking a bit of time. But there he goes, rook takes g3 on the board. And now Magnus, 1 move left to make a minute 40. I was talking about knight d6. But f5,
wow.
The immediate
and
move by Magnus.
I say it was an only move, rook takes g3. The evaluation bar, the computer hates it. I'm not sure what it wanted instead, but suddenly let's try and work out what is happening here. Black's knight attacked, of course. There's 2 logical moves. You either, or 2 kind of natural moves. You take on e5, or you take this pawn. And Magnus, he's made that magical move 40. And he gets up, rather proud of himself, you've got to say. Pawn takes pawn. The idea is now, I guess, a knight check, and black's king in some huge trouble. Actually, this is decisive. If the king moves, then it will either walk into a fork, or it will walk into knight takes f5 anyway, with 2 threats, rook d8 mate and knight takes rook. Has Magnus tricked his opponent on move 40?
I think so. I think knight takes f4 was a big miss by Sarana just a few moves ago, and did Sarana make a move?
Sarana did play knight takes e5. We see it on the live board there. The analysis board will catch up. And yeah, what is the follow-up? This is what I'm trying to understand right now. Do you take this pawn? Do you try to trap the black king even with... Is this a mating net, Fiona? Pawn to f6? I'm threatening mate in 2 now, knight c7.
And that looks terrifying.
Wow.
What happens after knight?
Out of the blue.
Can I go knight d7?
Yep.
Maybe I have to.
Yeah, I think you do have to. Now you've got the d8 square for your king. I'm wondering whether I give you a check from this side, just forcing your king to f8. Otherwise I would have taken this pawn. Well, maybe you had to go the other way anyway. And now where's the killer blow this time? Is it something flashy like knight to f5? Hitting the rook, forcing a capture, rook takes knight. And actually, despite the black pawns, it's a white who's going to win this one, win the race.
Magnus does it again. I think he is on his way to winning this one. Sarana did such a great job throughout the game. Magnus had missed the chance earlier on with his f4 push, but it looks like he'll get there in the end. Let's check back in, maybe starting with board 6, which we neglected earlier to catch the final moments. And Balog against Pranav on board 4 has been agreed. A draw.
Wow, huge missed opportunity there for Sentimento Ica on board 4. So the scores are level, and looks like Magnus in charge, Sadwani winning, as we mentioned earlier. He did find the winning plan that we highlighted, and Okudal, that means I think a draw would be great for him in the overall scheme of things. And he's a pawn up. Black has the extra A pawn temporarily. F4 just played by Black. This looks like a bit of a mess then. These white pieces really actively placed. If you could teleport a white rook to A8, this would be checkmate.
You know what I suggest? I suggest we leave this one until after the break, and since the time control has been reached, we recap a little bit of what's been happening elsewhere. Starting with Super Chess against Fienheim, what's the current score there?
Ooh, this is a narrow lead, the narrowest of leads for Super Chess. They're 2.5 to 1.5 up, thanks to two wins from Shevchenko and Van Forest.
Yeah, they look in control in the remaining 3 games. We'll do a deeper dive here after the break. Meanwhile, on board 3, Novibor against Turkish Airlines Sports Club.
Yeah, and this one could be a potential shock. Turkish Airlines Sports Club are leading 2.5, 1.5 against the reigning champions. And a few games still going. It looks like Novibor, for example, will need David Anton to win on demand. And they might need David Navarro as well to convert his advantage. So despite the fact they're 1 point down, Novibor, they do have an edge on both remaining games.
And on board 4, Typhoon against Anier. We haven't checked in there for a while. 2 games have ended. A draw on board 4 between Oparin and Shawic, and a draw on board 6 between Cornet and Marcos. Let's check in with the remaining games.
Yeah, let's do a brief review here. We saw this clash between Nihal Sarin, one of the newest members of the 2700 club, against Vachier Legrave. And wow, it looks like white's a pawn up again. We keep seeing these endgames with one side up material, but the kind of side down material having great compensation. Here, opposite colour bishops gives black some hope. White's knight a bit sidelined. To me, I'm confused why it's not more in white's favour here, Fiona.
Yeah, let's just bring the position back. I am also confused. I've been confused a few times today in these plus pawn positions by the evaluation. I think this game is going to go on a long time with Nihal trying to press this advantage. The players have just recently made move 40, so I think we'll also do a deeper dive here when we come back from the break with renewed energy. For now, let's check in with Marty Rosian. It looks like the Marty Rosian game is a lot clearer.
He's on a march, Marty Rosian, and this one is winning for white, I think purely because black's coordination is pretty bad right now. Black's rook, which has just moved back to a3, tied down defending the knight, which is tied down defending the, me and my arrows. The knight's tied down defending the c4 pawn, and meanwhile the white a pawn marching up the board. Yeah,
I was also wondering if I can somehow go for a mating net, play knight g6, and if the king ever steps to g8, which I probably shouldn't.
Yeah, then suddenly
bring the pawn and the king.
Ooh, suddenly, yeah, you're mating that. Something that Ding used to perfection, a knight on g6, a rook on the back rank in his World Championship match against Nepomniachtchi, just to show no matter where the king goes, this traps it. So yeah, that type of thing on the board, of course, we have to find the right move order, but definitely, Fiona, I think one of the reasons white is winning in the game position, as we have made move 41, so Marty Rosian, I guess we'll get more time after this move.
I think so too. Let's check in with board number 3, Victor Erdos against Jules Moussard. We really liked Jules' position earlier.
And we still like Jules' position if we are computers, if we are heartless and nerveless here, but it feels like white has great counterplay with the knight coming to check this black king. I'm less certain that this is going to be a clear-cut victory. Yes, black has 2 very strong pass pawns. If the queens disappear, black wins on the spot because the black pawns are so far advanced. So unless Jules is really kind of placed perfectly here, I think great chances for Victor Erdos to strike, or at least to save this game.
Yeah, we'll come back here, and finally, the only game to be looked at is board 5 under Birkic against Sergei Movsesian.
Yeah, and this one earlier we really liked White's position, and I think things have only improved for the Croatian player here, Brkić. Yeah, this pawn chain has been kept intact for White. White's bishop is coming in. The black king, I think, defenseless. You just need to organise one final assault against it, maybe including the white queen into the battle, and this one should be over eventually.
Okay, so this match still in the balance, and let's very quickly recap just the results on the top board in the women's section, and then we'll go on a quick break and we'll come back with a deeper dive on all the crazy games which are still underway.
Yeah, let's jump into the top seeds, the two leaders of the women's section, where we see Garuda Aika take on Typhoon, and this endgame, not too much has changed. Okay, the pawn structure is slightly evolved, but still the same dynamic of White's bishop pair against the black knights.
We see that Typhoon have taken, are in the lead 1-0 thanks to a brilliant game by Buxa. We left this one earlier. White had a checkmating attack. In the final position, she's somehow a queen up. Let's see, I think there was just simply no defense when we left it off.
Yeah, we left it off after a brilliant piece sacrifice. Great foresight here, realizing that black can simply not defend the c7 pawn. Black's knight's too far offside. Black's queen also unable to participate in the defense, and a desperate try of a knight's sacrifice did not save black here. Wow, this game really one of the most beautiful games of the round. Instead of take back the material, which would have been very tempting for a lot of us, knight to c5, another nice check, giving up a second piece to knight sacrifice now, just to force the black king forward, and a few moves later we realize that, whoops, the black king trapped by a mere pawn. Black had to give the queen up, but of course it wasn't sufficient, and in this position White simply took a piece back and black resigned. Very
nice game by Natalia Buxa. Let's go to board 3, where Nurgül Salimova seemed in big trouble against Laura Unuk, and
yeah, this game is going to be over very shortly. We see Laura Unuk looking away, and actually there we do see
the handshake.
We did see the result confirmed. Salimova put up a fight there, but she was on the back foot straight from the opening, and actually Unuk again just playing fantastic chess.
Yeah, and Typhoon taking a 2-0 lead. They are the 5th seed, their opponents Garuda the 3rd seed, so slight underdogs in terms of starting ranks. They only need one draw now out of the remaining 2 games. On board 4, how is their player Zala Ur doing?
Yeah, and right now, Typhoon, remember, they need that draw. I think Zala Ur, as White here, in a bit of trouble. Yeah. Maybe holdable. She's about to go down a pawn. This is going to be a long, hard defense. It's a 2-result game. Only black can win once this pawn disappears. But due to the reduced material, there will be chances. So at least some glimmer of hope.
Absolutely. And let's just check in with the Albanian team Teuta.
And unfortunately for Teuta, the local team, it looks like another match defeat. Only one game still in progress here. It's actually about to be a brilliant win from the youngster, the 13-year-old Claire, on the left of your picture. She does have the extra queen. She has a few extra pawns as well. Queen versus rook and bishop should be superior, but unfortunately her teammates have let her down. 2 defeats from Monika Sochko and Karina Sivka.
And I see another big surprise here on the cards. Let's just very quickly go to the board 3 match. We haven't seen that at all, but Monte Carlo are 2-1 down against Ukraine.
Yeah, and only one game still going. I'll do a quick recap of the results. Ushanina drew against her compatriot Maria Muzichuk, Maria's sister, Anna Muzichuk. Family affair here. Also making a draw against Yavakishvili, and it was actually Natalia Zhukova, who beat Elizabeth Petz. This final position, a beautiful one, with black about to deliver checkmate or win the white bishop. So that's why they have the lead right now. And Monte Carlo on the final board, also worse. They need a win.
Pawn, yeah. I mean, this one is
hopeless,
unwinnable unless Diamante blunders her work or
loses on time.
And I think for Monte Carlo, this is going to be a tragic loss. Yeah. They've already conceded 1 draw, and I think their tournament victory hopes might already be gone if they go down today, which they seem to be doing.
Yeah, top seeds, but it's never easy. These tournaments are so tough. Europe's finest, great players, and a big shock, maybe the biggest of the event so far.
Absolutely. So we are going to go on a short break now, but when we come back, we'll do a deep dive on all the remaining games, notably. Oh, shall we very quickly, actually, since Magnus is on the camera, shall we take a very quick look at Magnus just to make sure that that game is not on the verge of being over? So we'll just bring up the board one more second and then we'll go on a break after this.
Yeah, it's following the paths we were predicting earlier. We expect Magnus now, after creating this mating net against the Black King, we think he's going to give a check on d6, and this should give him a big advantage. He'll win the f7 pawn as well. And okay, Serrana on the defensive. Magnus there we see does deliver this check. Sorry, let's catch up with the game position. Knight d6 check, and yeah, this one I think he is going to win, but still a long way to go as long as Black goes to d8 with the king. And yeah, either we continue here for 3 hours, never take a break, Fiona, or
Let's
this is
do
the
it
perfect
now.
moment.
We'll go on a quick break. We'll see you guys in around 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to our coverage from round 4 here at the European Club Cup. If you're watching us, I know there's a bit of a delay, but if you see us now, do stick around because we will be joined by Magnus Carlsen, who in the end checked his opponent, Alexei Sarana. I'll be very curious to hear what he has to say. But for now, we're going to jump back in with the title defenders, Novi Bor. And I think, David, that match is about to be decided here with this last game still going.
Yeah, this game, this match is in its final throes. We did mention that they were in big trouble, Novi Bor, but they turned things around. They were 1 point down with only 2 games to go. One of those games did finish in the break. Steil-Antoni Guiaro did clinch the win that was required, and you can tell body language here which player is winning. It's David Navarro on the right side of your screen. This is the current position. White's pieces are simply too active currently. Big threats on the board. Of rook to c7, for example, picking off this a pawn. If black takes this pawn, then actually there might even be checkmating ideas. Wow, it's even white to play. This makes the position even more hopeless, unfortunately. And rook c7 on the board. He is going pawn hunting. He is going to win this game, David Navarro.
Yeah, and he'll be the hero. We can see, even if we didn't see the board at all, I think the video footage tells the entire story here. We can see the despair on Bluebaum's face. Who knows that this one is gone. He does take the pawn on b4. I think Navarro will quite quickly take on a7, and despite the material being equal, this pawn is just too far advanced.
Yeah, rook activity, 3 main things to remember. It's king activity, rook activity, and push those pawns. Those pawns are pushing. Did I say rook activity? Rook endgames even. Wow, it's been a long day of chess. But yeah, right now, just too many pass pawns. If the a pawn doesn't do it, the d pawn will soon play a starring role.
And there he goes. Rook a7 is on the board. I think we might even see a handshake quite soon here.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking, right, Fiona, when you're the last person standing in your team. You know that things are going against you, but there's nothing you can do. You know, yeah, you feel like you're letting your team down, even though you've tried your best, and it's just hard. It's the worst possible feeling in chess. Absolutely.
Let's leave them to it. We'll come back here as soon as there's a result. And in Magnus's match, let's actually go there. This one is still not over. Magnus did get a big win on board 1. We saw 3 draws elsewhere, but boards 2 and 6 are still underway.
Yeah, so they need 1 point to get to that magical 3.5 to clinch the match right now. We see on the camera Raundi Sadwani on the left, facing Jurgis Petrak. And this game has seen a full 360 just before the time control, Fiona. We saw actually white had a forced win, but now things have turned, and the only thing to decide is how to chase down this white king. Okay, it looks like he's calculated it all. Raundi Sadwani reaching out, giving a check here, the white king forced forward. You are pieced down as black. White has an extra bishop, so you have to ensure that you get the job done right now.
I think we all need to cheer for Raundi to get the job done right now, because the person you see in the back, even though his head is cut off, that is Magnus Carlsen, and I think he will join us. As soon as Raundi win, they will have won the match. Magnus will be surely in high spirits, winning his own game, and Offerspiel continuing their winning run.
He better join, Fiona. He promised me. I hunted him down. I stalked him into the playing hall. He was like, only when my teammates are done. Shows that he really cares about the results right now. But will he be true to his word? That's the big question, Magnus Carlsen.
We will find out. Raunak's hand is hovering.
And he does play rook to h6. This is silent but deadly, this rook slide. He's coming to h3. This king is trapped in a mating net. No way to stop rook h3 check. For example, if white's queen tries to cover that square, then the king gets trapped in a different way. This is checkmate. In the next couple of moves, I think we'll see a handshake very shortly. Even Magnus now, he knows that the team are about to cross the finishing line.
Absolutely. If Raundi wins, the last board in terms of match result is irrelevant, but let's go there. We promised you guys before the break we would do a bit of a deeper dive here. This position is still quite messy.
Yeah, this position messy. The pawn count favors black. Black is 1 pawn up right now, but if anything, it's black who has to tread carefully. 2 pawns up for grabs next move. The bishop pair, we've talked about it on several occasions this tournament, they can wreak havoc if they're allowed to. And oof, you have to be careful where to go. It's easy to foresee this king getting in trouble if you step to the wrong square. Already, if you march towards the center, you walk into a skewer. Oof, I would not envy Ökdal's position right now. I think he's glad that his teammates are about to get the job done.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. Shall we stick with Raunak, who's about to wrap things? I think we might actually even see a resignation if we bring up that position again. Is there any way to stop the mate at all?
I don't see any way to stop this. You can delay it by a few moves, maybe. How? Pawn to h4 would at least force black to make one more move. Rook takes pawn. The problem is there's too many checkmates. If queen to f2, there's queen to g4 checkmate. Queen g2, there's queen to e3 checkmate, as we mentioned. And if not, then the rook will deliver the killer blow in the next few moves.
I think if we zoom out a little bit, I'm almost tempted to stay here and wait, because in the bottom right corner of the video, we see Yergosh is shaking his head. I think he's just coming to terms. It's an especially tough pill to swallow because he was doing so well in this game. He did miss a winning blow, but here I think this one will be over any moment. And those moments, you mentioned it earlier, they're heartbreaking to watch. This was also a crucial game in this match.
Yeah, you live by the sword, you die by the sword, and unfortunately for Yergosh, his creativity did not quite pay off here. He got so close. It was pretty much a model game for white, the way he created winning chances in the middle game. Unfortunately, though, those dreaded time scramble moves just before move 40 has cost him. And okay, he only has around 5 minutes left. I think he'll use one or two of them before raising that white flag now.
Shall we move on?
Oof. Let's keep the camera picture on. Let's
Yeah.
move on to analyze a different board at least, because we have other results to recap. We'll wait for the handshake here. Top seeds, Super Chess on the brink now. One game remaining in their clash against German team Viernheim. And in this position, unfortunately for Viernheim, they need to win with white. And it looks difficult. Okay, one more move by Yergosh Petrak there. And
I think it just allowed the mate, right?
checkmate and the handshake. Will we see Magnus Carlsen give his teammate a hug? It looks like he made a joke there. He has been known on occasion to celebrate in the playing hall, but there we go. Opferspiel have won their match.
They march on, 4 wins out of 4 matches. Magnus sitting down there on his board, actually, that's the top board. And we'll keep the camera to see, will Magnus stick around for board 6 or will he join us? We'll find out.
Board 6 is going to go on for a long time.
I think Magnus might think, okay, might as well get this over with. Go into the studio and just get it done.
Does he not know we're waiting for him? Come on. But in the meantime, Super Chess top seeds, as we mentioned, on the brink. They just need a draw, and I think they're guaranteed to get it at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately for Viernheim, actually, I think this is a game they had selected for Dennis Wagner to play very solidly with the white pieces, and now it's just too late. There's too little material left. And Super Chess, it looks like for the second day in a row, they might win by the smallest of margins.
Yeah, it feels like Super Chess have come with a very clear, defined match strategy. Here we see this one most likely a draw. White is holding a fortress. But clearly they're trying to push hard with white. They've won a lot of white games so far this tournament, but their black players have clearly been instructed to be solid and make a draw. And so far it's been successful, Fiona.
Absolutely. And good news, Magnus Carlsen has just entered the room. I think we're going to go on a very quick 1-minute break to get things set up, and we will be right back.
Okay, are you cool to sit here? Yeah, or I can... Good work. Yeah. But he was losing at some point. I've got to show you, just before we go back on, like the coolest little tactic. Here,
actually,
white could play c5. Takes, knight takes f7. Oh no, wait, sorry. Check first. Fuck. Sorry. Knight takes f7. Queen e5. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 4 of the European Club Cup. As promised, we are joined by a very special guest. Magnus, congratulations. How are you feeling after your game?
Yeah, I'm relieved, of course. It was a tough game for me and a tough match as well. Well, actually I'm spoiling a bit, but we did clinch the match, so I'm very happy with that. Yeah, my own game was a mess from the start. Really, position that's really like a bit too difficult to play. But I thought it was interesting. But yeah, I think he did really well for quite a while, creating counter chances. I don't think I had anything.
Where do you think the first critical moments were in this game?
No, I mean there are lots, like after knight g4, for instance, like, yeah, that's a typical Sicilian move, like he needs to put a knight on e5, but I have so many options here that it was hard to choose, and I decided in the end not to go for queenside castle, or really not to castle at all, but even after I thought for a long time, I'd still sort of missed his next idea, which when he went for this, yeah, so queen d2, I think taking on b2 is too dangerous.
What would you have played there? Just out of
yeah, I
curiosity?
wasn't sure. I thought both bishop e3 and also knight a4 were quite good.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't really look further than that. I'm better for sure, and I didn't really know how much.
Yeah.
So yeah, bishop e7, yeah, bishop e3. I mean, originally I was thinking that bishop e7 was not really feasible because I can go knight a4 and then get the knight to b6, but I'm not sure it really gives anything. He goes back to a7, and then yeah, I have to spend more time like going like h3, knight e5, takes, bishop somewhere. No, bishop
Not
e3.
that one, sorry.
Yeah, bishop, yeah, maybe e2, but whatever. Okay. Like anyway, like I get bishop e3 and knight b6, but then what? He just goes b5 and he's fine. So I had to find a new plan. So I was fairly happy with this bishop b3. But I realized that, you know, it's not going to be clear at all. Knight e5. Here I would have loved to go bishop g5 immediately, but I don't think it works, specifically because of knight f3 and knight d4. If if knight e5, I think I can answer it pretty nicely with king e2.
Nice.
But knight d4, and there I didn't really see it. Like I can win a pawn, but I'm not so sure. Also, I could give a check on a4. Yeah, I could give a check on a4 and force bishop d7. But I didn't really see what this does. I mean, unless I have some trick here, black is just. It's just fine. Okay.
So you played h4 and...
Yeah, I played h4. I mean, with two ideas, of course. One, or three actually. One to introduce the rook, two to push the pawn, but also third to get bishop g5. Okay, so queen c7. It's normal, bishop g5. Yeah, b5 was surprising. I thought like it's ugly, but I thought he'll play f6. And I wasn't really sure that I was better here. I mean, I go bishop e3, probably b5, queen e2 or something. Yeah, I mean, I thought it's probably not worse for me, and it's a position to play. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So what he did. This queen g5 check, rook h3. This all looked normal. h6, bishop d2, queen d2, and bishop b7. Okay, and here I just, I sort of lost my nerve a little bit, because I feel like I should not take this pawn.
Okay.
But I just didn't see what to do. Like I thought, like a4 was the critical No, without taking, probably. Yeah. Thus,
if he pushes.
b4, knight a2, a5, c3. Like, I'm very close to just blasting it open. I wasn't so sure, like, knight f3. I probably have to go gf, because rook f3, knight e5 and so on is not so good. So I have to go gf, and I thought I was better here, but in the end, I mean, I thought this is a team tournament, let me take the pawn. Actually, like knight e5, even though I don't think it's a great move, it kind of won me the game. For the reason that he immediately like froze after knight e5. He was clearly shocked by the move, because like there's no objective reason for me to play knight e5 instead of queen d6 if I want to enter the endgame. But I just made him wanted to make him think a little bit about the e5, and you know, those few minutes that he spent considering the e5 made him blunder at the end.
Just before move 40, right?
Yeah.
Wow, psychology.
Yeah.
And did you consider keeping the queens on?
Yeah, but I didn't love it. Like knight g4, rook d3, thought d5.
Okay.
Oh, rook d. Oh, okay. Rook d3 is bad.
Maybe not.
I should take on d6 or what? I have no idea. Takes b4. What's the deal here? Knight a. I saw this like knight a4, bishop e4, knight c5, knight f6, and I wasn't so sure. Okay, I'm clearly just an idiot. Judging by
let's ignore
judging by the
evil bar.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, like at this point, I hadn't really evaluated the endgame more than I should be a little bit better, and let's see. But
the next critical moment, if we
also like this was insane. Like bishop c6. This I had counted on. I wanted to play knight e2. This was sort of my, well, I don't know if you can call it trick, but this is my intention at the very least. And here I was thinking like he probably goes gh. I take back, and knight g6, rook h5. I go f3, then c4, and I think I have a very nice edge. Like, I mean, it's a draw, but I thought this position was easier to play than in the game for sure.
Okay. So, what influenced your decision to not go for that?
No, I just forgot that this was my intention.
Oh wow. Okay. So even the best sometimes have moments of madness.
Yeah.
Okay, and you mentioned that you managed to trick him later. If we
I mean, okay. Well, let's like here. I think he's generally fine. Like there were even I can show you one thing though, which I thought was instructive. If he'd gone, let's say g4, knight g6, g3, knight e5, I thought like the only way for me to play was to play king d2 and king c1. And I don't think I'm better, but at least I'm a pawn up and I can pretend to. I thought I was fairly safe. If I don't have this maneuver, I think I'm probably worse. Actually.
You know, you could have castled queenside earlier, right?
Yeah,
in one move.
I did eventually bring the king to c1 though.
Yeah.
Okay, I think probably a lot of things could have happened on the next few moves, but I don't think the balance was really disturbed. And yeah, this rook e1 was nice. And here I was thinking that I should go rook d1, rook e3, and I should just repeat. Because I also like slightly hoping for this. Yeah, okay, this is just a draw as well. But I thought like I could pretend that I'm slightly better.
Was this because of the team situation you kept the game going?
No, I thought I'll go for one more trick with e5. Because I don't know if king e8 is an only move, but I think it's clearly the best move. Yeah. And I was thinking like, let's hope that he doesn't find king e8, and then I'll repeat.
Okay.
And then,
of course, he played king.
Yeah,
e8.
king e8, which is very nice, bringing the knight into the game. And then I realized that this doesn't repeat at all, because he takes, and then knight f4. And here I thought like I could do this, 2, bishop knight d4. But this looks very...
Should we show after g? Quite a nice finish there.
I spoke briefly to my opponent, like he didn't realize this, because I don't know, he was probably wondering why. Because after he went king e8, I went over to the other boards and I saw like, okay, we're probably not doing great. Bit silly. Yeah, so okay, yeah, let's just show this quickly. Bishop f3 and the pawn just queens.
Beautiful. And we just had one question.
Yeah, no. So like here I was scrambling. I was just trying to hold really. Bishop e4, and I thought rook d2 was.
Did you consider knight takes f4?
Yeah, I thought knight f4 and then knight f2, and I get g4, and I should be. I mean, it's clear that I'm playing for a draw, but I thought I should be holding. Like eventually. Eventually I'm getting c4 as well. But yeah, clearly I was trying to make a draw here.
And you mentioned...
rook... Also, yeah, this is not easy at all, you know. Bishop b4, because rook e3 is the most natural, and then I think he takes.
Rook e3?
Yeah, rook e7. And engine says draw, but I was not sure. I mean, knight f5
right?
And the bishop is still out of play. Like clearly, my play has to be based on c4, but it didn't look convincing at all. But I actually thought what I did was pretty good, like, or at least inventive, because I was counting on knight f4, knight f4, knight f2, and also. Like one knight, yeah. Here I didn't see any clear way to draw. Like rook e3 is a really unpleasant threat, and I cannot at least force the draw. So this is why I did what I did. Knight d1, rook, aiming for exactly what he did. Rook g1, and yeah, maybe knight f4 was like objectively better, but I think at least it's not clearly losing for me. So,
what moment did you realize he was just?
Yeah, bishop f3 was. I'd just seen that I had counterplay with f5 and I should not lose. That's all I'd seen, and I'd seen this. And now it's important that the rook is actually worse on g1, sort of anti-intuitively. Maybe there was even some knight e2 there, but at least this is what I was looking at, and then bishop f. Bishop e6, and I make a draw.
Obviously. Okay, so
yeah,
instead he went
and
bishop
then
f3.
Bishop f3. No, I thought this was insane. Like, what is he hoping for? Maybe he didn't see f5 at all, and he was just thinking that he's gobbling up pawns and getting winning chances. But okay. Here he actually thought for a bit, so I thought, damn. He sees it now, and he's gonna go like, I don't know if king f8 is the move or something, and he's gonna probably hold. But yeah, rook g3. This was. I mean, it's a bit random that it just loses on the spot.
Yeah.
But fortunately, it's pretty easy to.
I must admit, I called rook takes g3 the only move that he would ever play. When he was pausing here, I was like, why is he even thinking take on g3?
Yeah, I was so unhappy that he wasn't taking on g3 immediately, because I realized he saw some troubles, but I don't know what he was thinking here. Yeah, unfortunately for him, everything collapses, and this bishop is suddenly gonna be a star performer. Yeah, knight d7. This was the only move. This is actually an interesting point, because I do have two pretty serious the cleanest win, because this well, the bar dropped for some reason. Why though?
Okay, let's keep going. If he
I think bishop c6.
Bishop c6.
Yeah, bishop c6, and then this rook d4. And I actually thought this was winning. Here, king a4, and then I bring the king around. So why is this not winning? Maybe he goes like rook g1? No?
This is far from a basic rook ending. Rook f3. But then king c2?
Yeah, it also doesn't work.
It's a mystery.
Yeah, this is a bit strange. This is very surprising, actually. Maybe the bar is just wrong.
Mm-hmm. But either way, you just...
but yeah, I wasn't completely sure, so I aimed for the other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll just show. f7, there's bishop d5, so I should not do that. So I do this, take on d7, f7, and I actually checked this for a little bit, but I think it's just an easy win because the pawn, he cannot really, like I put the queen on f4 next, and then he cannot really ever advance too much.
Were you surprised he capitulated so
I was really surprised. Fight really well with this, king c7, I think knight g5, knight takes e6, and here I was considering, I don't think he has a really good square for the king, so king b7, I thought rook d6, and I'm really bothering these pieces quite a bit. He cannot really go to e4 because of bishop d5, and so maybe he has to put his knight on some awkward square like e8 or even h5. And then I thought it should be winning, but I thought I'll have even here I'll have some work to do. But of course I was hoping for king f8 and then knight f5, and now all of a sudden, you know, this is why I put the bishop on c4 in the Sicilian, because eventually the structure falls.
All part of the plan on move 5. Wow. Yeah, nice win at the end there, Magnus. But the team situation, you mentioned it earlier, playing a role in some of your decisions. Are you enjoying this dynamic now?
Yeah, it's a lot of it's a lot of fun. I think we have a great team, or at least like a great bunch of guys on the team, and yeah, we're not the favorites, but so far we're kicking. Got a really good big win yesterday, and today, yeah, to beat a team with all 2600s basically is very good. So yeah, I'm happy so far.
Magnus, couple quick questions. You just mentioned the team. Can you tell us a bit about who selects the players on the team and why? How does this process go?
Last year we had Johannes captain. He's an FM, like a very old friend of the found as well. Now he couldn't be like sort of a role as a shadow GM, trying to influence decisions while we're here, and so he has also been influential in picking out the team for this event as well.
Are you happy with the team he picked?
Yeah, I'm very happy. As I said, like a great bunch.
You mentioned a great team spirit. Can you tell us a bit about guys prepared to do the chess?
Yeah, I think we discussed the games afterwards, but I think in terms of preparation, everybody has their own thing, and I don't think that people trust me for opening advice anyway, so that's okay.
Did you guys come here with the clear goal of winning, or do you try just to do your best?
No, I mean, I think if we had the goal of winning, we would have our team a little bit more like super bets, so or super chess, I should say. So we're just trying to get a good enough team that we can for one of the top places, like give ourselves a bit of a chance, but we're not here to win at all costs. We just want to give to give the guys a chance and to have some fun.
We see you be very involved, always sticking around until the end of the matches. Would you say that you really enjoy team events?
Yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoyed it a lot, especially the last started to actually play better in them. So I would say also like I enjoyed the Olympiad a lot last year, as well, of course, the European Club Cup, which I always enjoy. Even though our team did horribly, I thought like the team spirit was good, everything was good. So I think also this time like spirit is really good. So there's no reason why we should not be performing well.
Can you pinpoint what changed, or do you think it's just random?
I think it's a bit random. Like it's some of the same guys. It's not all the same guys, but.
But for you to perform better in team events.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess at some point something clicked a little bit. Maybe some luck. I don't know.
And just a final question: had you been to Albania before? And just tell us a bit how you're enjoying the tournament here.
Yeah, I'm very pleasantly surprised by the weather. So, I mean, I checked like long ago, like tours around here in October, and it was like fine, but not. I didn't expect there to be full summer, so I'm very happy with that. The beach is beautiful, and yeah, it's all very good.
Fantastic.
Actually, Magnus, I have one last question for you. 186 yesterday. What was the inspiration behind that one?
Yeah, I thought it wasn't clear like in other openings where I went to target him. So if your opponent is not prepared, then you usually be fine. And already like after 4 moves, I had a position which he was not familiar with. So
did you warn your teammates beforehand?
Yeah, I did.
Just checking.
But I think like the days of like my teammates being worried for me in team events when as I said, when I used to do poorly is a little bit behind.
Magnus, maybe just before we let you go, I think Frode is still playing. Maybe we can just get your thoughts on that final game.
Yeah, it's a miserable position for now. He's just lost, so, and he resigned. So.
Oh.
Good time.
It's a shame. I thought Frode was back, and fortunately for him, he can still have a good feeling that we won the match.
Absolutely, Magnus. Thank you so much on a great start, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. It was great to hear from Magnus Carlsen, who seems in high spirits.
Yeah, he mentioned he's enjoying team chess these days. He's yet to win one of these big team events, Olympiads, European Club Cups, and it feels like he's clearly the assortment of teammates he's kind of gathered around him, helping him, and I think thrilled by that win today.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, we just see the finishing stages here. Maybe let's bring that up quickly. Unfortunately, help her team, but what an individual exploit by the young Claire Chaco.
Yeah, and just wonderful calculation. She's got a huge future ahead of her. She has worked out that this endgame, this king of pawn endgame, is winning for white. We see the evaluation bar just turned completely white here, and despite the level material, it's because the white king is making a beeline back for the base of black's pawn chain, the e5 pawn, and actually the white king will be able to shoulder off its counterpart. You can only delay this from happening. No counterplay here for black. I think the move pawn to c5 will most likely be tried, but we'll see. I think really efficient technique here just to calculate this alone, to have so much time on your clock left as well. It's impressive stuff, Fiona.
Incredibly upset this is going to be. Remember, the gap is more than 500 points between the two players. And David, since we are in this match, we'll let you know. Well, I don't know. I'm almost tempted to stick around because Marina only has 2 minutes. But I think we should move on to the top match. Garuda Aika against Typhoon Ljubljana. A match where Typhoon has had a lead for a while now, 2-0, but they still need to save the 2 remaining games. Let's start with board 1, Kotanashvili against Song.
Yeah, and this one looks like it's on the brink of a white victory until you realize that white is running out of pawns. White can already push forward, for example, with pawn to d5, Kotanashvili. But right now, this would only result in pawns being traded. And look how far the white king away, the king is away from the rest of the army. Black's king will kind of journey over and trade off white's remaining pawn. This would end in a draw. Bishop not enough alone to checkmate. So it's frustrating for white right now. It looks like you've got everything perfect lined up to push past pawns. Still not enough in this position.
Yeah, and Yuzin Song, she did such a great job defending yesterday against another top Georgian player, Nino Batsiashvili, and it looks like she will hold again today. Bella Kotanashvili down to only 3 minutes here, but she is also being held. No, she's not being held, excuse me. Let's go to board 4, where actually Teodora Injac is pressing against Zalaur, which means that if Bella could win her game, they would draw the match if they both win. And this one, actually, Black is getting very close with that a-pawn passer.
Yeah, Black is very close. It could be similar to one of the endgames we saw a bit earlier, where David Navarra wrapped up a win. Simply, it's too many pawns, and right now the activity of Black's pieces as well. We could, for example, calculate a bit of a race, but I think this race is clearly in Black's favour. Pawn to a4, the white rook will try to go behind, but we'll just see this pawn push, and Black's king can easily step out of this pin, and once it does, either the e-pawn will actually start deciding this game, or Black's knight will join the battle. Maybe here it's actually time to just push forward at the pawn to a2, first of all locking down white's rook, and this game should be over eventually. Still takes a while.
Yep.
You've got to be accurate, but Teodora Injac there as Black about to do her part for the team. And I think that board 1 clash, as you mentioned, Fiona, will decide this match between the leaders.
Yeah, we'll come back to this one. Let's go to match 3, Ukraine Gas against Monte Carlo. Ukraine have been in the lead 2-1 for a while. Unfortunately for Monte Carlo, yes, there is 1 game remaining, but Pia Kramling is still down a pawn, and there are no realistic winning chances here.
Yeah, Pia Kramling, this is another dilemma. Maybe she would have wanted, ideally, to take on d4 with a rook, but a rook trade for Black last move would have totally eradicated all winning chances. And this one is clearly still a distant dream. You need a miracle, to say the least, for Black. But yeah, Monte Carlo, top seeds crashing to defeat.
Yeah, and let's return now to the open section where the top match, I believe, has ended. No, still a game going. Back to Dennis Wagner against Vladimir Fedoseev. Super chess are in the lead 3-2. They just to hold the draw to wrap up this match, and it doesn't look like he's in too much danger.
It doesn't look like he's in danger. It feels like if anyone's been playing for the win, it's been Fedoseev. Imagine just Ivan Sokolov. We talked about him yesterday, Fiona. Surely he's been tapping his player on the back saying, take a draw, that's enough for our team.
The good news for Ivan Sokolov is it's very unlikely that Fedoseev's clock is going to tick down to 1 second, as he still has almost half an hour on the clock. So we'll stick around, of course, until this match is decided. I think it could just be that we'll see a draw soon, with both players realizing they can't really make progress.
Yeah, that's right. Here, Black's bishop is so well placed, it ties down White's knight to the defense of the e3 pawn. White's knight, therefore stationary, and if it cannot join the army, then White's king alone cannot do the work. If I were Fedoseev here, I would just block off the potential kind of incursion of the White king around the board. I still don't really see what this White king does, even if it makes its journey around. I think you can just sit on this position. You can wait with the Black king, you can wait with the Black bishop on c1, and as long as you keep an eye on the e3 pawn, you will never ever lose this game. If Fedoseev's feeling ambitious, he might even walk in with the Black king, but this would lead to a race, and with the team in mind, you don't go for something like that.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, board 2, we had Magnus Carlsen here in the studio. That match is completely done, with Offerspiel taking down Sentimento 3.5, 2.5. This could actually have gone the other way. We are being joined in the studio by a stray dog. Hello, doggy.
Wow. Astray has walked in. It's not a chess player. I thought we'd had another special guest, Fiona.
Yeah, we have 0 spectators, and I suddenly saw a tail flying high in the air.
He's coming.
Oh, he's coming. Maybe we can get the camera on the dog.
This might be one of the weirdest moments I've ever experienced on live broadcast, and he's coming. He's coming. Should we get him on, a special guest? He's about to step up onto our stage.
Hello. This is maybe the weirdest. He's wagging his tail. He seems very happy.
Come on. Shall I bring him up? Is
Yeah,
this
sure.
too weird? Come here.
I think you're going to struggle. It's quite a big stray.
He's a big boy. The chess has gone quiet for a second. Oh, he's running away from me. He's scared of Uncle Dave here, but come on.
Hello, doggy. Okay, maybe this is going to be...
This is the weirdest stream ever. We had Magnus Carlsen as a guest a few moments ago. The dog's lost interest. Okay, we don't get another guest, unfortunately.
No.
Back to the chess.
Yannick, maybe Nikki can help us.
Sorry, everyone. The dog has departed. We're back to the chess. It's been one of those days, Fiona.
It has been a good day. I think everyone's in high spirits. Yeah, this match I was just saying, Offerspiel winning 3.5, 2.5, but Magnus's game, as by his own admission, was not so clear. On board 2, Raundi Sadwani ended up winning his game. Could have gone the other way. So a very close match, but Offerspiel march on. They have won all 4 matches. And on board 3, the title defenders, Novibor.
They did sneak past their opponents, Novibor, just thanks to a win from David Navarra at the end there. As we saw, this was the position we left it earlier, and actually he did end up winning with White's pawn about to make a new queen. So David Navarra, the hero for Novibor, alongside Steil-Antoni, the 2 Davids actually, doing the business. White here just with 2 extra pawns. It's a great name and great play by those 2 to wrap up the win for the reigning champions.
Absolutely, and just before Magnus left, when we were already off air, his last question was, how is Anière doing?
Wow, and Typhoon, we've already seen their women's team in action facing Anière, and 1 game still remaining. It's a wild one, Fiona.
Wow.
What is this position?
Is the game that is going to decide this entire match, which is currently tied 2.5, and Jules Moussard, he'll be kicking himself. The position wasn't easy, of course, but he had a huge edge from the early stages onwards. And yeah, let's take a look at the live position. David, over to you.
Thanks, Fiona. I thought you'd do me a favor and say, let's keep this one on the back burner. This is one of the wildest positions you'll see all day, maybe even all year in the chess world. There we see Jules Moussard.
Sorry, David, I just noticed both players under a minute.
Yeah, I think we might have to stick with this one.
Yeah,
right now, we have a battle of racing pawns. And in this race of pawns, it's actually black who will promote first. Okay, he doesn't go for this, he trades queens. I was just going to point out one cool variation of black pushing, white pushing, and 4 queens on the board. This is extremely rare, it happens once in a blue moon, and it looks like black is the first to deliver a check, but this could just be blocked, I guess, by white's queen. And I mean, what is this? White's king somehow leaving a charmed life, and still the evaluation bar doesn't blink. This would have been a draw. Jules Moussard, he's trying to win in a different way.
It reminds me a little bit of a game, I think that was played in the Champion Chess Tour quite recently, with 4 queens on the board between MVL and Firouzja.
So that was another clash of Frenchmen. Yeah. We have a Frenchman here steering the black pieces. He's hoping, I was going to say, for a queen trade. White has just played king to h4. A queen trade here would, wow, still says draw the evaluation bar. This is crazy. I was going to say this would most likely favor black as long as he can get his knight back to stop the promotion of the g-pawn. Now black's a-pawn does the business and wins the game. But maybe there was a trick that white's knight could have prevented the black knight from coming back. And again, we would have seen a race and 2 kind of simultaneous promotions. Instead,
we see the moves coming in here.
Okay, something very similar, a trade on d5 anyway, and basically actually the same position. And now we will see 2 queens reappear like a magic trick. One moment they're gone, next moment they're back.
If you had to pick a side, which side would you pick to play?
I would say black, because black promotes first. Here we go. We see 1 queen appear. First, you can deliver the first check, which is nice, and also black's pawn far more advanced than white's pawn. But ultimately, I think white has enough coordination. It's nice that the white queen protects the knight. White has enough coordination to hold the draw here. You just got to be a bit careful. For example, if you drop back, you might walk into a check. But luckily, you can block with the white knight. Still safe. But Victor Erdos, he's actually been losing with white out of the opening, but he's been clinging on by his fingertips ever since, and this would be an invaluable, a priceless draw for Typhoon.
Yeah, that would save the match. Remember, Anier, even though we haven't paid as close attention to them yet as we have to other teams, they are the 3rd seeds. And here we saw white block the check with the queen, and now all of white's pieces have regrouped. They all now defending one another. The question is, can black somehow push his d-pawn?
Yeah, I think, Fiona, that's the big question right now. Maybe this is the best practical try for Jules Moussard. He can push the d-pawn, trying to run it through to glory, trying to get the 3rd appearance of a queen. But unfortunately, queen takes pawn here. This is well known to be a drawn endgame. Even without white's h-pawn, queen and knight cannot beat the white queen.
But the king is so restricted. Do you think there might be any hopes here of weaving a net?
Some hope, but the problem is as soon as the black knight tries to join its queen for a mating attack, attacking white's queen, threatening queen g4 checkmate, suddenly the black king is bare, and there should be ways to give a perpetual check. I'm not sure exactly how. Maybe you check diagonally here, maybe you check from a6, but it feels like this game might go on for a long, long time with nerves jangling, and Jules, I don't think he'll race towards this. He plays another move instead, knight back to e7, killer threat on the board. Still not that easy for white,
You know
I
what,
agree.
I think Jules is going to win somehow.
Okay, you have an instinct, you have a feeling.
Yeah, I just feel the black king is completely safe for now, and the white pieces are a bit jumbled up. I feel to play this with 2 minutes. I think if they had more time on the clock, I'd maybe predict a draw. What are you going to say?
I was going to say, hey, Jules. Doesn't cut the Moussard, this last night move. Sorry. I've been distracted. The appearance of the dog is knight e7 though. Big threat. Yeah, maybe you're right. Especially with just 1 minute on the clock, it's still easy to go astray for white.
Yeah. I mean, what
astray? Get it? With a stray dog? No? Okay. Anyway, let's move on.
It was good, actually. That one was good.
Sorry, everyone at home. I do apologize from the bottom of my heart.
For those of you, either our 1 spectator in the room now, or if you're just tuning in at home, we had a stray dog come into the studio just a few minutes ago, so
Yeah.
go astray.
hence my terrible dad jokes. But this position, as long as he walks out of the knight check, he should survive.
So
this
how
one.
do you do it? Do you play the king?
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to get your king out of the pin. King to h5, though, was my first instinct, and it would lose. Whoa. Okay, it must be a queen check. I'm assuming.
Queen h7, maybe?
Maybe a check. Which square? Yeah, maybe h7. And if I come back, I thought I might run towards safety, but where is the killer blow? Maybe it's just a quiet move, even like knights. Nope. It's one of those positions, Fiona.
Yeah, I think this one, remember we have the help of the engine bar, but not the engine lines, so finding our way through this mess, maybe, yeah, and white is tied down.
White is tied down, and suddenly the deep pawn might run. Actually, we could well see a race even of black pushing this pawn, and I think this will just make a new queen. So yeah, actually, you're walking a tightrope. He did make a move. He went back with his king, far wiser than my suggestion of going forward. I think that would have been too audacious. And a knight trade offered by Jules Moussard. If we see an exchange of knights, of course, this should be a draw.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually that Jules offered the trade.
Yeah, I guess he's just banking on the human factor here, that the pawn is so scary, and we'll see 100 checks in this game. Yeah, this one should be a draw, but still. I think he's just playing the long game here. He's maybe got half an eye on the clock, thinking, okay, it's still onus on white, the pressure on white to be accurate.
20 seconds now for Viktor Erdos. Yeah, maybe taking the knight is not as straightforward as I first thought. The problem is, if you don't take, where do you even go?
Yeah, I think you had to take.
Captured.
Just to show one trick, if the knight went back to try and hit black with a fork, you would have actually walked into a fork yourself after queen takes knight and a double attack. Watch out for these types of tactics if knights are on the board, but unfortunately they are off. And is it time for white to blockade, Fiona?
I think I would block that pawn before it gets anywhere nearer.
Oh,
Oh, queen b3.
Okay, I'll pretend I saw that. Nice spot. And whoops, you pin, and this time you do win, because black's pawn is so much quicker in the race than white's. And of course he spots that Viktor Erdos, he pins the black pawn.
And now I guess we bring the king. King b3 played already.
I think you might be right. Yes, the computer says draw, but holding this one in human terms with 30 seconds on your clock, it's an uphill struggle. The pawn's just rolling. White's king is actually misplaced. It will be in the checking, in the danger zone.
The black pieces coordinate so well. I think your queen is both helping your pawn advance, and it will help block any checks that the white queen gives. So for a computer, of course, it can hold, but a human, that's a different story. King h4, and already we see the bar drop.
Wow, maybe a losing move, but in practical terms, we mentioned it's already extremely difficult. The question is, why not just push the pawn now? Just to highlight how bad the white king is, your idea, Fiona. For example, any checks now from behind will be met by a counter check, a cross check, as we call it, and hitting the king, forcing the queens off the board, and black again wins the race. So you will run out of checks. Ideally in these positions, you want the king actually as far away as possible. It looks counterintuitive, but in the corner where you might be safe from those cross checks, just too far away.
And I think not only will Jules win, I think this game is actually going to end
quite quickly,
quite soon.
He blocks, but now a simple plan of, queen to f3, there we go, and queen to e2 next move. He's going to dislodge the blockader, the white queen. I think you're right. We'll see a result actually very quickly.
Yeah, I think it's easy to be misled. I think we were misled at first too, to
Definitely.
see the bar in the middle, but the more you dive into the position, you understand how difficult it is to defend as a human. And here, as you mentioned, the queen inching closer to e2, and well, there is no checks right now. If the queen moves, where does it go? Queen a5 maybe, to at least try and get behind the king. Yeah.
And the question is here, do you push the pawn as black? I think you can, and the black king will most likely hide actually in front of its own pawn. Eventually, should be enough shelter, and black's d pawn will become a queen. You're right, Fiona, that's why we talk about two result games, right? It's clear with best played, positions should often be a draw, but one side's often on the front foot, the other side reacting, and it's so easy to go wrong. Margin for error is so small. And Viktor Erdos, he's known for being solid, but I think anyone in the world could have gone wrong easily here.
Yeah, and what was played? Queen c1 is on the board.
And I think the pawn can just continue pushing.
Yeah, what's the idea?
He wants to give a check from the front, but
Yeah. It's been a long day. I was like, I don't even see a single check. But there is one pretty obvious.
yeah, he's got a couple of checks here from the front.
But maybe now we run to f2.
You can maybe come around. White will have to keep checking, and like you say, just to show how black might eventually win this, eventually you hide.
Wait, there was a check on
Oh,
e3.
Yeah, exactly. You can hide or block the checks as we mentioned earlier. Nice spot. So this one will still take 5-6 moves maybe, but should be clinched. Just push forward to victory now.
And Jules taking his time here, it makes sense. He has built up a bit of time on the clock. He has 3 minutes. So you just want to make completely sure that you're not missing any last saving resources. But this is going to be a huge win. Actually, let me know what happened on match 5.
Okay, on match
It's still
5.
going. Okay, then let's stick with this game and we can take a quick look here in a bit.
Yeah, and Jules Moussard, I mean, yesterday I had a chat with him and he was like, oh, I was winning, I let it slip. And I was like, oh, are you disappointed? He was like, no, my luck will balance out. And now he was drawing and he might be about to win. So yeah, the chess gods, they do reward the optimistic.
Yeah, and it looks like not only will his own luck be balanced out, but his teammates will be celebrating this big win, as if Jules wins this, Anier will also be on a perfect 4 out of 4 score. And that's why I was curious actually about match 5, but we'll go there once this concludes, because if Chartres don't win, we'll be left with only 4 teams on a perfect score, and we'll see some big clashes tomorrow because between the top 4 seeds actually, who've all been perfect so far.
Yeah, we could see Magnus Carlsen taking on Richard Rapport, or I mean, all these top players. I'm trying to remember now. Maxime Vachier-Legrave.
Yeah, the two have been playing quite a lot recently.
Yeah.
Who's the other top board that we're forgetting about?
Vincent Keimer.
Yeah.
Rematch from the World Cup where Vincent was the closest to take down Magnus in that knockout format. But yeah, meanwhile, a lot to look forward to tomorrow, but let's focus right here.
Actually, maybe one quick, while we have 1 second off, if you're watching us on YouTube, there are these polls that you can take tomorrow. I'll remind you earlier in the day, but do get involved. Also, even if there is a 15-minute delay, we are keeping an eye on the chat, which has been moving a lot today. I think that might be something to do with a certain Magnus Carlsen.
That's right. He tends to steal the show when he plays, when he commentates, when he joins us in the studio. And a good friend of Magnus's now, Jules Moussard, is about to put the finishing touches on. I think that whole variation we kind of marked out, Fiona, is going to appear on the board. The king sidesteps from the checks. Only one plausible move here for white. That has actually just happened. The king is journeying around to safety. Nothing much to do, Victor Erdos. 1 minute left. It's hopeless.
Yeah, tough loss. We've seen a lot of tough losses. We saw the pain of Matthias Bluebaum earlier. Also, who's the other person? I'm forgetting. Jirgus Petschatz in the match against Offerspiel. And I think for Erdos, it's also going to be heartbreak here as the king is making its way over to the other side of the board. Is that MVL in the white t-shirt? I wonder.
Yeah.
Is MVL still... Is he taking a leaf out of Magnus's book and also staying around until the better end? Him and Jules are great friends.
Yeah, until, no, I'm not going to make another pun about stray dogs. Yeah, until the last player finishes, it makes a lot of sense. It's nice team spirit there. It isn't MVL, I believe, but some other teammates, Sergei Movsesian, is relying on Jules Moussard to help him out here. He was one of the Anier players who lost in the end. So yeah, doing him a favor here, his teammate. Yeah, this one still going. He gives a check from the side, but the black king will zigzag its way to safety.
And actually in the white t-shirt is Haik Martirosyan, who's also stuck around.
Nice.
He got a big win, right?
Yeah.
Big win today against Volokitin.
That's really nice. He finished about 2 hours ago, I think. If I'm not mistaken, some of these players, Movsesian finished around an hour ago. They really are prioritizing the team spirit, the team results.
And I think that pays off, but I think a lot of these top teams we are seeing here, Magnus talked about the team spirit, Novi Bor, they've been playing with pretty much the same lineup for years. Meanwhile, the king is back in the center of the board, but I think from there it's going to go down again towards, what do you think, E3, F3?
Yep, I'll say F3 because I saw it appear on the board. There's a couple of checks still, but unfortunately the checks dry up, they run out within the next couple of turns. Viktor Erdos down at 30 odd seconds as well. This is a sad, sad situation. And
yeah, we see our tournament director, Peter Pisk, as well, taking a look at the game. We will stick around here, then we will see what happened in the top women's match. We were still waiting for the 2 final results there. Then it will be time to wrap up very soon. But I think tomorrow, David, is going to be the best day yet.
yeah, this is the first 4 rounds. They've just been the starter.
Yeah.
The main course is yet to come. And of course, this is a 7-round tournament. So the title could potentially be decided by how those big teams face off against each other in the next few days.
Meanwhile, the king is on F2. And I see one more check, but after king, king F1?
King's coming down to F1.
Maybe king G1.
You could even hide in the corner, hide behind enemy lines, hide behind that white pawn.
Once you get to H1, that's the end, right?
Yeah, use the white pawn as shelter, that would be really sneaky. And he's going for it, Fiona.
And I think we saw there from the reaction from Martirosyan, who walked away, he was like, okay, once that king is going to H1, that's the end, because any check, the only check that can be given is from the long diagonal, and that will be met by a counter check, queen G2.
And there we see the heartbreak on Viktor Erdos' face, just plucking up the courage to resign. Okay, please, one final check. I think we'll see this last move now, Fiona.
Yeah.
And game over. The king does indeed hide in the corner. Checks are done. No stalemating ideas for white because the king is out in the open. And new queen incoming. Everyone walks away, everyone kind of knowing now the outcome of this game.
It looks like with the higher handshake, we might be denied seeing the handshake by Heike Martirosyan, who will surely be rushing over to his teammate Jules Moussard to congratulate him on a big win. We see the despair on Viktor Erdos' face. He fought so valiantly today. He was much worse out of the opening, and then he fought back to get an even position, but one that was still hard to play. And there is the handshake in the background with Sergei Movsesyan, the first to make it to Jules to congratulate him. Heike is not far behind. A big win for the 3rd seeds, and yeah.
Was that a handshake or was that a hike 5? Oh, no. Either way, he's proud of his teammate as Anya take the victory.
I think this is a clear sign. It's soon time to stop. David, let's go back to the top match in the women's section.
And,
I can't tell if you're proud or ashamed of this one.
Mostly ashamed. That's proud of the chess that everyone has been playing today. Sorry, again, viewers, everyone at home, we cannot resist a good pun.
The match, wow! Bella Kotanashvili has won her game.
Whoa, incredible stuff. She's tricked her opponent, Yuxin Song, not being able to find the best defense there, and white's pawns, opposite color bishops, pawns on the opposite color complex breaking through. White was about to make a new queen.
But look at the bar on the last board is suddenly in the middle, indicating an equal position. Theodora Inyaj, she was winning earlier, but suddenly this ending, it is only a draw, and it's one of the end games that you don't need to know anything about. We talked about all of these. Rook and bishop against rook, 2 bishops, bishop and knight. This one I played it once on the defending side with 0 knowledge, and it's not very difficult to hold.
Yeah, you essentially just need to know 2 patterns, 2 themes. You just check from behind, and if the black king ever sneaks around to use its knight as shelter, then you keep the knight pinned. You keep the knight pinned, you run with your king in the opposite direction of the attacking king, the enemy king, and you should always be safe. Even if you're pushed to the back rank, it's very rarely game over. It's very few losing positions in this one.
Maybe we can go back and see how Zala managed to save this one, because last time we checked in here, she was in a very dire position.
Yeah, it looked like she was still winning. White did have some counterplay with the h-pawn running. White's bishop dropped back. Still looks very good for black, and maybe things started to go wrong around here. I'm slightly kind of bemused as to why she didn't push her pawn as quickly as possible. She did that now, however, and knight to h7, nice trick. Still looks winning. Yeah. Trying to deflect the white rook away in order to make a new queen. Bishop to h5, and okay, exchanging pawns. Yeah, there we see the evaluation bar immediately drop. I think this was just totally unnecessary. There was no reason that I can see not to push forward with f4. It actually looks like you're weaving a mating net around the white king. For example, if white just waits now, this would immediately end in checkmate. So trading pawns has allowed white to escape into this endgame. Often if you're trying to win, you need to keep pawns on the board, potential queens, and eventually we saw things fizzle out to this.
I think we're still very far away from the end of the game. The last capture that I can see is move 65.
65, so
we're now on move 76.
Long way to go.
I suggest we can come back here in a little while. I think Theodora, she knows, of course, this ending is a draw, but she has no choice but, I think, to play on for 50 moves.
And I think we can just briefly check in with the top seeds in the women's section who are about to be shocked. They will crash to defeat. This is the final game ongoing. They are down 2-1 Monte Carlo against their Ukrainian opposition, and rook to b3 threatens checkmate. This is a really beautiful construction. The only way to prevent this, to delay this, is to play a move like rook to a7, holding this square. And now the definition of zugzwang, if you open a chess dictionary and look up zugzwang, you'll see this diagram. White now just drops the rook back and will come in next move. If the black rook moves, the king immobilized as well, and black's bishop has no safe squares. This is game over. Checkmate is actually incoming, despite the fact it's an endgame.
A big upset. We'll just see this one out. I expect Pia to resign here. And SP Gaz Ukraine are going to shock the top seeds with a 3-1 victory, only conceding 2 draws and winning 2 games.
Yeah, and now any rook move will seal the deal to b4, to b5, b2,
what a beautiful
b1.
Finish as well.
Yeah, beautiful finish. Just wait, do nothing, pass the move back to your opponent, and they will have to resign.
We'll stick around here. We see Diamante has a minute on the clock, and she has chosen to drop the rook back all the way to b1, and I expect to see a result appear on our screens any moment here.
Yeah, you can see on Theodora's face there as black, she knows the winning chances have disappeared. She knows she's not going to be able to save her team from defeat. This is, again, heartbreaking scenes. It's always tough being the last player in action.
Yeah, I mean, it really, when we last checked into this match, the board 1 position was in the balance. Bella Kotanashvili, we thought if Bella can win, the team from Garudaika might save the match, but in the end it looks like Theodora is going to fall just short. And David, let's check in with board 5 actually in the open. Rishon Lezion playing against Chartres. We haven't seen any of that match, and still 2 games on the way there.
Yeah, and I'll just do a quick recap of the results so far, because we do see some legends of chess, some really big names who we haven't been able to focus on too much so far, as their teams have been kind of making their way up the standings. On board 1 of this match, we saw Boris Gelfand with white. He made a draw against strong young Belgian Grandmaster Daniel Dada. Board 2 is still ongoing between Maxim Rothstein and another Maxim, Lagarde.
And another queen ending.
And another queen ending. This one is another 2-result game. Actually, they say that G-pawns are not the best pawns to have in these types of positions. It's actually maybe the easiest draw for black if your king is on the right square, but unfortunately the black king, again, too close. He actually wants to be somewhere further away, maybe in the opposite corner. And I think because this king is so close, it's going to be easier for white to threaten those cross checks. This should be a win for one of the Maxims, but it's going to be Lagarde.
If Lagarde wins this one, he will actually tie the match 2.5, 2.5. In that case, the decisive game will be board 4.
Board 4 between Bronstein. I got confused there for a second. It's or Bronstein.
Bronstein
and Timothy Razafindratsima.
Good job.
Thank you.
I have to admit, actually, I'm not familiar with the player with the white pieces. Timothée is French. I'm checking, is he a young player? Born in 2006, so 17 years old. France was producing a lot of great young players. Marc-André Maurizi just a couple of days ago became the new world junior champion, aged only 16.
Yeah.
So
the French factory of chess players is doing incredible things, and I expect to see them as a superpower for years to come. Meanwhile, this game, though, will be a draw. Razafindratsima, I don't know why I tried to do that a second time, will hold this one. He's simply pushing the pawn to b5 next move. White is too active. Black's h-pawn counts for nothing. All rook games, endgames are drawn, as they say, and this is one of those. So all eyes will be on that battle of the two Maxims. We should mention another legend, Kamsky, for the Chartres team, did make a draw further down on board 5.
So what are we expecting? This match right now looking like it will be drawn, most likely?
Oof, looks that way, as long as Lagarde wins here. I think he's found the plan. He's going to push his pawn forward, and now we see why Black's king is actually so badly placed. It means that there are no checks on the 8th rank against the white king. Black's king is just in the way. It needed to run, and I'm not 100% sure whether Rothstein had an opportunity to do that earlier. Either way, he's just put his king on the worst possible square.
Yeah, so this one looks like it will be over fairly shortly. I think we are going to start wrapping up in a moment. I'm looking over at our producer who is, oh yes we can. Yes, we can. So I think we're going to start slowly wrapping up. Of course, you can continue following the games on, if you go to the tournament website. We are calling that this rook and knight against rook will end in a draw, which will give the match victory to Typhoon. Typhoon will be the only leaders in the women's section, and in the open, most likely we'll have 4 leaders, and it's easy to know who they are because they are the top 4 seeds. They have won all their matches. They will be playing amongst themselves tomorrow. That would be absolutely thrilling. So do join us again tomorrow, same place, same time, 3 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And David, I'll let you wrap this one.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day. The highlight, of course, being joined by Magnus Carlsen. Join us tomorrow again, everyone. For more action. It's going to be fun, guaranteed.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.